Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, YouTube. Let me get our screens up. Screens up, screens up. Give me a second, guys. Good morning. Welcome to J is for Justice. This is day 4. Feels like day 40 of Jennifer Crumbley. We're not live yet in the courtroom, but we will be momentarily, probably at 9, I think, today. Here's the court TV view.
I just touched the highlight on my face and I could feel it. Thank you. Without my camera on.
Yes, this is the courtroom. Shannon's already running her trap.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Did you guys get my list of? We did. Cut it down so much. And thank you guys for cutting it down. It really helped me cut it down.
Oh, she's been all kind this morning. Here's a younger picture of the judge, by the way. Remember I told you guys she's been around for a while? Like, all right, let's open up the Zoom. Good morning. Cheryl Matthews. Oh yes, what color will Shannon be wearing today? Oh, almost a spoiler. I'm saying navy blue. Nice view of the jury box. Oh, she's wearing black. She's dressed in black again. What are they zooming in on? She threw us all off. Hi, Pat and Poon. Poon and Pat.
9:30? 9:30.
Oh, great, thank you.
Ashley just texted me that, so I'm just letting anyone know.
Okay.
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to FaceTime you.
No, the jury comes in 9:30.
Last night
Preliminary
you
stuff to do too, though.
went through those pictures
That's what
and you printed out like a
There was some stuff we left last night.
Where did
We left
your
that last
final
night.
list go? You didn't pull the pages out of my list.
Yeah, Chris, let me see Chris. Miss me too, go around. Yeah.
Oh!
We're switching every week.
To Chris, yeah, me too.
You guys switching every day.
Yeah, we cool.
Okay, and then my objections are just in orange.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, thank you. I just wasn't
we're
understanding.
doing a thing like.
No, you did it great.
XYZ,
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. All right, I really appreciate it. I just felt, I'm so sorry when I was looking at it. I thought it looked like the crazy way I had written it. Thank you. I couldn't stop when I was pulling up to the court, so I drove off the road and I ended up in a ditch. But that car drove right out of the ditch and got me back on the road. So, yeah. So I'm fine, and thank you for checking. I love it on what you were doing.
Hey, bud.
Oh, by the way, Elizabeth is acting like the world's going to end. She was hysterically crying on the way to school because she doesn't have anyone to sit with at lunch. And I can't deal with that during this trial. She's crying hysterically because she has no one to sit with at lunch. The life is over. And I asked her, I said, is Maggie at lunch? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, you sit with Maggie. She's like, I can't sit with Maggie. Maggie sits with all her friends. And I was like, she's your cousin. And if she's in your lunch, I was like, go tell Maggie that if she doesn't sit with you, I'll never buy her another damn birthday or Christmas gift again. I was like, tell your cousin to sit with you. So, and then I thought about texting Maggie, and I'm like, I'm not going to get involved in one of those drama. I'm not driving people to middle school if there's going to be drama every day. I just can't do it. I know, really. I know. All right, I have to go, but you've got to help me out. If she's going to behave like that, I can't take her to school. I've got enough going on. All right, thank you. Bye.
Jury's going to come in at 9:30. But there's still preliminary stuff. There's still preliminary stuff we need to go over, right, Counselor?
Yeah, there is, but it's much more minimal than we first anticipated. It's more minimal than what it was at the end of yesterday.
Right, but I guess we're wondering, are we doing that before the jury comes in?
Honestly, I have no clue.
Okay, gotcha. So, but 9:30, court will start at 9:30, basically.
I just do whatever they say.
Okay.
But yeah, jury's 9:30. Probably because of the weather, right?
Right. Yeah.
It got worse and worse as I got closer. I don't know about anybody else, but...
Yeah, the same thing with me. I drove in from Wixom. It was the same thing. The closer I got, the worse it got. But I think it's just building up in general.
I drove in from Oakland Township, and when I left, there was nothing. And then as I came into Pontiac, it got real bad.
Hopefully they'll have it cleared up by the time we go home.
Yeah, and if not, who cares if it takes 2 hours to get home? I mean, I just wanted to be on time. Sure.
Right now,
Yeah.
they do right now. Okay. Do you want to do my check?
No, I know that from here. I just didn't know if you were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should try to figure something out. I was just making sure everything worked.
It is entirely too early for Shannon's bullshit. Did they finally mute it, or what happened here? They muted it after that? Hold on, let's check. Yep. Why does it keep doing that? She still hasn't opened up the Zoom. So that was Court TV. That was Court TV's mic. Oh, so he decides to check my... So they leave their hot mic until they check? They probably shouldn't have the mics on until they do their mic check. It's just a test. So she says, I can't deal with her. if she's going to act that way. I can't take her to school if she's going to act that way. It's your cousin. Tell your cousin to sit by you. So yeah, her husband is her office manager. He's on her website. He looks to be quite a bit older than her. And I believe they have 3 daughters. Was it Court TV's staff or court staff? That was Court TV's cameras clinker. But I think that's why the judges get mad. This judge won't get mad because she doesn't even know that she has control over the media in her courtroom. Good morning, beautiful Island Thrifts. Thank you so much. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Did you guys see my short? I could not sleep last night again. Me and my freaking sleeping habits. But I made a couple videos. I don't even remember what it was now. You guys are always going to want to check out the shorts because I do them in the middle of the night sometimes. It's kind of funny. Okay, here she is. Here she is. This is when she flipped off the court, dude. She was mad. This is how Shannon takes out her aggressions.
Take it out, I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. Take it out, I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet.
What's wrong with her?
Take it out, I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet.
Oh my God. Good morning, Carrie. I haven't seen you in so long. 21 months we are celebrating with you. Thank you for being here. The other one was on Facebook. Crud. Wonder if I can still see it. I have like this weird thing. My Chrome does not log into my Facebook. I don't think. Dirt. Nope, it doesn't. Yeah. Watch again.
Take it out, I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. Take it out, I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. Take it out, I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. Take it out, I never miss a beat.
That horn. Doot, 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 doot. Oh shit. Yeah, 3 daughters and she defends pedos. I can't stand her ass. Yes. In all seriousness, yes. I mean, I don't even know what to make of this. You guys got to see the one on Facebook though, because it's funny as shit. It's just the song that Facebook, like I was half asleep. And Facebook put this song in there. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let's show you really quick. It's too funny not to share. Hold up. It says it's blocked in some areas because of the song. It's like, what? Facebook, you put the song in there. I hate Facebook. All right. Hold on. Okay, ready? Wait, where's the sound? Hold on.
Hey, why not? Yeah, coming in hot, just like the fajita. I write what I live, my life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow, just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam, I'm feeding the meter. They got the
Watch.
coming in hot. Yeah, coming in hot, just like the fajita. I write what I live, my life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow, just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam, I'm feeding the meter. I'm coming in hot. Yeah, coming
Watch your mouth.
Just like the fajita. I write what I live. My life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow. Just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam. I'm feeding the meter. They got the. I'm coming in hot.
Oh man, I just can't. The tongue thing, that was. I'll show you. Hold on. Hi, Scott H. How's it going? Let's go back to the YouTubes. Oh my god. When they put that when they put that song in there, I died. I was like, oh my. I was like, this is perfect. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Here, this is the red. Here.
A discipline issue with respect to Ethan, to Mrs. Crumbley's son. A discipline issue with respect to Ethan, to Mrs. Crumbley's
Recording
son.
in
Oh, we.
Hold
Hold on.
Issue with respect to Ethan,
Okay. Cheryl Matthews has started recording. Let's get that up on the screen. Coming in hot. Like a fajita. Oh, God, that's funny as shit. I literally cannot. I really want today to not be a shit show, though. For real. Can we not have a shit show today? So yesterday, look at the ad on the right. Look at the 28-day workout. What? She started recording, but she hasn't done anything yet. Hold on. I got to get it pulled up. Coming in hot. Like a fajita. Is that what he says? Like a fajita. And then he goes, I got the flow. And it shows James in those star glasses. Oh my God. So that's Cheryl Matthews back in the day. We'll put her down here. I don't know how old that photo is, but we'll keep our exhibitees up here. I think that worked out good. And then we'll just put the Zoom webinar here. And I got to change this. Day 4. I need coffee. I haven't had coffee. I hit snooze 3 times. 3 times. I can't believe it's day 40. Thank you so much, Sarah Smith. Sarah Smith with 2 super chats already. Thank you. Sarah Smith, Island, and Sarah Smith again. We're going to get that. We're going to get to that weekly goal down there in the yellow. We're coming in hot. Like a fajita. Oh, flying fajitas. I thought he said I'm coming in hot. Like a fajita. Danielle thinks it's going to end in a mistrial. Oh, I hope not. She's peeking. Was that Shannon just peeking over at the prosecutor's desk? We still don't have any audio, so they're probably waiting now for the judge. God. The judge. The jellyfish judge. She has no spine like a jellyfish. Kenny Knackers, yes. Yes, Jennifer and James will be tried separately. And I'm putting together a little recap of the best moments of Jennifer and James over the last 2 years from their court appearances. Not sure when I'll have that. Maybe we'll have that out this week. It's pretty interesting. The dad's trial is supposed to start March 5th. But at the rate we're going here, I don't even know if they'll be done by March 5th. The separation happened because we don't know what it is, but it was new He was either new witness or new evidence or both. And apparently it makes James look really bad. So she asked for them to be separated. Yeah, Murdaugh. Thank you, Scott H, for that reminder. Murdaugh, no new trial. He's going to appeal it. Murdaugh can F directly off. I'm so glad. Because I can't. I can't even look at Murdaugh. Blech. And he sat there like a psycho. Even after he was denied, he sat there all psychotic smiling. He creeps me out. He's a murderer, and he's where he belongs. Roro and Pawpaw can rest in peace. Or Mama and Pawpaw can rest in peace.
Pieces of leakage in a vacuum.
Shannon is wearing black today. She's dressed in black again.
There was a lot of leakage.
I still haven't fixed my sound bites. I feel like such a loser.
Psychopathy.
We're all gonna have so much fuck.
I only have like certain ones.
Everyone's get treated like scum.
I need my stand up back. Potato was stand up in Dropbox. Yeah, he is weird. Island Thrifts. James seems to be the only one with some compassion. Yeah, I'm feeling you. Not literally, honey, but I'm feeling you in the fact that he really showed a lot of emotion, and he actually seemed to care about what happened to Ethan. Paul Clinker. I miss the simpler times of jazz hands. Edward Scissorhands. Thank you, Clank. You are so funny, too. Clinker, keep commenting because you crack me up. His comments, if you read the comments on my videos, are very funny.
C'est la vie, adios, fuck off and die.
Sorry that was so loud. I'm getting geared up here. Are they supposed to start at 8:30 or 9? Because I've gotten confused. They've changed it. Hi, Mr. Rosebud. Good morning. Good morning to you. I'm sorry. Hey, Danielle, wake up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for it to be jamming like that. But wake up anyways.
McNo.
Yeah, she's totally going to throw him under the bus. But the thing is, I think James is going to come out of this looking better than her. Carchie. I know. I'm in rare form. I'm really tired. I had a hard time waking up. It's cold here. Let me tell you what the temperature is, Florida. I mean, when it's cold in Florida, you know the rest of the country is just fucked. Because, yeah, you know. Just the way it is. It doesn't get cold in Florida like this. But let's see what the tempi is. It is 52, and it feels like 52. But it's only going to be a high of 62. You thought you heard 9:30 on the hot mic? I certainly hope not. Oh, I bet, Danielle. I feel bad for the family members that have to sit through this with Shannon, says Allison Taylor. Amen. I do too. 47 over there, Island, eh? Oof. Yeah, I think we're going to be starting at 9. It looks like Jonnifer's on her way in. Here comes John. You want one Jonnifer or two Jonnifers? Because Jonnifer Crumbley didn't do this. Still have no audio. Jonnifer. Oh, there she is. Is she wearing beige today? Beige? Asian black. They planned that. 23 in New Hampshire. Roads are really bad. Court delayed till 9:30. I thought they just walked Jennifer in, though. Maybe the judge is late. No, because she started recording. You heard Jerry was coming in at 9:30? Who's Jerry? Jerry Springer? Is he going to get the galley going, Jerry, Jerry? Christ almighty, it wouldn't surprise me. Hi, Michael. Michael McHone from Tennessee. It's chilly there, too. Oh, we've got audio. Thank you, Judge.
Give me a minute on the transfer.
Scattered Shannon.
Your Honor, calling people, Birch Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-FH.
Thank you, Mark Peace, on behalf of the people.
Good morning,
Donald, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, so last night when I heard about the 55 pictures, Ms. Williams went back and called all of the jurors, all 17 of them, and asked them to not come in until 9:30, which I guess is working out well because they're also calling about the snow. So they're not going to be here till 9:30, which is good. I don't like the jury waiting while we're doing whatever we're doing. So
I would be so annoyed to get a phone call like that.
I had the opportunity to look at various pictures that were presented as evidence. I looked at all the pictures last night and I compared them to your objections, Ms. Smith, but then I thought to myself, I don't have a copy of the pictures that they agree to admit, so I can't tell if things are redundant or whatever it is.
That's why I was having a hard time because I could see what they'd take out, but I couldn't
It was
see
the
what else was
wine.
there.
Admit it, ladies.
Yeah.
I eliminated it. We have far less objections,
Okay.
and then the prosecution is also eliminating 2 more.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to make sure I have the 2 they're eliminating, and then number 215, right?
215.
Okay, so 215's out, 247 is out.
215's out, 247.
Okay, so then I no longer have an objection to 216. So I have, I essentially have 2 very narrow sets of objections.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I have your list, and I've looked at all the pictures, and I have the exhibit list as well, so.
okay, so first, exhibits 22 and 23. I'm 220 and 221.
Okay.
I am asking that one or the other be admitted. It makes it look like.
Let me at your desk here. Hold on
Sure.
a second. I think I know which ones you're referring to, but let me get them in front of me. 220 and 221. Is this in the same room?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
It's the same picture, one's just focused in, one's focused out. I would just ask that one of those be struck so it doesn't appear that there are 2 of what is in those photos.
Okay, is this the same room? Whose room is this?
That's that's Mrs. Crumbley's son's room.
Okay. You have an issue with that? Or don't they depict a similar thing? Right?
It's the same thing. The testimony would be clear that it's the same items in the same room. It's just to give perspective for the witness and the jury.
Okay, so what's the difference? I guess the question would be, why do you need them both?
Just to show the perspective of the location of the room.
Well, it appears to be next to the bed, right? So is it this one sufficient? Oh, it doesn't. Maybe you can't tell what it is.
Correct.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Is
that's
she
the thing.
waving
This
around
shows where-
exhibitors?
221 shows where it is in the
What?
room.
Your cameras
And
are on?
220 shows what it actually is.
Oh my God.
Right? In other words, 221 shows that it's next to the shooter's bed, and 220 shows that it's whiskey. That's the reason.
I understand that. I believe that the photo from farther away, you can tell what it is, and that's simply my objection, but I understand if the court
Yeah, I mean, at first I would, at
Objection.
first I agreed with you, but I don't think that, I don't think you can tell this.
She just turned her camera off. Wow. Why is she flashing those papers? And why'd she just mute us with no notice? Look at her holding up the crime scene photos.
I agreed with you, but I don't think that,
What is going on?
okay, so what's the, I guess the question would be why do you need them?
Court TV didn't mute.
Just to show the perspective of the location of the room.
Well, it appears to be next to the bed, right? So is it this one sufficient?
Look at her. What?
Maybe you can't tell what it is.
Correct.
You didn't do this yesterday because you didn't want the TV cameras to see it.
21 shows what it is in the room, and 220 shows what it actually is. Right? In other words, 221 shows that it's next to the shooter's bed, and 220 shows that it's whiskey. That's the reason.
Whiskey?
I understand that. I believe
What?
that the photo from farther away, you can tell what it is.
Well, we know what
And
it is
that's
now,
something I
assholes.
understand if the court is.
Yeah, I mean, at first I would, at first I agreed with you, but I don't think that, I don't think you can tell this is whiskey from a whiskey bottle from this photo.
Whiskey!
I mean, I guess you could argue it. So anyway, I'm gonna allow them both.
Who had whiskey?
That's 220 and 221.
Correct.
Okay, and then
Kwame
the
Rowe would have
final,
never played around like
argument
this.
Is about exhibits 242 through 244. I am asking that the whiskey bottle in those 3 photographs be redacted because the whiskey bottle is irrelevant. It's the video games were not in the Mrs. Crumbley's son's bedroom. That's from in the house in general, so the court already ruled that alcohol and whiskey bottles would not be in. So I would just ask that those whiskey bottles be redacted from those 3 photos.
I guess the ruling, I have the transcript of the ruling, it was more that someone having alcohol in their house is not indicative in and of itself of gross negligence. So that was the idea.
Well, I feel like, the defense argues that it looks like there's possibly 3 different alcohol bottles, and so it's unnecessary to have 3 alcohol bottles in those photos.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm going to ask, what's the purpose of it aside from throwing dirt at the defendant?
It's the same whiskey bottle as in the defendant's room, Judge. It's clearly not 3 different bottles. You can tell from the pictures that the video games were...
This isn't in the defendant's room, is it? This is in the kitchen?
No, 220 and 221.
Are the defendant's room?
Correct, it's the same
Wait,
brand.
221 is the shooter's room or the defendant's
Shooter's room.
The shooter's
room, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoke.
Okay, so then, Your Honor, if that's the same whiskey bottle, it's clear they put the whiskey bottle...
No, it's not. That's not what I said. It's not the same whiskey bottle, it's the same whiskey brand. The 220, 221 clearly is empty.
Okay.
242, 243, 244. That's where this bottle with alcohol in it was found. It wasn't placed there. It's just one bottle. That's where it was found.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to redact the whiskey bottle. I don't, barring some other evidence, the only reason to admit evidence of there being alcohol in the house is to attempt to ask the jury to believe that if someone has alcohol in their house, they might be a bad parent, or to connect it to the bottle in his room like they gave it to him or something, right?
Well, he was 15 years old at the time of the shooting. It's the same brand that was routinely purchased by the defendant and her husband over a period of weeks and months, and it's the same brand that was recovered in the art studio where they were found on December the 4th. So we do believe it is relevant, especially in light of the stated argument that defense is going to put forth.
Because I'm on national television, I don't want to tell you about the things I did when I was 15 years old. But the shooter could have taken this, right?
Taken
or
the
bought
photograph?
it. The whiskey. Like the jury shouldn't be able to imply that unless there's evidence to the contrary that the defendant and her husband were giving the shooter whiskey.
Judge, the defense counsel has stated specifically that the defendant was, if anything, a hyper-vigilant mother. And if that's going to be the argument, the people should be entitled to explore what that means and what it doesn't mean. So these photographs were taken on November the 30th, the day of the shooting. Mm-hmm. The bottle with alcohol in it wasn't placed in the photograph. Detective Stoic will testify that that's just where it was found. He will testify that the empty whiskey bottle that is the identical brand to the one found in the shooter's bag.
What happened? Did they get busted videoing? I was outside. I think this judge really likes Shannon. Listen. Take your whiskey home. 45 in Newport Richie. You're just north of me.
Well, my baby, she said she's tired of watching me fall down. She wants a good life.
Take your whiskey home. So I guess it's in their room.
She wants a good life. I'm on the best, but I like that bottle better than the rest.
So they were flashing around pictures that they didn't want shown yesterday, right? That was what the whole delay was. And then the judge is flashing them around, letting everybody
I believe
see
we are
them.
still ahead of our initial schedule.
Okay, so you think you're going to
Oh, we're back.
this week?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's our hope.
All right.
Your Honor, I would ask if the prosecution is not calling some of their listed witnesses, they let me know, because there are witnesses on their list I intend to call if they don't, and they're aware of who those witnesses are.
Okay. You can do that, right?
It just depends on how the trial progresses, obviously.
Okay. Well, she might ask you to produce them. That's why.
Yes.
They know who I'm asking them to produce.
Okay.
I've already given the list.
All right. So we'll have a full day today. We have this. Is it Stoic today? Stoic.
Well, like I said, we're working on schedules, but
Okay.
Stoic, Sergeant Pesky.
Okay. I'm trying to think what else on my list. I think I sent you a set of instructions. We both set sets of jury instructions. The jury instructions went back and forth, and then I sent you what I believe is a final set of jury instructions. I realize that they might need to be changed a little bit, right? So if there's anything different or any objections to the current jury instructions, let me know as soon as possible.
I don't see any at this point. The judge will certainly keep an eye on.
Okay.
I don't either, but I obviously will have to revisit that after the proofs.
Okay.
Also, proposed exhibit 424 was the interview transcript. I referenced that yesterday.
Yep.
We provided a copy to defense counsel yesterday. What we have marked now is redacted in accordance with the personal information that was redacted on the audio that we showed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Your Honor, I got this last night.
Okay.
I still need a few minutes to review it.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine. It would just be, if the transcript's accurate, I'd be admitting it. The idea would be if there's something inaudible and you do not agree what was said.
Right.
I either have to listen to it or strike it or whatever it was.
Well,
So.
it's not a transcript that was done by a court reporter.
Right.
It's a transcript that was put together by the prosecutor's office. So I just want to double check to make sure that it's accurate, and also that there's not a side commentary in there that the jury should be making evaluations on. So for example, if this says who is crying, I would object to that being in the transcript.
Well, that was a transcript made before that question was asked. So, just let me know when you're ready to indicate whether you object to any of that exhibit.
Sure, thank you.
Any other housekeeping issues right now?
I don't believe so, Judge.
Ms. Smith, anything?
No, Your Honor, but I just have like 2 pages left, and it looks like the transcript is actually fine. I just needed to review it.
Okay, sure.
Let me just give me 1 second, and I think. Okay, so I have one objection, and it would be to page 16 of that transcript.
I don't have the transcript, but why don't you tell us what the objection is?
Sure. There's one line on here that says JRC, which would be James Crumbley, and it says in italics sobs, and the rest of the transcripts appears to be the words that were spoken. So I believe that characterization about sobs, when that's not a word spoken, I would ask that that be struck. Also, at the time, my client was crying, although not sobbing quite like her husband. So I think it's misleading to note that James Crumbley is sobbing, not mention anything about Jennifer Crumbley crying or sobbing, and it's just irrelevant to this transcript.
Are there any other?
But that should be a decision left to this jury, not to the transcript.
Okay, but I guess James is audibly right?
I believe that you can hear Jennifer sniffling and crying also. She's just not a big crier like he is.
All right, so what's your response? I do think it assists the jury, and if it's accurate, it can assist the jury, because it is hard to hear.
I believe it's inaccurate, it's misleading to say that James is sobbing and not mention that what Jennifer's doing.
If the parties agree, it's admitted. If they
Well,
don't,
it's a transcript of what can be heard, right?
Because when I played it yesterday,
I can hear Jennifer Crumbley sniffling and sobbing. I can hear, not sobbing. I can hear her sniffling and I recognize it to be her. So I believe that the transcript should either reflect that or not reflect either parent.
Mr. Keys, what's your response?
Or the jury should decide what they hear and if they hear Mrs. Crumbley.
Transcript was prepared in November of 2022. It was updated last night with the redactions. Sergeant O'Brien already testified to his impressions, his demeanor. He was there. If counsel wants to make that argument and close the argument, she's certainly free to do so. If the court has listened to the recording, it's in evidence. It's now the court can make the determination if the transcript is accurate, and if so, it'll be given to the jury. If not, then we won't introduce the transcript if there's no agreement. But we believe the transcript does fairly and accurately depict what the recording showed.
It does, but what she's saying is there's an audio portion that shows he's sobbing but doesn't note that she's crying. That's the problem. So
it's counsel's interpretation that her client was crying. Sergeant Bryan was there. He said that she wasn't.
Right.
And he testified that.
He said she wasn't crying?
He said that he didn't recall her to be crying.
He said it was James.
I believe so.
Judge, are you listening?
I mean, we know what Jennifer Crumbley sounds like crying.
Oh my
She's
God, I'm
crying
getting
throughout
so
the trial.
mad.
This court can make the determination. And if the court doesn't believe that this transcript is accurate.
Isn't the jury supposed to make the determination?
Again, the transcript is just to assist the jury because of the audio yesterday.
Oh yeah, I get it. I think it's helpful.
So if they look at it in the jury room deliberations, they'll have the technology provided by the court on a laptop. The audio is clear. I sought to omit it just because it appeared that it was difficult to hear all of it yesterday with the court's monitors in this room. But if there's no agreement, we don't even need to introduce the transcript. It was offered as an aid to the jury.
Okay.
So that's fine.
All right. What else?
I believe, so they're not gonna admit it then?
No, I guess not.
No.
Okay, thank you.
I guess you gotta determine if you want it or not.
No, you got your way, Shannon.
What else?
Wow.
I think we're just waiting for the jury and everybody stuff.
I'm hopeful that will go well. We'll come out as soon as they're all here, okay? So, she'll be brought down, but I want to make sure both doors, because jurors are coming in both ways, so.
Your Honor, I have all the videos that are gonna be admitted. I have not reviewed any other transcripts of videos. If the prosecution intends to use or admit any transcripts, I'm just asking if I could be provided with them so that I could look at them and if we have an issue, then I could raise it. I don't know if they intend to or not, so.
Unlikely.
Unlikely, okay,
Thank you.
all right. So we're gonna let you know, but, can you see if, Kendall? Yeah, because jurors could be coming in right now. Okay, so we're gonna let you know when everybody's here.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Wow. They're going to let us know when the jury gets there. So here we go with the jury date. This is day 4. And this is the second day in a row that the judge has ordered them to come in at a different time than they were scheduled. Now, if you're a juror and you're getting paid $15 an hour, or $15 a day, rather, to come here and do this, right? It's your duty. But you're already on day 3 and they call and say, oh, don't come in yet. Come in later. And then today, again, they get a call at the ass crack. Oh, don't come in till 9:30. And then yesterday they were dismissed at 3:30. They've got to be frustrated. This should be streamlined and it should be going smooth. But Shannon Smith is putting these bumps in the road. And the judge is allowing it. Because the judge doesn't want a mistrial or appeals. So she's being way too lenient, I think. Unbelievable, man. I mean, here we are, 9:20 on day 4, and nothing. If it even goes 3 weeks, I mean, oh my goodness. There's no sound right now. The judge cut us off. I get the road condition thing, but she did call and say don't come until 9:30 because they had to go through this. Ooh, that beige. Woo, woof. Not a good color. Oh my God, her and the prosecutor match. Jennifer and the prosecutor are wearing the same color. Hi, Myron. So now they got to take her all the way back down to the second floor or the basement floor. Yeah, the judge left. We'll let you know when the jury's ready, she said. And left with her coffee. Wow, she even looked at the gallery. She doesn't give a fuck. If I was her, I wouldn't even look out there at the victims. It's 6:20 a.m. there, Craig, right? That does help a little bit. Yeah, she definitely doesn't want to go to prison. Miss Nightbot. Oh, yeah, she must have put on 100 pounds. You been here the whole time listening, Myron? You need to let us know when you're here. So we got about 10 minutes. I guess we can go back and listen to the very beginning of this morning. If you missed it, where we had a hot mic and
it's just irrelevant to this transcript.
Hold on. Let's see if we can't rewind and hear her go on her tirade about her daughter, which was really unprofessional. Let's see. It was right when they opened up the audio. This is a replay of this morning. It's audio. It's a blizzard in Novi. Oh my gosh, be careful if you go out. Thanks, Pink Banjo. Well, it looks like 100 pounds.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay.
She's on the phone. Okay, here we go.
So I'm just letting anyone know. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to FaceTime you.
She FaceTimed someone by accident.
Okay, and then my objections are just in orange. Oh, okay, thank you. I just wasn't understanding.
I just wasn't understanding.
No, you did it great. I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. All right, I really appreciate it. I just felt, I'm so sorry when I was looking at it. I thought it looked like the crazy way I had written it. Thank you. I couldn't stop when I was pulling up to the court.
I couldn't
So
stop.
I drove off the road and I ended up in a ditch. But that car drove right out of the ditch and got me back on the road. So, yeah. So I'm fine. And thank you for checking it. I'll get it on touch you later. Okay? Oh, by the way, Elizabeth is acting like the world's going to end. She was hysterically crying on the way to school because she doesn't have anyone to sit with at lunch. And I can't deal with that during this trial. She's crying hysterically because she has no one to sit with at lunch. And I asked her, I said, is Maggie with lunch? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, let's sit with Maggie. She's like, I can't sit with Maggie. Maggie sits with all her friends. And I was like, she's your cousin. And if she's in your lunch, I was like, go tell Maggie that if she doesn't sit with you, I'll never buy her another damn birthday or Christmas gift again. I was like, tell your cousin to sit with you. So, and then I thought about texting Maggie, and I'm like, I'm not going to get involved in one of those drama. I'm not driving people to to school if there's going to be drama every day. I just can't do it. I know, really. I know. All right, I have to go, but you've got to help me out. If she's going to behave like that, I can't take her to school. I've got enough going on. All right, thank you. Bye.
Jury's gonna come in at 9:30, but there's still preliminary stuff. There's still preliminary stuff we need to go over, right, Counselor?
Yeah, there is, but it's much more minimal than we first anticipated. It's more minimal than what it was at the end of yesterday.
Right, but I guess what I'm wondering, are we doing that before the jury comes in?
Honestly, I have no clue.
Okay, gotcha. So, but 9:30, court will start 9:30, so basically.
I just do whatever they say.
Okay.
But yeah, jurors 9:30. Probably because of the weather, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay, so what you just heard was her on the phone, and she said to tell the cousin, I will never buy her another birthday or Christmas present again if she doesn't sit by you. And then she said, if she's crying hysterically, I can't deal with that while I'm in this trial. So I can't take her to school if she's going to be crying hysterically. So we have Mother of the Year and Mother of the Year defendant. She sounds just like Jennifer. Yuck. Yucky, yucky, yucky. She's awful. I will not buy her another Christmas or birthday present again. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys. Up all night, sleep all day. Thank you for your super chat. Good morning, everyone. You haven't missed anything yet. Hello, Nicole. Hello, Loves Wood Heat. Let's see if we've got sound on Court TV yet. Nope. Nope. They're just waiting for the jury to get there. One-eyed Flo. Hi, Flo. It's good to see you. The jury was supposed to be there at 9:30, so they're having bad weather up there. Cheryl Steyer was gifted a membership by Olip Juice. Thank you, Olip. Gifted memberships. Make sure you've got your gifted membership turned on. My Kid Hipster, my J for Justice cup. It's a crime. One-eyed Flo. Welcome, Cheryl, to the membership. Yeah, the only new thing we got was a hot mic in the beginning where Shannon is super bitch aunt. She's like, if your cousin won't sit by you, you tell her I'll never buy her a birthday or Christmas gift again. The jury is still enjoying their shredded wheat. Clinker. Oh, Schmicky. Y'all be careful. I hate driving in that stuff. So Shannon said she went into a ditch. Mother of cycle breakers. She said, I went in. Oh my God, I lost control pulling into the courtroom. And I went into ditch. And oh my God, that car, I got right out of the ditch. And then she told someone in the courtroom, like the cameraman from Court TV, she's like, yeah, I don't care how long it takes to get home. I just wanted to make it to work on time. She's like, I got 2 bottles of wine on ice. I don't give a damn how long it takes me to get home. Jody, aloha. I'm 30 minutes behind. Why spend so long discussing if 1 or 2 photos go in? Crazy. I think she's just doing it to delay and like stall and confuse and just be an asshole. Be careful, Michelle, if you have to go out. Stacy, can you imagine the daughter? You have to sit with me or my mom won't buy you a present for Christmas or your birthday ever again. Yeah, she's creating a little Shannon, a little bully. I mean, that's a little bully thing to say. And to teach your kid to say that, like, if you don't do what I want you to do, my mom's not going to buy you Christmas or birthday gifts ever again. Hi, Mark Klein. Where have you been? Mark Calvin Klein. Lucia, you had shredded wheat for dinner. The dinner of champions. I know the judge really doesn't speak up, does she? Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm afraid that she's kind of making her daughter like her, and that's kind of sad. Hell yeah, she's got 2 bottles on ice. She don't care how long it takes to get home. She don't want to get home to that bratty kid anyway. If she's going to cry and have emotions, I can't deal with that during this trial. Like, I can't deal with my kids' emotions while I'm working a trial. She's an unbelievable person. I hope that's what the little girl says to her. I don't want your mom's shitty presents anyways. But that poor little girl is, not only being called dramatic. I mean, obviously, we know how little kids are. Their feelings get hurt. Mark Klein just bonded out. I'm sorry, Meg. I will try not to yawn. I hit snooze 3 times today. Mother of cycle breakers, be careful driving to work, please. Take your time. Weatherman says 1 to 3, we get 6 to 8. And when they say 6 to 12, you get a dusting. Yeah. Shannon is very dramatic. There she is, thumbing through papers. Exactly, Island. So I'm putting together a little compilation of the last 2 years of Jennifer and Shannon and Mariel Lehman and James in court. So we're going to have a nice little video to watch probably within the next few days because I can't work on it during the day because I'm doing this. So it's something I'm going to have to work on after the fact. Unless I transfer it over to my laptop. But yeah, Michigan, it could be like sunny and nice. You're at the park, and then the next day you've got 6 inches of snow. Right. Lori, I mean, here she is, right? I mean, how ironic was hearing that phone call about her kid when here we are on trial with a neglectful parent, right? She's trying to prove that Jennifer Crumbley didn't neglect Ethan, didn't neglect to get him help when he needed it or wanted it, even if he didn't want it. It doesn't matter if he wanted it or not. She still should have provided it, right? So then she's on there, talking shit like that. It's just like gross. Did you guys hear that bird? Michelle says, I've never seen such a disorganized case. Oh, no. Michigan was made for snowmobiles. Yep. Actually, in the upper part of Michigan, to get to Mackinac Island, in the winter, people just drive snowmobiles across the water. Paul Klinker, today. I went yesterday. I'm getting a new P.O. box, like an actual USPS one. And I went there yesterday and they needed another piece of ID with my address. So I've got to go back today. But I'll have it today. Michael McCone, question. If parents are going to be charged with this, what about all the little turds in Chicago and other cities that are out there at all hours looting, burning, and shooting? What about their parents? I mean, that's a really good question, Michael. And it does kind of, melts over into the precedence of this case. But I think, and this is just my opinion, I feel like they really want to make an example with the school shooters. But yeah, I mean, this certainly could melt over into that, right? But I highly doubt that prosecutors across the country in the inner cities are going to start just charging people left and right because that costs money, right? Like that would cost a lot of money to go after every gangbanger's parents. Yeah, tip uptown. But yeah, like, it's a good question. But I just feel like that we're not going to see like this outpour of tons of new cases because it costs so much money to prosecute. And I think this is more of a wake-up call / precedence for the people in like the middle class, like upper middle class, that you're not absconded from this, right? I mean, the people that are gangbangers, they're already living a shitty life. Like, you really can't make their life much shittier in the inner cities and in Chicago and shit. Their life is already shitty, right? And God knows, like, if they ran away from home at 14 and they're involved in this gang and you don't know where they're getting, their weapons and things like that. But this is a direct child, like an only child living at home. There's no reason. No, don't apologize, Michael. I think it's awesome. I love that. And it's a great question. And it really brings a lot of discussion with it. I love it. Don't ever apologize for your thoughts, because I love, like, deep thinking. But I feel like it's more of a precedence to, the average American parent who finds themselves with a disturbed child and doesn't do anything about it, and then not only doesn't do anything about the mental health part, but then, hey, he wants to be involved with guns. He's interested in that. So we're just going to buy one. And then we're going to keep it in a drawer. So this is the gun. Okay. The gun was in a drawer. It wasn't locked up. And the bullets were under some jeans in the bedroom. So it sounds to me like that's why they don't want their messy house to come into play, because they weren't organized. And all they did was, hide the bullets under some jeans and throw the gun in a drawer. Absolutely, it is a great question. There's Carlin. Karchi, just summon me up. It creates responsibility for parents. Thank you. That was a good way to word it. I just feel like, if you go to, give downtown Detroit, for example, you go to downtown Detroit and you find, kids that, if there's a shooting with a young kid, you hear about it. I don't feel like that happens every day in Detroit, but this is a minor, number one, right? This isn't an adult. Ethan was 15. And plus, in the inner city gangs, you can't really narrow down where they got the gun. So I think that might be a lot of it is, wake up, people. Check on your kids. It's not hard to get your kids someone to talk to. It really isn't. Not that every counselor is good, or not that your kid's going to love it. But it's all about your approach. But see, Shannon, she shoves her kid aside because she's got this big career. She can't deal with her daughter's emotions because she's in trial. Yes, Anna, it's on my channel. I actually uploaded it last night. It's the interview they played yesterday. I don't see anything wrong with fake guns. I really don't. I really, really don't. Jessica, I respect that you don't want to do that. I don't have little kids right now, so it's hard for me to say if I would or wouldn't. Hi, Miss Robin. Good morning. No new trial for Murdoch. Schmicky, growing up in a really big family, I can understand a messy house or disorganized home, but most times the parents ensure the important stuff kids get into are put away. There's one thing to say about a messy house, and there's a cluttered house. Messy, people's houses get messy, but I feel like their house was more of like a clutter, dirty, But I don't see anything wrong with fake guns. I don't. I just think that you just got to be aware and you got to talk to your kids and you got to know what's going on in their minds, you know? And you got to keep forgetting that, or you got to forget that they don't have privacy, okay? They're kids. And gone are the days when we can give these kids privacy because there's pedophiles. Look at this Derek Rosa down here in Florida. He talked to some kid and then stabbed his mother. We have no idea, or not even a kid. We don't even know. He talked to somebody on a game and then went and stabbed his mother while she lay next to her newborn baby and then sent videos and pictures to his gamer friend. Hey, I did it. I mean, what? This didn't come out of nowhere. This is too much time gaming. I just think you got to be really careful. Oh, Jess, I don't blame you. I'm so sorry you went through that. So sorry for your loss. At 4, yeah, I wouldn't introduce anything. I would just go with go with the innocent toys. 4 years old. What's the difference between a fake gun and a fake game? Like a video game? I feel like those video games are just realistic. And I think from a young age, those kind of desensitize to the reality of what you're looking at, you know? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong, like they shouldn't have those video games. Like Carlin, obviously you enjoy those video games. And that's great. But these kids play it day in and day out. Think about COVID too. This was during COVID when Ethan did this. And if they're playing that, 12 hours a day and it looks real. I mean, it looks so real that sometimes you can't even tell it's not real. So why would it be any different to walk in your school and do it? You know what I'm saying? I just think that there has to be moderation for everything like that. It's too realistic and you get too enthralled. And not only that, like when I was a kid and I played video games, like you died. You didn't, your game couldn't be saved and for you to, I'm going to go eat and then come back and finish it. If you died, you were like, fuck, I got to take a break because I can't go through 12 more levels right now. You had to start over. These kids never have to start over. And I feel like when they're in this game, that looks so real. And they have all these friends set in there, right? They have all these friends to talk to. So it's not just an independent game. Like we sat there, That's where all their friends are. Me too, Michael. I miss it so much. Speaking of which, you should subscribe to my second channel, Gen X TV. Yep. Some pretty cool stuff. Just started it this year. So yeah, I think it becomes their reality because I don't think if you think about it this way, if you spend a lot of time on the computer, like doing anything, whether you're, researching something or watching videos or whatever you're doing, if you're on there for a long time and you get off, like you feel weird, you feel a little disconnected. I know when I'm on here too long, I don't feel right for a while. Like it can make your head just feel like cloudy and foggy. And it's just, there's a such thing as too much screen time, no matter what it is. And I feel like add that screen time and that alternate reality with all of this violence and realistic blood and guns and killing. I mean, you're going to be like, this is nothing. especially if you're a child and that's what you're introduced to right away. Danielle says TikTok does that to her head. I understand. And we have no control over what we see in these games, you know? Well, that's the thing, Carlin. Like, you have self-control, right? Like, you know when, all right, I'm done. Like, I've had enough. But kids don't have those restraints. Carlin says my parents gave us time restraints. See, and that's the problem. And not only that, I noticed even when my kid was growing up, my middle son loved video games. Loved them. Loved them, loved them, loved them. And when I would take them away, he would have a fit. A fit. And I'm not going to lie, it made you not want to take the fucking things away. Because like Shannon said, I can't deal with this. It's hard. It's hard to deal with that. But some kids love the games, and they love them because some of the kids don't like sports, right? So what are these schools, once you get to middle school and high school, what is the focus? It's not academics. Don't lie to yourselves. High school is not about academics. High school is about sports. At least where I came from, sports were the main thing. Sports. Especially high school. And if your kid doesn't like sports or they're not good at sports, they're not going to play sports. So what are they going to do? Because there's nothing for creative children in schools, in public schools. There isn't. Sorry, there's not. Yeah, these kids freak out. And you know what? When they freak out like that, you know there's like I was like, whoa. I looked at him like he was an alien. I was like, what in the hell are you having a meltdown about? Your Xbox? Are you kidding me? Oh, there's so much in this world beyond sports. I can't stand it. I mean, I'm all for sports, whatever, but it's not the end all be all. They need to really, let these kids get their creativity out at a younger age so that when they get to the high school and they get to graduation, they have more of an idea of what they want to do. And we won't have either the sports kids go to college and the other kids just don't do anything or go to community college and then fizzle out. Public schools are not on the side of creativity. Potato said she doesn't even think her daughter's school even has music anymore. I mean, we used to have home ec in junior high. I didn't go to middle school. I went to junior high. So in junior high, we had home ec, music, woodworking. I made a wooden fucking spoon in 7th grade. How many kids right now can say they made a wooden fucking spoon in woodwork or whatever it was called? Woods. I think they just called it woods. Schmicky, your baby sister's school has no arts? Sad. Me too, Zen dreaming. Yeah, we had machine shop. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not saying it's bad for kids. I mean, I think everything in moderation. My boys played video games, and they're fine. But you just have to be aware, and you have to be able, And like Meg said the other day, Mega said it best the other day. You have to be able to say no to your children. That's the first thing. And I think all of us who have struggled, whether it's because whatever, if you've struggled, following through or staying strong with, your discipline or whatever, it's hard. But I think that's one thing I learned. I wish that I would have said no more, because I think I would have been a more effective parent had I said no more. And that's one thing I learned. I mean, parenting doesn't come with a manual. Yeah, you're not their friend. You're not there to please them all the time. And it's okay to tell them no, because that is the main thing that I think a lot of these kids this age don't realize, is that their kids haven't been told no. So then they get out into the adult world and they don't know what the hell to do because they've never been told no. They think everything is going to go their way. And when it doesn't, their world crumbles. They don't know how to handle it. That's when they have anxiety and breakdowns, because they're not prepared for negative shit, because we want to shelter them from all of that. We want to keep them kids. Well, they still have to realize that there's winners and losers. There's bad days and good days. You're going to fail sometimes. It's okay to fail. And that's what I told my daughter. We just had this discussion not too long ago. I'm like, if you don't fail at something, how do you learn? Because you don't know everything. You're not born knowing everything. So if you don't try something and fail at it, how do you get any better? How do you learn? You don't. I mean, these kids can't even sit down and do an interview face to face with someone in person. They can't talk. I'm nervous. I got anxiety. They got anxiety because they're anticipating things all the time. Because they're not prepared. When we anticipate and give ourselves anxiety, it's because we feel unprepared and uncertain. That's what anxiety is. We don't feel like we're on solid ground. But if you give your kids that solid ground and that happy medium to where it's okay to fail. It's okay to not be right. It's okay to get a bad grade every now and then. It's okay to explore this and not like it. It's okay to like this when everybody else doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, there's no failing. We're always learning. I mean, you learn every day of your damn life up until the day you die. Carlin, all right, let me scroll back. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now. I just, if I could go back, those are things I would do better. If I could go back to when my kids were little. Jay, so many of my friends from high school became teachers. They are now all accepting early retirement because they can't handle the parents of the students. It's the Gen X parents. Wow. Robin. We had a girl in here the other day from Michigan who her mom worked at Utica High School, or I think it was Utica High School. If you're in here, whoever said that from the mitten, and Robin, you weren't here, but I was going to try to link you because of Utica High. I was like, oh my God. All right, let me see Karchi. My brother, he's 20. He moved in. He's more into sports video games and shooting games that don't have blood. Where am I? Your household is very different. Flo just gifted 5 memberships. Carlin, I can't find it. But I agree with all your comments. You have to check in with them. I must not have went back. It is going fast. Do you want me to slow it down a little bit? You love the soapbox? Thank you so much, One-Eyed Flo. Aluminum Brain, Crafts and Crime, Michael McHone. Michael McHone, welcome. Mother of Cycle Breakers. Lucy, or not Lucia, Jana. Welcome, 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 guys. Hey, don't you think this started with people our age? I'm 59. I struggled raising my children by myself. We had to find things to do, and I need my kids to listen to me. I think that our generation is the generation of the divorces. Like, my parents didn't get divorced, but they were like not the norm. Thank you. Thank you, Karchi. The noble cow sister Jay. They are silent sometimes. What? I don't know what that means, Clinker. In the 80s, I took speech class. Yeah, speech class. And you gave a talk on the evil of video games. Do you still have it, Kat? Oh my gosh, Kat. If you have that, I would love to read it. If you would let me. I would love to. Please tell me you have that. Like in a chest somewhere that your mom saved. Can I play the audio? I can, but it looks like they're coming in. Let me let me see. I did record it. How'd you guys know? If not, I'll play it at break. Yeah, that's it, Potato. It's like, oh yeah, it looks like they're coming in now. We'll do that on break. They should teach them. Yeah, I mean, these kids don't even know how to write a check if they had to. Let's face facts. Basic math, basic finances, cursive writing, all of the above. Good morning, Angie B. We had a smoking area, or no, we didn't. It was gone before I got there, but we made our own in the parking lot. So different times. Shaky Shannon, not too well, not too well. I thought we were going to start, but it was psych. I thought I saw Jennifer come in, but now we're waiting for the judge. She's got the coffee poops. Cheryl Matthews. That's awesome, Danielle. I think some schools do, Jana. I don't know if all of them do. I don't know if it's mandatory anymore. I agree, Allison. Because she was pissed off, Amy, and she can't control herself. Angie B has entered the room. Remember back on Yahoo or AOL? It would be like your screen name, like Alip Juice has entered the room. Judge has the bubbles. Hi, true crime and other stuff. See, Scott H., a lot of them don't know how to write checks. I mean, it's crazy to me. She did, Karen D. I'm trying to find it, but they're coming in, so we'll have to wait until after court. I did save it. I'm gonna actually airdrop it to my laptop. I'll make a little short out of Mother of the Year. How about that? You know what? Maybe Paul Clank is waiting for the Great Pumpkin. I just can't believe it. 10:07. We still haven't started, but I'll see if I can make a little short out of Shannon. Mother of the Year, defending Mother of the Year. They're both mothers. Mothers of the Year. Let's see. Is this it? No, that ain't it. I'm going to find it. I bet this is it. You might just hear audio. Hold on.
Are just in orange.
Yeah, this.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just wasn't understanding.
Okay, this is it right here. She gets on the phone. Listen.
I really appreciate it. I just felt, I'm so sorry when I was looking at it. I thought it looked like the
Oh shit.
crazy way I had written it.
The judge is back, so we'll play this on break. Although she hasn't turned on her audio yet. God, this judge is getting on my nerves as much as Shannon, to be honest. Let me get the court TV audio up because she's obviously not going to put us back yet.
When that's going to happen, can you give me a heads up? Because then I can have Elena go downstairs and grab me something, because otherwise I don't have enough time. Yesterday it took 25 minutes for us to get through the line to get something.
Are you kidding me?
I need to eat Judge a meter.
I have some bagels that were just ordered with Judge Callahan.
I have to have soup because nothing goes down my esophagus.
I need soup that I made.
I can have her run down if you just give me like a little heads up.
Okay, usually the lunch is delivered on noon, so.
You know what I like?
Are you kidding me? I can only eat soup. It's the only thing that will go down my esophagus. I gotta rewind a little bit. I gotta see how this happened.
They're all here.
Judge, your witness is pulling in the contracts now.
You're supposed to be here at 8:30.
Yes. Came from out of town.
They're already thinking about lunch. They haven't gotten anything done today.
Okay, so you don't want them to be here.
No.
No, you guys don't need to go on record yet, then, right? I'll just wait for this. I'm going to ask the jury if half an hour is enough for lunch, okay? But it gets delivered right there, so I don't know why not. So.
When that's going to happen, can you give me a heads up? Because then I can have Elena go downstairs and grab me something, because otherwise I don't have enough time. Yesterday it took 25 minutes for us to get through the line to get something. I need to eat Judge a meter.
I have some bagels that were just ordered with Judge Callahan.
I have to have soup because nothing goes down my esophagus.
I need soup that I made.
I can have her run down if you just give me like a little heads up.
Okay, usually the lunch is delivered on noon, so.
You know what I like? Yeah, soup. I definitely like soup. I'll write it down for you. Okay. I just need stuff that won't go down my. Appreciate it.
Remember the check.
I'll tell you, because she's just.
I can't. I really can't. I don't even know what to say.
Oh, here. And you get whatever you want. Of course.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
I can't with this. I have homemade soup that I made. She's mom's mad because Shannon doesn't like her soup. She's making a note. No hard vegetables in the soup. Will not go down Shannon's esophagus. Thanks, Deb K. It's my old lady wisdom. Can you just order me some broth? Oh, that's perfect. No crackers. They won't go down. Sends her daughter to school saying, my mom said you gotta sit by me or else she's not buying you presents.
Thank you. Elena is going to get me lunch.
We're talking about lunch. Dude, you haven't even gotten proceedings started yet.
Yeah, they,
I'm so disappointed with Oakland County right now. I can't even believe this. I thought this would be the most professional trial. I thought it would go smooth. They've had months. And it's not the prosecutors. It's not the prosecutors. Could you imagine? Remember Ethan's judge, Kwame Rowe? The black man? He would not take any of this shit. None of it. Yes, Central Florida mommies. She did. She said she is not buying. She said to tell her daughter, to tell her cousin, she will not get any Christmas or birthday gifts again. It really is disappointing. I really thought that this would be a well put together trial, but I think Karen McDonald is well put together and had everything done the way she's supposed to. I don't think this should reflect on the prosecutors. Mother says, as a resident of Oakland County, it is embarrassing. Yeah, the jury's there. They just haven't brought him in the courtroom yet. No, you're right, Miss Kay. And good morning to you. They've had no flow since the beginning. You're right. Judge Matthews hasn't even turned on her camera yet. Like, just turn it on. You know court TV's recording. Oh, Karen McDonald must be beside herself dealing with these antics. I feel bad for her because she's organized. You know, I don't know, Allison. I hope not. Hi, Janice. Good morning. And you got to remember the jury's not in here for all of this. So the jury's not going to be quite sure of the reason for these delays. They're probably being lied to. Oh, we're just organizing some things. But it's really Jennifer's lawyer saying, like, disputing things that she should have disputed in the pretrial hearings. And just because she didn't look at them, that's her fault. But nope, the judge gives her an out. If I was one of the jury people, I'd get COVID right now. I'd be like, Judge, I think I'm coming down with COVID. The jury's placing their lunch order. Pathetic. Karen is the blonde prosecutor on the right. She's the Oakland County prosecutor. Classy lady. And she's got to deal with this trash.
So you're right. I mean, in terms of, I do know that.
She's so loud, too.
I used to be honest with you, when I saw Wisconsin, I didn't know this right. I was like, oh my God, these people have a lot of guns. I'm just saying that, like, that's why it looks really nice. It looks like guns. Slow.
If you go back to, I was making those clips of the video I'm working on from the last 2 years. When she was still with her partner, Lehman did all the talking because they represented both clients together. Lehman did most of the talking in the hearings. And I think that Shannon counted on Lehman holding it together. Lehman, then they had to separate. And Shannon didn't look at anything. She was hoping on Ethan testifying and his doctors testifying. and being able to make him look like a liar, stating he really didn't tell his parents he needed help. He lied to his friend. What do you want from Panera? Just some broth, please. Ew. Use a Kleenex. You nasty thing.
Oh, those tank tops again were coming tonight. Oh my god, I forgot the weather season. So I have to bring you more outfits to the jail. Okay. I'm sorry, I only brought you out in through today. I didn't really say something. Snowstorm. Hey, Dash, are you at the office? Question mark.
All right, good, thank you.
I need to bring you out into the jail.
No, I understand.
But I can have her parents take it because they're in town. If I can get hold of them, Dash. Actually, I don't even know if they're in town. Dash, I'm going to delete that. I don't know. Do you know if your parents are in town? Okay, I don't either. So. I just sometimes get really text from Dad. Does that surprise you? I'm trying to coordinate because we have to bring Jennifer clothes for the rest of the week, Dash. I ordered some tank tops on Amazon that are coming that are longer to go under what she's wearing.
Miss Smith? I'm not positive we're not keeping the same.
The audio's not on, right?
The audio? I can turn it off.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, well,
he had it off. So
Oh, whoops. How's those tank tops from Amazon? Oh, look at her. You're getting my personal calls, Judge. I didn't know he was listening to my personal calls. Danielle, they do. Oh my God. Hold on. This is a shit show if I've ever seen one. We can't read it. Oh my God, they're showing her. This is why cameras in the media get kicked out of the courtroom, y'all. This is why. Oh, snap. Oh, and they were worried about paperwork? Oh, snap. No, the audio's not on, but they're showing your phone. Wow. Jennifer and Ethan look so much alike, it's sick. It's too blurry. You can't read it. What a mess. Jesus. Oh, here comes Cheryl with turning on the court cam. We got court audio. We go from one to the other. We got court audio, but no video. She might be doing it on purpose. You never know.
Rise for the jury.
All rise. Here we go. The jury's coming in. Will we get started?
Are you guys okay with half hour lunch? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. Prosecutor, who's next witness?
Mr. Nick Ejak.
Sorry, can you say it again?
Nick Ejak.
Nick Ejak.
Oh God, we've got Ejak up first. Whopper.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please step up and have a seat. And then can you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Nicholas Ejak, first name Nicholaas, last name Ejak, E-J-A-K.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2021. Where were you working at that time?
Oxford High School.
And what were you doing then?
I was the dean of students.
How long had you been employed at that time with the Oxford School District?
That was my first year.
I'm sorry?
That was my first year.
Okay. And you're with a different school district now?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, please, what exactly the Dean of Students at Oxford High School did.
So the dean of students is responsible for all of the student body, behavior, discipline, attendance, academic intervention, behavior intervention.
Okay. So walk us through a typical day as the Dean of Students at Oxford High School, at least in the fall of 2021.
Sure. So in the fall, also, we were, in 2021, we were dealing through the COVID-19 pandemic. So in addition to those responsibilities, due to the health order, part of my responsibility was ensuring that everybody was masked up. So that was part of the job throughout the day too, was to ensure students had access to masks, but they were also wearing them. Students being referred throughout the day from teachers based on behavior they're seeing in class, students coming down to report stuff going on in the building, conflicts they're having, conflicts they're hearing about, attendance issues where kids aren't coming to school or they're showing up late frequently to class. At the time, we didn't have an attendance policy coming out of COVID, so that's also part of my responsibility, was to put together a policy that would work for the school.
Okay, so yesterday we heard from Sean Hopkins, who was a school counselor, and he said that there were 4 counselors. How many Dean of Students were there? 1. Okay, so will the responsibilities of a school counselor differ from the responsibilities of the Dean of Students?
Yes, that's correct.
How so?
So counseling, they oversee, to my understanding, they oversee college and career planning, class scheduling, mental health of the student body, planning events in relation to like extracurricular activities, the Oakland Schools Technical Campus. There's a lot of responsibilities that has no relation to the Dean of Students role.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you would be called in when there was a discipline problem in class.
Correct. That was the main function of my responsibility.
Okay. And as you said at that point, the county health department mandated masks, or is that the state order?
I believe that was Oakland County.
Okay. And so it was your responsibility to also mandate compliance with that?
Correct.
Okay. So November of 2021, all students and staff were wearing a face mask?
Correct, with the exception of anyone that had a medical exception.
Okay, thank you. Now, how long had you been in that role as of November of 2021?
That would be 4 months.
Okay, so when you started that school year?
Yes.
All right. And where did you work before? What did you do?
So prior to that, I was a long-term substitute teacher for Lake Orion schools. Once again, coming out of COVID, I had been laid off as the Dean of Students out on the west side of the state, where I was running an alternative high school program. And so I had returned to this side and was able to obtain employment as a long-term substitute teacher.
Okay.
With the idea that it would be temporary for,
Sure.
for that school year.
So in November of 21, how long have you been in education?
9 years.
Okay. Now, we heard a little bit about Power School yesterday, at least through the Oxford School District. What does that mean?
So Power School is a student information system where essentially a bunch of data on students is stored and accessible for teachers, administrators, students, and parents. Everybody has a different view of that, but it's the same system. So if you're a parent, there's a parent view where you're able to see specific things to your child as a parent. For students, it's the same thing. You can see stuff for your students, which includes your grades, missing assignments, and then like my view as a part of the school staff administration would be to be able to see all of that information.
Okay.
And input information to that as well.
And as an administrator, you're able to input, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And that came with every student in the district, would that be right?
Correct.
Now, was Jennifer Crumbley's son a student at Oxford High School in the fall of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to November of 2021, did you have any interaction with him?
I did not know.
I want to direct your attention to November the 29th, 2021. That's the day, that's a Monday, the day before the shooting. Did you receive an email regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
I did, yes.
I'm going to direct you to the screen that's in front of you. This was admitted yesterday as People's Exhibit 158. This is an email to you and Miss Pam Fine.
Correct, yes.
Okay. It was sent from whom?
From Jacqueline Cavino.
And is she a staff member at Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. In what capacity does she work?
She is an English teacher.
Okay. And go ahead, and this was already admitted, go ahead and read us the email that you received.
Good morning. I had a student during first hour today, Ethan Crumbley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them.
Okay. And this email was sent at 9:32 a.m. to both you and Ms. Fine. Please give the jury an idea of who Ms. Fine is and what her responsibilities were at that time.
Sure. So Ms. Fine is the restorative practices coordinator and the anti-bullying coordinator for the district. However, her position is housed at Oxford High School, but she does work in all the other buildings throughout the district. And she had previously been, before my employment, the dean of students there. And so due to her role with anti-bullying and restorative practices, her and I would often team up together to handle the behavior and discipline throughout the school.
Okay.
So that's why both of us were sent this email.
So when you received this email, what did you do?
So by the time I had actually,
well, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
If you recall, when did you actually receive the email? When did you actually read it?
When I received the email, it was probably around 11 a.m.
Okay.
I was aware that there was an email.
And tell us what happened with the situation.
So when I was made aware of the email, it was coming from Ms. Fine, who had overheard me returning to my office from a meeting that I was in when this email was initially sent.
Your office was in the administrative section of the Oxford High School?
Yes. Okay. My office was right next to hers.
Next to Ms. Fine's?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we often would just like kind of yell out if we needed to talk to one another, and then one of us would walk over to the other's office.
Okay.
And so she had heard me returning to my office, and I remember her saying, "Hey, do you remember that email we got today?" And I said, "What email?" And then that's when I had walked over to her office and pulled it up on my phone, and she began to explain to me that she had read the email and knew that I was in the meeting, and I believe she even responded, got it to the teacher.
Okay.
And walked me through the steps she took, which was calling the student down.
Mr. Hopkins was with Ms. Fine in the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The meeting had since ended, and so like she was just walking me through what they did.
Okay. So she updated you on what happened in the meeting?
I'm sorry, what?
She gave you an update on what happened in the meeting?
Yes,
with
correct.
Jennifer Crumbley's son? Okay. After you received that information, did you determine if you had to take any steps regarding discipline?
It wasn't necessary that I did anything further. She did everything that I would have done.
All right. Did you have any additional interaction with that student at all on Monday the 29th?
No.
Okay. Now, moving towards, did you receive any emails later on in the evening, Monday the 29th, regarding a student? Anything at all with him?
I
Exhibit
don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. November the 30th, Tuesday. This has already been admitted on your screen here as People's 160. This is an email from Miss Morgan. And who is she and what does she do?
Miss Morgan is a math teacher at Oxford High School.
Okay. So she sent this email to you as well as Mr. Hopkins Tuesday, November 30th at 9:32 a.m.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Up until this point in time, did you have any conversations regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
Prior to this email?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So I was in my office Tuesday morning when Miss Morgan had walked down to the front office just looking to share some information about a student that had drawn inappropriate things on a piece of paper. And I was the only person available to respond to that or to hear her out.
So let me ask you this. This is People 74. It's already been admitted. You said a piece of paper. Is this what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. So prior to the email at 9:32 a.m., Miss Morgan showed you this, which has been admitted as People 74?
She showed me an image of that on her cell phone. Yes.
On her cell phone, okay.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that it was during our second period of the day. However, I don't remember what time.
Okay, that's fair. Tell us about that conversation when she came and showed you this picture.
She had said she just needed to share that a student had written some inappropriate things on an assignment. And so I told her, I kind of waved her into my office since everybody else was occupied. And she had turned her phone around and showed it to me. And I had noticed the name on the top that I recognized from the day before when Ms. Fine had shared that information with me.
Mm-hmm.
And my response to that was, I need to go get his counselor. And her response was, I need to get back to class.
Okay. So that was in the second hour, you think?
Correct.
Okay. So obviously it was before the email sent at 9:30?
Yes.
All right. Now, what was your initial response in seeing this, Exhibit 74?
That I needed to alert his counselor.
And why is that?
Because it seemed like he might need somebody to talk to, or we might need to figure out how we could get him some additional help.
Okay. Now, when you first looked at this drawing, what's the first thing that jumped out at you?
The statements.
Which
the
one
blood everywhere is what I noticed first. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those were the things that stood out to me.
Okay. So when you were shown this, were you thinking of a lens through discipline or through his counselor?
Counseling, 100%.
Why do you say 100%?
Because I don't notice anything on there that would rise to the level that there would be any type of student discipline.
Okay. So what happened next, please?
So Miss Morgan left my office, and I left my office. She returned to her classroom, and I walked down to the counseling area to alert Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And did you show this drawing to Mr. Hopkins?
I did not.
Okay. When you say you alerted him, what do you mean?
So when I arrived to the threshold of the doorway in his office, before I even said a word, he said to me, Ethan Crumbley. And my response was, yeah, how did you know? And so he had shared that he had received an email that morning from another teacher regarding Ethan Crumbley. And his understanding was that's why I was there. And that's when I had shared with him that I had received a drawing from Miss Morgan with those statements on it.
Okay, this drawing right here, Exhibit 74?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now tell us what happened next, please.
His response, Mr. Hopkins' response to that was, I'll go get him from class right now. And he stood up from his chair and walked down to the math class and grabbed Ethan.
Okay, did you go with him or did you stay?
I remained in his office.
Okay. And did Mr. Hopkins bring him back to his own office?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what did you do?
I sat in there and mostly listened to the conversation.
Okay, let me stop right there.
Sure.
So just so we're clear on the chronology, Mr. Hopkins retrieved the defendant's son from class, brought him back to his office where you were waiting?
Correct.
Okay. And then was a conversation ensued between Mr. Hopkins and the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he testified yesterday, so without telling us what words were actually said by each other, tell us what you did and why.
I just sat there to listen for one, to be an additional adult for support. I feel it's important in my job to know that there's more than one adult in the building that cares about the students. And so it was important to me that I was there for support, but also there in case there was a reason that there was behavior that rose to the level for discipline.
Okay. And during that initial conversation, did your opinion ever change to look at this as a counseling lens or a discipline lens?
No, it did not change.
Right. Was a decision made to call that student's parents?
Yes.
Okay. And who made the decision?
Sean had made that decision.
Okay. And were you there when he made that phone call?
I was, yes.
Okay. And we have evidence that suggests it was at 9:24 and 9:27 a.m. when phone calls were made. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Were you in the office when the calls were made?
I was, yes.
Okay. Were you in the office when a portion of the phone call was on speakerphone?
I was, yes.
Tell us what you recall from that conversation.
So I recall Mr. Hopkins putting the phone on speaker so that the conversation could be had collectively. And so Sean Hopkins had introduced myself and said we were there with Ethan. And during that conversation, he had forwarded the email that we got of this assignment to his mother.
Is that the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
That is, yes, correct.
Okay.
So that she could see it in real time while we were having the conversation.
Okay. Did the defendant make any statements regarding that?
I believe she said, "What were you thinking? Why did you do this?"
Okay. And that was while on the speakerphone where her son would be able to hear?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when, well, at some point the defendant and her husband arrived at the school?
Correct.
Okay. So in the time period that elapsed from that phone call to the time period when the defendant and her husband arrived at the school, what did you do?
So once the conversation had ended, we had already changed class periods and it was now our third hour of the day. And so his backpack was still remaining in the math class. And so it's a common protocol that our security or a hall monitor or someone will go retrieve the students' belongings if they're still waiting on a parent meeting or still having a conversation. That way it's not left when other students arrive.
Okay, so what did you do?
So I left Mr. Hopkins' office and walked down to Miss Morgan's classroom to retrieve his backpack.
Okay, and did you give it to him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At that point in time, with the COVID protocols in place, were students using lockers?
Not at all.
Okay, so every student had a backpack with them at all times?
Every student had a backpack.
Okay. Now, what was your expectation of what was to occur at the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley at the school?
So my understanding was that we were going to discuss what would be best to move forward next for getting him some additional help, and that would be happening that afternoon.
Okay. As in happening that afternoon, what does that mean?
That he would be leaving from the parent meeting with his parents.
Okay. Were you in the counseling office during the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley?
For most of it, yes.
Okay. And who led the meeting primarily?
Mr. Hopkins did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how that meeting progressed.
So when I arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were already in his office, and they had already began talking about the events that led to the parent meeting. And the edited drawing.
And you said, so this is exhibit 123. So is this what you're referring to as the edited drawing?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
That was on the table because Mr. Hopkins had retrieved that from the teacher when he went to get Ethan from class.
Okay.
So that was on the table and for them to view, although like I mentioned before, Sean had emailed a copy of the original document to Mrs. Crumbley. And so they were kind of discussing what was next. And she had a pamphlet or a packet of resources that the district provides.
So who gave her that?
Sean, Mr. Hopkins would have.
Okay. And when you say resources, what do you mean by that?
Different counseling resources available in the area. And it's like a standard packet that the school district would have on hand to provide to anybody that needed it.
Okay. Have you been involved in meetings where that sort of information has been provided to parents in the past?
Yes.
And you said that's a standard list of information? Or
it's just a
resources?
general list, yeah, of stuff in the surrounding local area.
Does that include facilities or organizations that allow same-day counseling appointments?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Are you familiar with Common Ground?
I am familiar with Common Ground.
And what is that organization?
So that is, they offer a couple different things. So they offer mental health resources. You can call a hotline to speak to somebody. You can even go there for like day of intake screener assessments. And that is the organization that in previous districts I've worked in that a lot of students that have been seen for mental health had went to day of.
And they're here in Oakland County?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, clearly your expectation of what was to happen in the meeting was not met. Tell us about that, please.
So throughout the conversation, I had overheard his parents confirm the things that Ethan was sharing with us in his office, that were kind of explaining the drawings and the words that he had written that supported him feeling sad. And so he had shared that a dog had passed away recently, a grandmother had passed away, and then one of his close friends had moved within the last month or so. And then that he was very interested in designing video games, and that had led to a argument the night before that he should be more focused on his academics rather than the video games.
Did she provide any details about that argument?
No.
Okay. Did she provide any details about how the circumstances in which when his friend moved away?
No.
I'm sorry, please continue.
And that he really struggled through the pandemic with the virtual learning, as many students did, and that they felt like he should put more focus on his academics than spending time working through the video game design.
So at any point, did you see this as anything different than your initial perception, which was a mental health issue?
No.
Okay. You said you had the backpack with you and you provided it to the student. Okay. At any point, did anybody request to search the backpack?
They did not.
And did you search the backpack yourself?
I did not. It wasn't necessary or rise to the occasion that I do that, because I didn't have any reasonable suspicion to do that. And I did that.
Explain what that means, please.
Sure. So reasonable suspicion means that there needs to, by law says you have to have some type of reasonable suspicious activity that would lead to searching student belongings. And so typically that's like a report that someone has a vape pen or a weapon, or that they're securing something they're not supposed to have at school, or nervous behavior when you have their belongings, which is very typical of students that we have searched in the past. They usually, their behavior will change when you're in possession of their stuff. And none of that was present at that moment.
Okay. And again, it's a lot of details. Well, have you ever met the defendant before, Jennifer Crumbley?
I have not, no.
You ever met her husband before?
I have not, no.
Prior to this day, you ever met their son before?
I did not know.
Okay. And was he wearing a face mask the entire time?
He was wearing a, yes, a COVID mask.
Now, was there a desire for him not to be left alone at this point?
That's what Sean had stated during the meeting when we were discussing what to do moving forward. And so his recommendation was that Ethan receive outside counseling as soon as possible today, if possible, meaning the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
And the response to that was, we can't take him anywhere today. We have to go back to work.
And who said that?
Mrs. Crumbley said that.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
It seemed a little odd based on my experiences in previous similar parent meetings when students are being seen for mental health.
Tell us about that.
Could you rephrase that? Tell us about it.
So why did it seem odd to you?
Because typically...
Your Honor, objection is to relevance, what he's experienced with other parents.
This is similar to Mr. Hopkins' testimony yesterday.
Well,
we can lay a foundation that he's been in these meetings before. And,
go ahead.
okay.
Yeah.
So, sir, you've had the opportunity to be in these type of parent meetings before with mental health issues?
Yes.
Okay. And could you put a number for the jury on how many you've been a part of?
Between 5 and 10 of them.
Okay.
Across the time of my education.
Okay. So calling in a parent for an immediate meeting, that's not a regular thing that occurs, correct?
It is not. No.
Okay. So that's something has to cause the school administration to do that.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that it was your expectation that the defendant or her husband would take the defendant's son home, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this did not meet your expectation, but you found it to be odd. So comparing what happened November the 30th with everything in your prior experience, tell us why you felt that to be odd.
Typically, when it's recommended that parents take their children to seek out mental assistance immediately, they follow the direction of the mental health professional, and that's been my experience every time.
And in this case, that would have been Sean Hopkins.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, what was your impression of how that meeting ended on the 30th?
sort of seemed like it ended abruptly. It was a very short meeting. I want to say it was somewhere near 10 minutes long.
Okay.
And once it was determined that they were not going to take him home, it was stated that he would end up having to walk home if he was going home and then be home by himself.
And who said
that? Ethan had said that.
Okay. In front of his parents?
Yes.
Did either Jennifer or James dispute that?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Please continue.
And that's when Sean had responded that he really didn't want Ethan to be home by himself alone, and that he thought it was best that if he wasn't going to leave that morning with his parents, that he remain in school so that he could be surrounded by other people, and that he would monitor his attendance and check in with him.
Okay. Nothing further.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In terms of your experience, I understand prior to becoming the assistant dean, you were a long-term substitute over in Lake Orion.
That is correct, yes.
And you have a degree in what?
I have a master's degree in education and human development, and a bachelor's degree in sociology.
And did you ever have any training specific to disciplining students or discipline issues?
Yes, on-the-job training.
When you say you had on-the-job training, where was that?
So my job previous to being a long-term substitute teacher, I was the dean of students for an alternative program in charge of behavior and discipline. And then I spent 3 years for Brandon School District as an intervention specialist. And so I specifically dealt with student behavior.
In the trainings you did, were you taught signs of things to look for in students that would have discipline issues?
Yes, I was.
I believe you mentioned that one of those signs that you would know to look for in terms of thinking about what, if you need to search their backpack, would be whether they seem nervous when you're holding their materials, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there was a time where you walked down to the classroom and retrieved Mrs. Crumbley's son's backpack.
Yes.
And you carried that backpack to the office where you were meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son, Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
When you carried that backpack back to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he did not appear to be nervous at all that you were holding his backpack.
He didn't appear to even care that I was holding his backpack.
And so based on him not caring or showing signs of nervousness, you had no concern there was anything in that bag.
I had no reasonable suspicion to search his belongings, no.
You did make the observation that that bag felt unusually heavy.
That is not correct.
Did you ever make the observation about how heavy the bag seemed?
I made a joke to Miss Morgan at how easily she picked it up and then handed it to me and my arm dropped. And so it was more of a joke of how strong she was compared to handing it off to me.
I see. So you had training through your employment with the Brandon School District. Is that
Correct,
right?
yes.
You had training when you were working on your undergraduate degree.
Correct, yes.
You obviously have your advanced master's degree.
That is correct.
You have the experience from working in the school across state.
That is correct.
And you probably have attended other seminars and things to keep up to date on any recent developments in this area.
Yes.
How many additional hours would you say you've spent in those additional trainings?
I'm not sure.
Are you required to do a certain number per year?
No, I'm not.
But you do those trainings?
Yes.
Have you done more than one training?
Yes.
More than 5?
No.
So your main job or responsibility at Oxford High School was to be in charge of discipline issues with the students.
That was one of them, yes.
And when you were looking at any situation involving Mrs. Crumbley's son, there was nothing that you determined required a disciplinary action?
There was nothing that had required discipline in that situation, no.
So we talked yesterday about how Mrs. Crumbley's son was caught looking up bullets during class time.
Yes.
There was no discipline needed after he's looking up bullets in a classroom?
That doesn't reach to the level where there would be a consequence.
And with respect to that issue, there was a phone call and a voicemail left for Mrs. Crumbley.
That is correct.
You were present when Ms. Fine left the message?
I was not present when she left the message.
Mr. Hopkins was present when the message was left.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. As far as you knew, Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to come to the school regarding the bullets?
As far as I know, she wasn't.
And Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to call back to the school, as far as you know?
She was asked to return the phone call if she had any questions about what had occurred.
But not asked to return the phone call no matter what?
No, we often just give parents phone calls when we meet with students, regardless of the issue, just to keep them informed on what we talked about, without a request to return phone calls.
Now, when you were speaking with the prosecutor, you were shown exhibit number 158. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. Okay, so I've got 158 up there. And this is an email chain that went between Miss Kubina and yourself. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'll back up. I can see that this went between Miss Kubina and Sean Hopkins. Were you made aware of the contents within this email that's in exhibit 158?
Yes.
And in exhibit 158, Ms. Kubina wrote, not only was he looking up the bullets, but that when she reviewed his previous work that he's completed, it leans towards the violent side, correct?
That's what it says, correct.
Did you go and ask Ms. Kubina to provide you some of the work he completed that appeared violent?
I did not do that, as it wasn't necessary.
So it was not necessary for you to specifically speak with Ms. Crumbley in any way about the bullets, drawing, or research?
It was not necessary.
And it was not necessary for you to look at what were described as violent side indications in his prior work?
It was not necessary because another staff member had already taken care of this issue, so I didn't need to get involved any further.
And you did not mention to Mrs. Crumbley at any point in time that a teacher had described prior work of her son to be on the violent side?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did you ever talk to Mrs. Crumbley that there was an indication from a teacher that her son had prior work that leaned on the violent side?
During the meeting that we had on the 30th.
You're saying you discussed.
We discussed that during the meeting we had on the 30th.
But at that time, you didn't even have the violent leaning materials, correct?
That is correct, no.
And you didn't show her any of the examples that you would say would be violent leaning materials?
I didn't have those to show her, no.
And as far as you were aware, well, I'll ask if you were you aware if anyone ever discussed violent leaning drawings or violent leaning work in the past with Mrs. Crumbley? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of that, nor there was any documentation prior to this that would describe that.
Now, on November 30th, we know that you were told inappropriate things were being drawn on the math paper. Or I'm sorry, you testified that inappropriate things were drawn on the math paper, correct?
That is correct.
And when you're talking about the math paper, you're speaking about what we see in Exhibit 74 that has drawings and writings by Mrs. Crumbley's son on the paper.
That is correct.
You're aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was drawing these things and writing these words during class time when he was supposed to be working on this review, correct?
Yep.
And that did not create a discipline issue to you?
When he's seen for mental health, that supersedes any type of minor violation that this would potentially rise to, but this doesn't violate any of the code of our conduct. So there wouldn't be a discipline. And as I mentioned, because of the fact that he was being seen by his counselor for mental health, that's what takes precedence in this situation.
That was explained to Mrs. Crumbley. This is not a discipline issue. Your son is not in trouble for this drawing, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to Mrs. Crumbley, we're concerned about mental health, not disciplining him for this drawing.
Yes.
And during that meeting, it was a conclusion by you that this was not, you and Mr. Hopkins together, that this was not a discipline issue, but a mental health issue.
So I was there for discipline and behavior, so that question was posed to me to make that call as part of my job.
And what was the call you made?
The call that I made was that there's no discipline warranted, that I'm more concerned that he gets the help that he needs.
During that meeting, were you aware that another teacher had reported Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at a violent video in class?
Yes, that is why Sean thought that I had come to his office that morning. So he had shared that he had gotten that email from the other teacher.
Did you ask to see the violent video that Mrs. Crumbley's son had been watching while he was in class?
I did not ask to see that, as it wasn't necessary.
You found it to not be necessary to take a look at the video that he had been watching?
No.
You didn't even ask Mrs. Crumbley's son, hey, can I see it? Take a look at that video.
Well, since it was described as not like a live event, and due to the fact that most teenagers are watching violent movies, video games, pre-recorded on YouTube, it doesn't rise to the occasion where you would be concerned.
And it also didn't rise to the occasion that you felt he should be disciplined for watching a video during class time.
That also wouldn't rise to the occasion of a violation of our code of conduct. That would be more of a teacher-managed behavior. You would never be suspended for that, or it wouldn't rise to that occasion.
I went to school in a different day and age where you had to do school during school. So it sounds to me like during school, Oxford High School allows more freedom than what I experienced. So it was okay that he was looking at the bullets. That's not a discipline issue.
It's not that it was okay, it just doesn't rise to the occasion that you receive a suspension as a consequence. We have to rely on restorative practices instead of going right to suspension, as you mentioned that you might have experienced when you were in school. And we have to consider how the student's behavior interferes with the day and discuss that with them and talk about how we can move forward. And that has to be considered for all minor violations before you would ever consider suspension. And that's something that we have to do by law.
So, and when you're considering all of these things, you're ultimately concluding these are minor violations, if they're violations at all, correct?
That is correct.
The looking at bullets in the classroom.
Yes.
The looking at a violent video on his phone.
Yes.
The drawings on this math paper.
Yes.
The drawings on the amended math paper where Mrs. Crumbley's son made other marks on the page.
So the drawings at the moment were not as important as a standout as the statements were. So when you have the explanation of the desire to design video games, and that's how he was practicing the drawing, and you have the parents confirm that information, it lowers the level of concern immensely.
So you took into account the context of what you were understanding, and that was part of what helped you conclude this was not a disciplinary issue.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of any disciplinary issues with Mrs. Crumbley's son prior, would those show up on Power Schools?
They would, yes.
It's fair to say that when you look at Power Schools, you don't see any history of disciplinary action against Mrs. Crumbley's son.
There was no history of discipline for Mrs. Crumbley's son.
All of his grades are available to be seen. Mrs. Crumbley's son, while he may not have had the best grades, had overall passing grades. Is that fair to say?
Pretty average for a student at the time, yes.
And when you're on Power Schools, you can also see attendance records and be able to tell if the student was in school often or missed school often, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from Power Schools that Mrs. Crumbley's son had very regular, very good attendance.
He did have regular attendance, yes.
So when you are looking at Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say he comes to you with no history that would cause you to be on higher alert.
That is correct.
And when I asked about prior incidents of discipline or things along those lines, you did not see anything from the 2020 to 2021 school year documented regarding discipline.
No, we would be able to see anything that would be in the history of attending Oxford schools, and there wasn't anything.
When you heard the phone call to Mrs. Crumbley where she was asked, or it was suggested that a parent come to the school, her immediate reaction, you wanted to see her immediate reaction to seeing the paper from math class, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure, and I apologize. You testified that you wanted her immediate reaction when she saw the math paper you were dealing with, correct?
I wasn't looking for her immediate reaction. It was more, we are going to send you this that he just drew so you have it in front of you.
But you did end up getting her immediate reaction because
Yes.
she was on the phone at the time?
Yes.
On speakerphone?
Yes.
And you testified that her first reaction was to ask her son, what were you thinking? Why did you do this?
Yes.
When you call parents and say, I need a parent to come up here for a meeting, oftentimes one parent or the other comes to the school.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, there are times where both parents come to the school together.
Yes.
There are also times where one parent or the other parent come to the school.
Yeah, fair statement.
And when you're asking for a parent to come to the school, you are not specifically saying it has to be mom, or it has to be dad, or it has to be both, correct?
It just has to be whoever's legally allowed to, yes.
And in this case, legally allowed to would be both mom and dad, Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
So according to your request for a parent to come to the school, it's perfectly okay if it would be Mrs. Crumbley who comes, Mr. Crumbley who comes, or both parents.
Yes.
In this circumstance, both parents came to the school.
Correct.
And they had both attended the meeting that lasted approximately 10 minutes, as you said.
Correct.
Now, this was the first time that you ever had the Crumbley parents come to the school regarding their son, correct?
That I was involved in? Yes.
And that you're aware of?
That, yes.
You would have seen on Power Schools if Mrs. Crumbley had been up at the school many times the year before, or the year before that, or the year before that, correct?
It depending on the type of meeting, potentially. If they're meeting with a teacher, it probably wouldn't be listed in Power School.
So discipline meetings would have been on there, and you didn't see
Correct.
any history of Mrs. Crumbley coming to the school for discipline.
That's correct.
So she was a person that when she arrived, you did not know from prior occasions with, you had not had many communications or any communications with Mrs. Crumbley where you would know who she is or how she is.
That's correct.
During the meeting, Mr. Hopkins, supplied Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley with the sheet of resources, including many therapists listed.
That's correct.
And on that sheet, there's also Common Ground is listed in some other mental health facilities.
I can't speak to what's included on the list.
During that meeting, you indicated to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that you wanted them to get counseling for their son.
I did not indicate that, no.
Mr. Hopkins did.
Yes.
But you agreed with that.
I do.
And when that happened, there was not any specific direction, you need to go to Common Ground.
No, the direction was as soon as possible, that day if possible.
As soon as possible, that day is possible, if possible, but it's okay if it was going to end up being on a different day.
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the statement that was made that Mr. Hopkins will be following up within 48 hours to ensure that they had made arrangements for that, which means they had 48 hours to secure some type of counseling.
And by secure some type of counseling, you mean scheduling an appointment, making steps to get mental health counseling, correct?
Correct, after they said they were not going to be taking their son out that day.
Now, during the meeting, as the Dean of Students, you're aware that there are some circumstances where children or students at Oxford High are not permitted to stay at school, correct?
There are situations where students wouldn't be permitted to stay at school, yes.
If a student comes to school and is positive for COVID, you would not allow the student to stay there.
That's a fair statement, yes.
If a student has a temperature and is sick, you would not allow the student to stay there.
We would request that they were picked up.
And if the parent said, no, I'm not going to get them, they're fine, the school would still say, no, you have to take them home, correct?
We've said that in the past and it still hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened where a parent hasn't taken the child home. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, in that specific case where students have had a fever and the parents refuse to come pick them up, they remain at school. I've been in those situations before where parents who are refusing to come pick them up.
So you end up letting parents, so there are times then where you want the child picked up, but they don't get picked up, and the school doesn't do anything about it to force the parents to come.
There's nothing that we have the power to do to force parents to do anything.
If you said, if there was a discipline issue, if you had looked at this as a discipline issue and told a parent, your child cannot stay here because of this discipline issue, you do have the authority to say you must take your child home, correct?
I have the authority to recommend that. However, I can't force them to do that. If it doesn't reach to a level where there's any type of illegal behavior, I wouldn't be able to do anything further than recommend that they get up there because the child cannot remain at school. But I can't force them to do anything.
Okay, but in this circumstance, in this particular circumstance, there was discussion where ultimately it was okay in your mind for Mrs. Crumbley's son to remain in school.
From a discipline standpoint, yes. There wasn't a reason to suspend him. There was no violation of our code of conduct that reaches the level of suspension.
And if you thought Mrs. Crumbley or Mr. Crumbley were neglecting their son medically, you are mandated by law to report that, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
So it's fair to say that even looking at it from a counseling mental health perspective, you did not find that Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley were meeting a level of being so neglectful that you needed to call to report that, correct?
No, because I wasn't made aware of all the additional information that they were withholding.
It's important for you to have all the information you can, correct?
True. But I can't force people to share information with me.
You would also agree that the school had information they didn't share with Mrs. Crumbley.
We had shared all the information that we had with her at the time of the parent meeting.
You would agree with me that there has been claims of prior disciplinary issues that from your documentation in Power Schools is not even included, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Is those prior discipline issues are on there?
There weren't any prior discipline issues.
Right, so there's no prior discipline issues listed on there. You testified you never spoke with Mrs. Crumbley about discipline issues.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley received all the information that the school would have or could have known.
Can you rephrase that question?
You don't know that Mrs. Crumbley had received information about every specific situation with her son, correct?
The specific information discussed in the emails that was shared with Mrs. Crumbley.
Right, so on that day, you're discussing with her limited information compared to the whole picture.
It was the information that we had at the time. All the information we had was shared with her.
Are you saying that when they came in, you shared the emails with her too?
So the emails that we received from the teachers, correct?
Oh, okay, okay.
At no point in time did you believe that Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a threat to the school?
He did not pose a threat to the school, no.
If he posed a threat to the school, that's something that you have been trained in to identify, correct?
Correct. We had previous threats that year that I handled completely different based on the fact that
They
there
were
was a
threats.
perceived threat, correct?
And when something is a threat, how is it that you handle it differently? Is the student allowed to stay in school?
No.
So you are the decision maker about whether or not there is a threat overall.
I wouldn't say that I am the decision maker, but I have the power to heighten it to the level where we can get other people involved that can make a more informed decision.
And you're the one that has the training on that topic.
I'm one of them, yes.
And in this case, your conclusion was that the shooter's son is not a threat.
There was no threat present at the time, no.
You also took into account that what Mrs. Crumbley's son said made it sound like there were issues of sadness versus anything threatening, correct?
Correct, which is very typical of most teenagers.
Very typical.
Very typical of most teenagers, to, especially at that time with COVID, to feel sad. It was not unusual to hear that throughout the day.
Now, some of the statements on the math paper, you saw the statements that say things like, I love my life so much, and OHS, which I assume stands for Oxford High School, rocks, correct?
Yes.
Those kind of statements also, would you agree those are mixed signal kind of statements?
No, I would say it looks like you have a teenager who is trying to not get in trouble, knowing that the dean of students is involved. Most of the time when I'm involved in student meetings, the kids always think they're in trouble, which is not necessarily always the case. So I looked at that as he was trying to get himself out of being in trouble. Thinking he was going to be in trouble from this meeting we were holding.
And that was something that's not unusual for you to see?
That's not unusual, no.
That doesn't mean there's a threat to you?
That doesn't mean there's a threat,
In terms of Oxford and the area community, you're familiar with the fact that students at the school, there are many who are interested in hunting, guns, target practice, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, during hunting season, it's kind of like a reminder that sort of gets put out for students that go hunting in the mornings before the late start Wednesdays to remember to not come to school in their gear and or have weapons in their vehicles from that morning. And like we've also had students that pose with guns for their homecoming pictures as well. So it's very common in the Oxford community.
Okay, so it's so common that there are students, they pose for homecoming
There have
pictures?
been students that'll pose with guns in their homecoming photos.
When you're talking about homecoming photos, you're talking about like the dance.
They're dressed up at home and taking photos, correct?
So they're dressed up in their, little party dresses, and they're holding guns in the photographs before they go to the dance?
Yes.
And you're saying that there are students who go hunting in the mornings before even coming to school?
Yes. So at the time, we had late start Wednesdays, so school didn't start till 10:20-ish. So when hunting season would start, they potentially could be out hunting with their parents in the morning.
So in addition to what you did know in this case, seeing a gun or talks of a gun, that was not something that caused alarm to make you think there was some kind of threat.
No, nor was I aware that he even had a gun.
Guns at that school are very common then. It sounds like it's a common topic if they're in pictures of homecoming dresses and things like that.
I would say across many schools, it wouldn't be uncommon to see guns drawn on assignments or papers. Oftentimes there are certain books or part of the curriculum, and students end up drawing guns to represent stuff in the stories.
Now, my understanding is that you guys recommended immediate care. I'm sorry, I'm gonna strike that. I was going into a question I've already asked you. You did not think it was strange that the parents were not taking their son out of school, specifically with Mrs. Crumbley's son on November 30th, correct?
I did think it was strange that they didn't take their son.
You've testified before in civil cases regarding what happened at Oxford High School, correct?
I have, yes.
And specifically on September 14th of 2022, you testified in a deposition, correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
And when you testify in a deposition, it's not like a courtroom like this, right?
No, it's not.
But you still have to swear to tell the truth and take an oath before you testify.
Correct.
On that day, you were specifically asked, so them not taking Ethan home that day, you did not find that to be strange and out of the ordinary. Your answer was no. There would have been no reason for him to go home.
That was in regards to student discipline. So the context, I believe, is important there.
That's in regard to student discipline.
Correct.
But that was the question you were asked that day and the answer you gave.
In regards to being disciplined or suspended, correct.
And in terms of a mental health consideration, it was not something that arose to the level, whereas a mandatory reporter, you would have to report the Crumbleys for being neglectful. We've already established that, correct?
Yes.
In the meeting you had, there was no indication, and there is nothing in Mrs. Crumbley's son's record to show there had ever been a previous concern about the need for mental health to Mr. Crumbley.
Judge, I think we've already asked and answered this question.
You asked this already?
No, I asked about prior discipline, but I didn't ask about prior notations mental health was necessary.
Okay, go ahead.
From a school standpoint, we did not have any record of mental health.
Now, when you testified previously, you testified that Mrs. Crumbley seemed receptive and willing to get mental health treatment for her son.
That was my understanding at the end of that meeting, yes.
Although maybe not that day, it was your understanding she was on board and was going to make an appointment or do something within 48 hours.
That was my understanding and hope.
When you were in the meeting and the struggle was discussed, ongoing struggle between the Crumbleys and their son, would you agree with me that the parents were making statements about they were concerned with their son's schoolwork and grades?
They just confirmed that they had the argument. They didn't provide any context or details about anything other than what he had shared with us before they arrived.
Were you aware there was a specific concern related to Mrs. Crumbley's son having missing assignments specifically?
The only information that she provided was that he struggled with virtual learning, which was confirming what he had also shared with us. But there was nothing specific that I remember her sharing.
And you would agree with me that when you meet with parents, parents all react differently to their child being brought down to the office.
That depends on the situation.
So depending on the situation, parents may have a variety of reactions.
It depends on what the meeting is, yeah. What the meeting is about, why we're meeting with the parents and the child.
Obviously, when parents come to the school, they're showing you a level of concern to make sure to handle whatever it is going on, correct?
Somewhat, yeah.
And you're aware that when the parents are coming to a meeting, they are going to be getting information and from you and from other professionals at the school.
As well as providing information that they have, because they're the experts on their child. So part of the meeting is to share what we have, but also to listen to confirmation or additional details about stuff that they might be seeing outside of the school, at home. And that information was not provided.
There was no information provided to you that the Crumbleys had concerns over mental health issues. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Ejak, let's talk about the whole picture.
Okay.
So you testified that as dean of students, you needed reasonable suspicion to search a student's personal items such as a backpack.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And on November the 30th, 2021, it was your perception with the information you were given that you didn't possess reasonable suspicion.
That's correct.
And you also had the perception with the information you were given on November 30th, 2021, that the defendant's son wasn't a threat to anyone else.
That's correct.
Okay. So you had told us that Jennifer Crumbley just confirmed some items that her son had told you prior to her arrival.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that in March of 2021 and April of 2021 that her son was hallucinating, or at least expressing that he was hallucinating?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in April of 2021 that she had told her friend that she thought her son was depressed?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that as early as June of 2021, she had indicated that he had obtained his own firearm?
No, she did not.
Okay, now one of the reasons you told us about reasonable suspicion, you said if you believe a student has a weapon or access to a weapon. Is that important to you as dean of students?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. If you had information that a student had access to a firearm in conjunction with that photograph that you saw, Exhibit 74, what would that indicate to you?
That would indicate that I need to heighten it to the next level and involve our school resource officer as well as the other administration.
Okay. And did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she had given her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before this drawing was created?
She did not know.
Would that have been important to you?
Absolutely, yes.
Would that have helped complete the full picture?
It would have, and it would have completely changed the process that we followed.
Now, you talk about decision makers. Between parent and child, who's the decision maker?
The parent.
Okay. And decision makers as to if a student stays in school or not. Who's a decision maker? Parent or administrator?
I would object because in this case, there has been discussion and testimony that the student was a part of the decision and so were the parents. And so I would say that the opinion on this question is irrelevant.
Part of the decision?
I take it the objection is on MRA 401 relevance? In response, counsel on her cross-examination specifically asked him about the decision maker, he being the decision maker, and I believe this.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so between you, Mr. Hopkins, Jennifer, and James Crumbley, who were the decision makers?
So I would say the main decision maker would have been the parents.
The parent. And you've never seen the defendant's son?
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop asking leading questions.
Sustain.
That's fine. Okay. If you were given the full picture, what would have taken for you to heighten that to reasonable suspicion to search a backpack?
Any type of indicator that the student was going to be a threat to anybody, including himself. That would have heightened it to the next level.
And when you have
indicator that there was access to a firearm, or that he had made comments about wanting to hurt anybody, any statements written on there with names, or I'm going to do this, I'm going, like, those would have all been things that would have changed the process that we followed.
And when you have a meeting with a parent and a student, do you rely upon the parent to provide information?
Absolutely. As an expert of their child, would heavily rely on the parent for information.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Your Honor, may I ask one question
Sure.
on redirect? You also, so you're from a community where guns are popular, you testified about that. You also didn't ask if the Crumbleys had a gun, correct?
I did not ask that, no.
You're aware many of the families in Oxford have guns, but you did not ask them specifically if they had one, and they didn't tell you.
I didn't ask that question.
Thank you.
No, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down and you're excused. Who's the next one?
Andy Smith.
He's in the hallway. I'll hear him.
Wait, sir.
I think this is Crumbley's either boyfriend or co-worker, Andrew Smith. Andrew Smith, I believe, is someone definitely affiliated with Jennifer, because that's who she was texting. Hang on, let me turn this down. That's who Jennifer was texting when it happened.
Good morning.
Here we go.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony?
She wanted him to get her a lawyer.
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. And would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Andrew Smith, Andrew Smith, Smith.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what your profession is?
I work for a real estate company. I am the chief operating officer.
But you're also a lawyer.
And also I'm a lawyer, yes.
Okay. All right. So you're not technically practicing law, is that fair to say? Or
Not normally, from time to time I will, but that's not my primary responsibility.
okay, what are your primary responsibilities?
My title, I'm responsible for all the operations of a portfolio of real estate holdings, commercial, multifamily, industrial, throughout the country.
And about how many employees in the company?
Approximately 700.
So you're the COO of a real estate management company that has 700 employees. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
How do you know her?
She worked for our company. She was a marketing director at my company.
Do you know what the time frame that was?
I believe she had been a marketing director for approximately a year, a little longer. Before that, she was on the marketing team in a different capacity. I'm not really sure when she hired in, but it was approximately 5 years, give or take, I think.
Okay. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you tell the judge something she's wearing?
Tan, brown, looks to be sport coat and glasses.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant. The record will so reflect. So, did you supervise Jennifer Crumbley?
I was her direct supervisor when she was the marketing director, yes.
So how long was that?
I believe that was a year to year and a half.
What were her responsibilities as the marketing director?
She was responsible for handling the marketing of our portfolio of properties, dealing with outside vendors, social media, dealing with reviews, online reviews, helping with leasing training, all that goes into marketing an asset.
Okay, and so does your company have social media accounts?
Yes.
What accounts do they have? In general, you don't have to
In
say
general,
that.
I know they have Facebook accounts for properties, and they have, I believe, Instagram as well.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Jennifer's work week is? How many hours was she required to work, and what were the times that her beginning and end time?
I can approximate. She was a director, so I know she was responsible to work a 40-hour work week. The start and finish time fluctuated depending on schedules, whether it was 8 to 4, 9 to 5 type scenario.
Did she have a set schedule, or did it change day to day?
It was somewhat set with some flexibility depending on what was needed. I believe she came in a little bit early, left a little bit early, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Was she ever allowed to work from home?
Yes, there's occasions where she would work remote.
And so you're saying she had done that before?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about the company's culture in terms of families.
I think we're very family friendly, family first type atmosphere.
Did you have employees that have issues with kids or family or personal things?
Me included, sure, yes.
Okay. And what is the company policy on that?
I think we're very big on family first culture. If you need time away we have a PTO policy, a paid time off policy to cover handling of your needs, but we also are very friendly when it comes to needing time for addressing what may be a child issue or child care, whatever it may be. Routinely, people will bring kids into work because of post-COVID needs for daycare and school closings and snow days, things like that. What
happened when the pandemic was in full force? Were employees still coming in every day, or were they working remotely, or both?
It was a little bit of both, depending on the job and the ability to do so.
Okay. Does the company provide health insurance?
We offer health insurance, yes.
And do you know if Jennifer had health insurance?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone else in her family was insured?
I have no idea. On our company policy?
Yes.
I'd have to look at those records. I don't know.
Okay, so if I handed you the records, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm not in charge of HR, but it would at least, I would assume, indicate whether or not she was on our policy card.
Okay, thank you. You're the COO, correct?
Correct.
Who does the human resources person report to?
A few people, but me included.
Okay, and does the company regularly keep benefits documents in the normal course of business for each employee?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, may I approach your honor?
Sure.
Mr. Smith, I'm handing you a portion of the personnel file for Jennifer Crumbley that the defense has been provided. What is that?
This appears to be a 2021 new hire open enrollment form for what I believe to be healthcare options, medical healthcare options that year.
Okay, and I'm sorry, may I approach? Is this what you're looking at? This is contained in there, I just want to make it.
Yeah, this has got it's a different document, but it's similar. Okay.
All right, and what is that document? That's also part of her personnel file, but what is that?
Okay, the document you handed me appears to be a Guardian life insurance open enrollment form for 2021 from Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, and the previous document you just had, what does that indicate? Who was enrolled in the health benefits?
It appears to be for Jennifer Crumbley, and there were multiple options. It appears she checked, or someone checked the box. She did, I believe, for single medical low plan.
And how much was that per month, if you know?
Well, it listed as $102.55 bi-weekly, so I guess it'd be $204 or $5 approximately a month.
And do you know approximately what the cost would have been to add somebody in her family?
So if I On this plan, if I file it from single to employee +1, it would have been 404. Family, $533.81.
Is that once a month or bi?
These are all bi-weekly.
Okay. All right, may approach you.
You're not marking that,
No.
right?
I want to talk to you about November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. As a matter of your daily routine, what were your hours?
It depends on my day, where I'm going, what's going on that day, but it's typical standard 40-hour work week. Some days can be longer, some days can be shorter.
You're also a parent, so did you come in early or did you come in late? What were you?
I remember that day specifically. I forget I was coming from that morning, but I remember that I was driving when I got a text from her that morning. I think it was around 10 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's, I think it's been previously marked, that is from Jennifer's phone. How did you communicate with Jennifer?
In person, email.
Text message or Facebook Messenger? I'm sorry.
Oh, use text message would be primarily, yeah, text message.
Okay. This has been marked 152. I don't know if the jurors' eyes are. Oh, thank you so much. This monitor is not on.
Your Honor, I believe it's not only been marked, but it's admitted.
It's admitted.
Just check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's noticing that the TV isn't on. So I don't know how to turn it on. Magic. There we go. It's on.
Oh, thank you. Could the jury let me know if they can't see? I have a little trouble with seeing that. But can you see on the monitor?
Yes.
These are communications that begin that morning or that day, just from Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Looking through this exhibit, is that representative of your text messages that day?
I recognize the first two texts, and I believe I recognize all these texts correctly.
Okay, is this the entire communication you had that day?
No.
So are you saying something's missing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to now show you screenshots that we received from your phone and your text messages between Jennifer Crumbley that same day.
Use the ones I gave you, yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that these accurately depict the entire text conversation of that day?
Could you scroll down?
Sure.
Okay. This looks accurate, yes.
Okay, so the message, the exhibit I just showed you had 4 messages, around 4 or 5. This is actually several messages. Is this your full conversation?
This would be the full conversation we asked by text that day.
Okay. And when did you never deleted any text messages that,
No.
Okay, so this is exactly what it was that you turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The first text, if you can see this exhibit, if you go to the top, Mr. Smith, what's the time on the first text you received from Jennifer Crumbley?
This is Tuesday, 10:05 a.m.
And you said earlier, did you say you were driving to work or you were at work?
I forget, I was driving. Where I was going, I don't recall it. Probably to work or calling from property, but I was
All right.
driving, yes.
Assuming you weren't reading your text messages while driving, this is when you received the text. Can you read her text to you?
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
Okay, so that text came in at 10:05, and she is telling you exactly when she'll be back.
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so then she attaches this, a picture. Do you know what that is?
I know now what it is.
Did you look at it at the time you received it?
No, I did look at it. It was later that day I looked at it, but not at the time. I was driving at the time, and I just saw the text on my phone pop up, and I
Okay.
just saw it.
Was it required that Jennifer let you know if she was leaving and where she was going, or was this unusual?
No, I mean, we want people to let us know if they're leaving, coming, going. She was good about that. She let me know if she was coming and going.
I'm sorry, is there something going on?
No, what do you mean? It's just, okay, thank you. Can you, next, I believe there's some issue with a camera in the back, but I don't know. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's very distracting, so I'm just asking if
Wait, what
there's
do you mean?
something happening.
Yeah, it's hard to hear the witness.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's hard to hear the witness of the conversation.
Oh, it's hard to hear the witness, yeah. Everybody has to be quiet, okay? Yeah, yes, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
The next message, well, before we get to the next message, tell me when was the first time you actually saw Jennifer Crumbley that day?
I recall, I don't remember the exact timeline, it's been 2 years, but I recall seeing her at the office around noon that day.
And where did you see her?
It was in the copy room. It's like an open copy room, storage type stationary area.
And did she say anything to you?
I recall walking up to her asking how was she doing, was she doing okay? And I recalled her mentioning that she had to get her child counseling. She seemed down. I think she had mentioned a few things. I recall her mentioning that his dog had passed away and a grandparent or grandparents had passed away. She may have said more. I remember she seemed down. I think she said she felt like she was failing him, and she had to get him counseling.
When she said, I feel like I'm failing him, who was she talking about?
I believe her son.
Okay, and what was your response?
I remember saying, if he needs counseling, I'm glad you're getting him counseling. Get him the help he needs. We're glad to hear you're getting him that help.
Okay, did you and Jennifer have a friendship outside of work?
No.
Did you ever socialize together outside of any work centered event?
No.
You said you didn't Facebook message her, your conversations were just text or calling or email?
There may have been a Facebook message where she would send me photos from a property because of the size or scope, I remember, but that'd be about it. But our communication would be in person, email, phone, or text.
And before this occurred, what, if anything, did you know about her son?
I knew she had a son in school. She mentioned small talk. I knew he was in school. I recall something about him being in a bowling, an avid bowler, if I recall correctly. And I remember that she mentioned some vacations they went on, like camping, some family trips. I recalled her discussing, he had a part-time job, I remember mentioning it sometime in the past. No, small stuff like that, nothing much more.
Okay, did she ever talk to you about taking him skiing?
I know she was big into skiing. I don't recall her mentioning her son skiing ever now.
How do you know she was big into skiing?
She talked about it quite a bit. I think I think she like volunteered, or she was like a volunteer ski instructor or ski school type thing. I don't remember exactly.
Ski patrol?
Ski patrol sounds more right, yes.
Do you know where that was?
Local, one of the local mountains, local hills.
Okay. Was her son with her that day?
At the office on the 30th?
Yes.
No.
Would that have been allowed?
Sure.
What was her schedule that day in terms of what she was required to be doing?
I don't know what her schedule was that day. She's a director. I give her some flexibility. I do know that we had a property visit scheduled that afternoon that she was invited to.
Was that a required meeting?
No, not at all.
Did you know at that time the school asked Mrs. Crumbley to get him counseling that day? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she just told me she had to get him counseling and was going to get him counseling.
Was there any big project or assignment that Jennifer Crumbley was expected to do that day, an upcoming deadline that needed to be met that day?
I can't think of any deadline or anything bigger than this, but I'm sure she had a busy schedule as a director. I just don't recall anything specific, no.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking is, had she asked to leave that day, would that have been a problem for the company? Or you were her supervisor?
It would have been no problem at all.
Did she have any paid time off collected?
I don't know what bank she had for PTO, but it wouldn't have mattered to me.
Okay. When was the next time you had any contact with Jennifer Crumbley after you saw her in the copy room?
We had a quick meeting with another colleague shortly thereafter, 20 minutes, 30 minutes thereafter.
Can you give me a time frame about?
I think I saw her in the copy room about noon. And so 20, 30 minutes thereafter, around 12:20, 12:30 that afternoon. And we talked about the property we were going to visit, kind of what our goals, why we were going there. And we had talked, I think, about some calls and things we had down the road a couple days later.
Okay, and when after that was your next contact with her?
I recall, because I was in a Zoom hearing at the time, about 1 o'clock, I think it was.
Okay.
I heard some loud commotion outside my office, like yelling. And
How close is Jennifer Crumbley's office, was it to yours?
10, 12 feet away.
Okay, and you said you heard, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did you hear?
No, I just remember yelling, like a commotion, loud noise, like yelling, screaming type noise coming from down the hall.
And what did you do next?
I stepped away from my hearing and I looked outside to see what the noise was. I saw her racing out of her office, racing down the hall.
Did you learn, or did she say where she was going or what she was upset about?
I recall her saying there was an active shooter at her child's school. And I remember saying to her, go.
And so obviously you didn't have a problem with her leaving?
Not at all, no.
When was the next time that you had any contact with her after she left around 1 o'clock?
I got the text on this thread, the one on, it says 1:23, the gun is gone, so are the bullets, was the next time I received any communication from her.
Okay, so she leaves around 1, the text comes in at 1:23. Let's talk about this for a second. Did you know something about a gun prior to this?
No.
Did you know that she had purchased a gun for her son?
No.
Okay, so when you got this text, what were you thinking?
I didn't know what to think. It alarmed me.
Okay.
She just run out and I got that text. I was really confused and alarmed.
All right, and what did you respond?
I responded by saying, I'm praying everything is okay.
And then the next text was from her. Can you read what she texted you?
There was a phone call that came in before that next text, if you just, for timeline, if you remember that, but.
Yes, I'm sorry, thank you. So she made a phone call that came in at what time? 1:25?
I don't remember the exact times. I can remember what happened.
Okay, so do you remember when you're saying the call came after I'm praying everything is okay?
I remember this because I was in a hearing. I was in a court hearing, covering the hearing, and I stepped away and I got that because I was so alarmed by it that I walked down to my human resource director's office to let them know what had just transpired, to show her this text. And when I was in
And when you say this text, you mean just the one, the gun's gone and so are the bullets?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct. Then I recalled receiving a phone call from her. I was in my HR director's office at the time, and I put it on speaker, and I remember there was a conversation.
And can you tell me what the conversation was about? What did Jennifer say?
I can't remember everything, but I remember vividly the sound of sirens in the background.
Was she in her car driving? Was she at home?
I believe she was in her car. She's in her car, I believe, driving. I remember her saying she was trying to get to her child's school.
Okay. So what did she say?
I remember her telling us she was trying to get to her child's school. I believe she said something about the gun was missing, or a family gun was missing. It was me and our HR director we just both said, call the police, please call the police. I remember her saying that her husband had already called the police.
Okay, and were you aware that if her husband, first of all, had you ever met James Crumbley?
I never cursed him, no.
Okay, were you aware that he in fact did call 911?
No, I mean, just what she told us.
Okay, did she say he had already called, or he was going to call?
I believe she said he had already called the police.
All right. What happened after that? Did you end the conversation? Did she end the conversation?
I don't remember much more. It was short. I mean, they've said, let us know something we can do to help or let us know what we can do. Then I stayed with my HR director because we were trying to find out what was actually going on. And I got these next texts.
So you ended the call?
Yes.
You're still in the HR director's office, or were you in another room?
If I left, I would have left to go back to my office, which is about a minute away to log off of Zoom.
Okay.
Or I can't remember exactly, but it would have been there or her office.
All right. And then the next text was from you or Jennifer?
It's from Jennifer to me.
Okay, and can you read that?
OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
All right, now there's no timestamp on those specific messages, which normally would indicate they're coming in along the same string. Is that correct, or do you remember there was a significant period of time that lapsed?
I don't remember the exact times, but I recall us being somewhat close in proximity within the same hour time frame.
Okay, and then the next text.
I need a lawyer at substation with police.
And then the next text.
Ethan did it.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
Shock, fear, sadness, a lot of emotions. We didn't really know what to think.
Okay. And you testified earlier, after I asked a few questions, that you're actually a lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you practice any kind of criminal law?
Never, no.
Okay. Had she ever asked you for a lawyer before?
I get asked that question a lot by people. She may have. I don't recall.
Okay. So it appears from this text string that you didn't respond via text right away.
No, I recall there was another phone call.
Okay.
Sometime shortly after that last text, Ethan did it. There was another phone call she made to me because I remember I was still in my HR director's office at the time. We were together. Maybe another colleague was there.
Was it on speaker or?
Yes, I put on speaker.
Okay. What did she say?
I believe she said she was at the police station or had been at the police station and that she needed a lawyer. Could I recommend a lawyer?
And what did you say?
I couldn't think of one at the time. It's not my area, and I just couldn't think of one. And I think I told her I'd ask our corporate counsel if she could think of someone to recommend.
Okay. What was going on at the office at this point? Were there people around? Did the people in the office, did anyone have any outside knowledge of the shooting?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was working with human resource at the time, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. What eventually did you decide? Did you guys go back to work? Did you just wait for another communication? Did you start looking for a lawyer?
I did not look for a lawyer. I mentioned to corporate counsel that this is what we just learned, and she's reaching out. If you could reach out back to her, let her know. I know we were closely watching the news, trying to figure out what was happening, what had happened. And I remember I left a little bit early that day to get home to my family.
Why'd you do that?
There were a lot of emotions going on. I just wanted to get home and see my family.
Okay. At some point, did you receive another text from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, at 3:39 on this thread, it says, I got a text that.
So that's about 2.5 hours after she left the office when the shooting occurred?
Approximately, yes.
All right, and what does the text say?
I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
What did you think when you received that text?
I was a little taken back. I was surprised that she was worrying about work right then.
Did you respond?
I did. At 5:47 p.m. Want me to read the text?
So at this point, were you at work or were you home with your family?
I think I was home at that point.
Okay, and your response was what?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations, and Carolyn's our corporate counsel.
All right, and did she respond?
She did. I don't know what time, but it was later after that text. They were taking my cell phone.
Was that the last communication you had with Jennifer Crumbley?
That's the last time I can recall communicating with her, yes.
Okay, at some point, did the company terminate her employment?
Yes, she was terminated.
Okay, do you remember about when that was?
I want to say it was a couple of days. I don't remember the exact date. It was some days after this incident, November 30th. Whether it was 2 or 3 days, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. At the beginning of this, I showed you the text string from Jennifer's phone versus your phone. Was there any ever discussion or comments from Jennifer about why she's deleting text messages to you?
Did she ever talk to me about it? No, I never had that conversation with her.
Do you know why?
I'd have to guess, no idea.
All right, nothing further.
Your Honor, I have quite a bit of cross because there's previous testimony. Is it a good time to break?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you
Your
guys
Honor,
need break?
if we could just finish with the cross so we can excuse this
Yeah,
witness.
yeah, we were 2 hours
Okay.
late today. And
I have
I'd like
no-
to know, you guys aren't starving to death over there, are you?
I have
Okay.
no problem. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Smith, I just want to go back to a couple of things you said. You and Jennifer, you would not say you guys were friends outside of work, correct?
We were coworkers and friendly at work.
Okay, friendly at work, you guys would make small talk.
Sure, yes.
And you, when you heard that something was going on at the high school, you would agree with me that Mrs. Crumbley sounded very frantic.
When she called us the first time and I heard the sirens, she definitely sounded panicked, frantic, yes.
You would agree she sounded shocked and concerned?
Yes,
And you testified that when you saw her at the office earlier, coming back from the school, she had appeared sad.
yes,
It was during that time when Mrs. Crumbley was at your office that you guys discussed the meeting she had had at the school earlier that day.
yes,
And during that meeting, she told you that the school wanted her to get her son in some counseling, correct?
I don't know if she said this, I think so. I know she said she had to get her son counseling.
She was planning to get her son
Yes,
counseling.
yes, yes.
And it's appeared you were aware she was worried about her son at that time.
Yes,
Mrs. Crumbley is not someone who had a history of constantly disrupting her day at work. Is that fair to say?
it's a tough question to answer, but yeah, it's fair. I don't remember disruptions, no.
I suppose a better question would be, she was not a parent who was constantly having to leave work to go to her child's school for different reasons.
That I don't recall any other examples of that.
You never had any concerns personally about how Mrs. Crumbley parented her son.
I never had concerns, no.
And if anything, you would just hear about little bits and details about him. I think you testified about bowling, vacations, camping.
I recall her mentioning them, yes.
You recalled the part-time job, skiing.
I don't know, I know she skied, I don't know if he did, I don't remember that.
Okay. And in terms of Jennifer working at the company prior to her being terminated, you would agree with me that she was a pretty consistent hard worker.
I would agree with you, yes.
And Jennifer appeared to take her career very seriously.
I agree, yes.
She was diligent about attending meetings she was invited to or supposed to attend.
Yes,
She was somebody the company could count on to do her job.
I thought so, yes.
And there were times she took advantage of the flexibility that your company offered to allow her to go handle different matters she may have needed to handle.
I know she would have taken advantage of the flexibility to do what I don't know, but sure.
Okay, and I'm correct when I say that Kathy Poliquin, she's the manager of HR, correct?
She's, was what at the time was a director of human resources.
I'm sorry, Director of Human Resources?
Correct.
Okay. I have her listed as a witness, but I may, based on the prosecution's questions, I may be able to just ask you. But if you're not the right person, can you just let me know?
Yes,
Okay, so you testified that to have a single person on the company's insurance was approximately $200 per month.
that's what I read, yes, yes.
And you would agree, well, and I'm sorry, when you say $200,
It was bi-weekly, so I don't know to you.
okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. So it was $200 twice a month.
My understanding is yes.
And if she had had another person added to the insurance, it would have been approximately $500 twice a month.
I don't have the document in front of me, but I know it went up from +1 and then went up again for family.
Okay, and when it goes up for family, are you aware of what it would have been for there to be 3 people on the insurance?
I'd be guessing. My understanding is family covers as many families you may have, immediate family. I don't know if it's 3 to 10. It covers your entire family, my understanding.
It's fair to say that in the past, you have complained that the healthcare cost taken from your paychecks is significant.
Have I complained? No, because I'm not on the health plan then.
So you're not on the health plan at Princeton, correct?
I'm not on my company's plan, correct?
But I assume you have healthcare through somewhere else.
Correct.
And in this case, with the Crumbleys, you're not aware if they had healthcare through another source, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, Mr. Crumbley had a job, a professional job in the past. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I remember he had a job, a career, and I think he was laid off or in between jobs at the time.
And you're not aware if Mrs. Crumbley, Mr. Crumbley, or their son was covered on Mr. Crumbley's insurance?
I'm not aware.
In addition to the insurance offered at Princeton, there's also a plan through Allied that you guys can take advantage of where you get virtual doctor visits. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, yes.
And those virtual doctor visits are free as part of the Allied benefit.
I believe so, yes.
And you can also get Aflac supplemental insurance for yourself and your family members.
You're getting in the HR world, but my understanding is yes, you can elect those benefits.
Now, the open enrollment period is right in approximately November every year. Is that right?
I honestly don't recall when, but I know it's every year at the same time, and it's open for approximately 30 days, I believe.
And you may not be the right witness, and if you're not, just let me know.
Okay.
Are you aware that in November of 2021, Mrs. Crumbley was doing anything with her insurance?
I'm not aware, no.
Now, when you were texting or exchanging messages with Mrs. Crumbley, there was not any point in time where she said to you, "Hey, Andy, delete these texts," correct?
That's correct.
So she texted you over a photograph of that math paper.
She sent that to me, yes.
Obviously, when you look at that math paper, especially knowing what we know today, it's very alarming.
Yes.
And she texted you openly that the gun was gone and so are the bullets.
That's what she texted me, yes.
And when you were texting with her, you were exchanging back kind words to her, supporting her and saying things along the lines of, "I'm praying for you, I hope everything's okay," things like that, correct?
Well, not things that exactly.
That exactly. And you knew at the time that you were communicating those things to Mrs. Crumbley, she was in a high state of stress.
I saw her run out of the office in panic.
Not only did you see her run out of the office in panic, you heard her screaming when she heard about the open shooter.
I heard her like yelling, screaming that she had to leave. I forget exactly, but there was a shooting event going on at her child's school.
Definitely a strong reaction from Mrs. Crumbley about what was happening.
Yes.
Now, after Mrs. Crumbley found out more information, we saw the text where Mrs. Crumbley is saying, "I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did," correct?
That's a text, correct.
Now, at that time, you're aware that James Crumbley was laid off.
I knew he was in between jobs. I don't know what he was doing at that point.
And so Mrs. Crumbley is certainly voicing the concern to you, "I don't want to lose my job," correct?
She sent the text, "I need my job."
As far as you knew from working with Mrs. Crumbley over time, she liked her job, was good at it, and valued that job.
I thought she was good at her job, yes.
And her text indicating she wanted to keep her job, you have no reason to believe she didn't want to keep her job.
No, none.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Yeah, you may step down and you're excused.
Thank you so much.
All right, your lunch is here. How about 1:45? We lost some time today. I think one of the jurors was making a snowman, another one was late. Good. We'll see that, okay?
All right, jury.
God, the audio is just awful. Fuck. All right, let's go over to court TV audio and see what happens. God, they're awful. Just awful. Here. Let's go. This is live.
Now, when
Hang
you
on.
were texting or
They're a few minutes behind here.
Mrs. Crumbley is saying, I need my job.
Approach on an unrelated matter, actually a sort of related matter, which is the other. Are you off?
No.
Yes.
Wow.
Mrs. Crumbley is certainly voicing the
Unrelated matter, but it's related?
correct?
What?
Send the text, I need my job.
As far as you knew,
2 days,
from
Andrew.
working with Mrs. Crumbley over time, she liked her job, was good at it, and valued that job.
I thought she was good at her job, yes.
And her text indicating she wanted to keep her job, you have no reason to believe she didn't want to keep her job.
No, none.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Yeah, you may step down and you're excused.
Thank you so much.
All right, your lunch is here. How about 1:45? We lost some time today. I think one of the jurors was making a snowman, another one was late. Good. We'll see that, okay?
All right, jury.
Oh, sorry. I turned it back up. I had it down.
All right, you may be seated. You know, could I have the prosecutor approach on an unrelated matter, actually a sort of related matter, which is the other. Are you off?
You want me to be?
Yes.
That's good.
I just want to ask you a few questions.
I just want you to keep your question. That's all I could hear, and then it muted. I just want you to keep. I turned it way down because the court audio was so horrible, and then I forgot. The neighbors next door are using power tools, and I have my window open, so you might hear some saws back. You might hear some saws in the background. All right, so let me come back and say hi. Oh, yuck. Jay. Okay, hold on. Let's make this smaller. The lighting's awful, but hey, we're here. Okay, so this is Judge Matthews back in the day. We're gonna put her up here in the corner. I'm looking rough. I'm just kidding. I am though. The lighting in here, I've got windows open, so look at Shannon. Wait. Did you tell her I'm not buying any Christmas or birthday gifts for her ever again? Oh, Olive, you're so nice. Yeah, she had no insurance and horses, and they had 2 guns. She also liked to ski. Jennifer loves horses. I was like, hello. Thank you, always late. That's really sweet. They're on lunch break until 1:45, says the judge. I don't believe it. If they come back at 1:45, it'll be a miracle. So I am just back here. I want to show you guys what I'm working on while we're listening. I'm like chiming in and everything. But behind me, back here, I'm getting all my soundproof panels up. So like behind me is going to be way different when I get done, hopefully. So it's a work in progress, but I'm working while we're listening. Aw, you guys are sweet. Skexy? What's that? Jennifer loves horses. The Crumbleys did not have health insurance, so I imagine Ethan was probably on Medicaid, maybe. She's ordering her broth. It's the only thing that will go down. I told you guys she would choke on a grain of rice. Yeah, the judge said they're taking 30-minute lunches because they've lost so much time. What else do you do? What do you mean? I introduced myself on live in Discord and Jay kept calling me Pat instead of Cat, so it's just stuck. No, Punani told us your name was Pat. She said like Saturday Night Live and we were like, dude, that is rude. Cat and Pat are the same person. Oh, this is my work, Andro. My podcast is my job. Believe it or not. I try to be as professional as possible. No, this is what I do. So that's why I appreciate you guys becoming members and supporting the stream when you can. I understand times are tough. But I really appreciate it. Mike, I am so excited to finally get things in order because I think it's going to actually look like a studio. I have tried for 5 years. I used to have, you guys, I used to have a green screen. I used to have like weird bricks behind me. You guys should look at my old videos. It's quite comical to see how far I've come. My audio. Holy. Thank you, Miss K. It's really improved over the years. But, you know, I don't have a producer. I don't have people writing scripts. I don't have people hooking this shit up for me. So, like, I had to figure it all out on my own. So we can't all look beautiful all the time and have our shit together. Danielle, you remember the bricks? That was literally like this plastic. It was so cheesy. Oh, wait. The very beginning, I had books behind me. It was like a library. It was books, and people thought they were real, though. Pretty funny. Thank you, guys. Chris, I want to thank you. It's KRIS sent a super chat, or not a super chat, a Cash App earlier. Queen Virgo has been since the Watts. That's the very beginning. That's when I started that stupid case, which I've been. Potato and I spent our whole weekend watching NK again. Stephanie has books. It's coming along. It's coming along. So I did put a couple things like a lava lamp and a bed for the dogs because I want to bring back doggy cam. So if you're new here, I have 2 dogs. They're golden husky mix. One's little, one's big. They're Bella and Summer. And I used to have a bed in here, but I had no room. I was all crammed because of the bed. So I got the bed out and the dogs used to lay on the bed and I had the camera on the bed, but the bed's gone. So I lost doggy cam. So I found on Amazon a dog bed that I can put right over here and put a camera on it. And I've also got a little thing for the kitty. And then I put a cat tree on there. So there's a cat tree, a lava lamp, a dog bed. Oh, Jammers is getting a new kitties. We need kitty pics. We need kitty pics for sure. Put them in the Discord and I'll share pet animal pictures. So yeah, if you want to help out with that stuff for the studio, it's appreciated. But we'll get there eventually. I know times are tight, so never expected, but always appreciated. I'm getting a PO box today, which is exciting. So I'll actually have an actual PO box in my town. Things are just coming together, y'all. We're almost to 100K. We're gonna get there in the next few months, I believe. Hopefully, if YouTube continues liking us. I think that's awesome. Thank you guys, making yourselves known how long you've been a viewer, and thanks for sticking around. Because I know things haven't always been like easy around the YouTube streets, so appreciate you. Vero, she has a way about her. She always gets the interview. I haven't had the interview in a long time though. That's kind of overdue, isn't it? Nothing's fallen into my lap yet. Because all these cases we're following are sealed, so everyone's lips are sealed. I did try to get, and maybe after all these trials are done, I can get him on. There's a parent from Oxford High School that spoke out at the what are those called? The school board meetings, and he was very, very outspoken. His son was actually shot, but he lived, and he has major PTSD. And I actually talked to him on the phone. His name is Jared, but he's suing. He's got lawsuits going on with the school and all this other stuff. And he's got a lawyer, and his lawyer suggested he not do any interviews right now. So maybe in the future. Yeah, that convoy. I haven't really followed that. I mean, I know what's going on, but I'm just worried it's going to turn into like a January 6th thing, and it's scary. Oh, that's the light. Hold on. There, that's better. My window's still bright. But. Hammy Jammy Jam Jams. I think I started watching you when you were covering Summer Wells. So that would have been 2021. Always late. You have a beautiful picture, too. We have so many hotties in our chats. Other stuff, I like that nickname, too. Instead of calling you True Crime, I'm going to call you other stuff. I liked Mike. I liked Mike's nickname. Hey, my puppies are getting so big already, but they're getting smarter. Love puppies. Don't remember if it was Summer or Gabby. How many more subs do you need? Let's take a look. Let's take a look, see. How do you get the exact number? It just says 95K. I have to go to my studio, so hold on. Let me put you guys. I got to put you on private because I got to go I got to go back to Studio Z. Hold on. All right, let me take a look at Studio Z and see where our sub count stands. I don't really have a Studio Z. It just sounds good. It's all part of being a YouTuber. You got to make it sound good. So we're going back. We're going to Studio Z. We are at 95,050. 95,050 subscribers. So that would leave us with 4,950 subscribers needed to hit 100K. 4,000. 4,000. I sounded Wisconsinite. 4,950 subscribers needed. Global. Jay, it's weird. All this border stuff. And I saw a video a half mile away from the park where there are open gates where people can walk across. So what is really going on? Dude, I don't know because the National Guard is all across the border too. Scary. I watch it and I'm confused. I don't understand. Donna, what brought you to the area you're in Florida? Well, I used to live in Central Florida, and then when I moved back to Michigan, and then I moved back down to Florida in 2019, and I did not want to live in Central Florida again because I had already lived there, and it just wasn't for me. It's hot AF in the summer. You don't get any of the, coastal breezes. It's really, really hot, and it's kind of like they hog hunt and stuff. It just isn't. I love my peeps in Sebring, don't get me wrong, but I wanted to be near the beach, plain and simple. I'm not a hog hunter. I'd rather be at the beach. So that's why I chose this area, like Clearwater, St. Pete area. All right, I can open up Studio Z again. I kind of like that. It reminds me of old school TVs. JLR was out there getting people. Oh, I saw that he narked on somebody and said, "Hey, they're cutting across" or something. He needs to be careful. Because they're saying, like, he's out there saying cartel's dropping him off, and then he's calling them out. Like, careful, man. Scary stuff. I mean, look at those people that were found in the middle of the desert in California. 6 of them, I think. And they arrested 5 people. Cartel, drugs. Scary. And people don't care. They don't care if you have babies. They don't care about your babies. Remember the other family in California? They were all found shot in their house, and like the 16-year-old daughter had an infant, and she ran down the road with the infant, and they chased her down, shot her and the infant. It's like they don't care. Nicole, I can't get Discord to connect to my YouTube, but on my Google account it says I'm connected, but I can't watch parties. Maybe, shit. Hold on. Can you see any of the channels on Discord? Yes, I'm close to Sarasota. I'm in the Clearwater area, so not far. I know he's alone, Global. It's scary. Andrew says, I miss Florida and the weirdos. We had someone on Indian Rocks Beach get attacked the other day. At least you don't have to deal with the Michigan winter. Right. I'm definitely not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. I know he's really working hard. He is. I mean, what he's doing, not a lot of people could do. He's rocking it too. Like 4,000 or 5,000 in chat. I was like, wow, you go. Aw, Kenny. I love that. We have a cat named KK, and she's 15 this year. She lives with my daughter, though. Sounds like a job for our super mods. Yeah, if you can see the channels, I believe in the merch channel, which is open to everybody if you want to ever get merch. We do have a merch store. I think Potato pinned something that gives you instructions if you're having a hard time. Lady Firefly, I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking around during the break and listening. We have about 20 minutes until break. So I was going to show you guys a few of the videos I was watching last night just to pass some of the time. Some history, and I'm putting together a video for you guys. So hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have like a review video, because watching all their prelims and their stupid motion hearings, like their bond hearings. Oh, Kaylee, you're in North Central Florida. So are you by Gainesville? Because one of my favorite places to go is Cedar Key. Oh, he's feeding the dogs now. The animal, he always manages to find the stray animals wherever he goes. Yeah, so if you go in the merch channel, I think Potato pinned instructions. So I'm putting together this video because the bond hearings, like, we had these two are pieces of work, Jennifer and James. From the very beginning, they were sign languaging, I love you, all this BS. So there's a lot that goes back. 30 minutes from Gainesville. You ever been to Cedar Key? Favorite place on earth. Who never blinks? STS shouldn't say they don't like anyone. That's not very nice. That gives me bad vibes. I love Cedar Key. It's one of my favorite places on earth. All right, so yeah, you guys haven't seen them sign language and shiz. You guys are gonna love this video, but we'll play some teasers because I'm gonna put it all together for you. It'll be a lot of fun to watch. But let's watch some teasers. I have to scroll through. Look at take your whiskey. Take your whiskey home, Crumblies. Take your whiskey out of your sons. Oh, man. Shake it off, my history. I'm just scrolling back because I got in a Linda Lane hole last night. Linda Lane hole. Raise your hand if you've ever been in a Linda Lane hole. Here we go. Now we're getting into the Crumblies. Okay, here is... Should we do... Okay, we'll do the sign language. Here we go.
All right, we are here today for purposes of the defendant's motion to reduce bond. The court has had the opportunity to review the pleadings that were submitted by both parties, along with listening to oral argument today. I want to point out that the court
different judge too
applies to this case is MCR 6.106. That court rule requires that the court set a bond that will assure the reasonably assure appearances of the defendant for all court hearings, and also reasonably assure any risk and or evaluation of risk to public safety. The factors that the court is to consider are all listed in subsection F.
Look at Jennifer. Look at her face.
Rule. Those factors, and some of they are not mutually exclusive, but those factors include prior criminal history, and in this case, the defendants did have a prior misdemeanor conviction.
Wait.
In the state of
you gotta watch her, dude. You're gonna just despise her even more. I hate to even do this to you guys. It almost seems unfair to Jennifer, but you've got to see her face. Hold on, let's crop this out. They don't really matter. What really matters is James and Jennifer. Okay. All right, hold on. Here we go.
Defendants did have a prior misdemeanor conviction in the state of Florida. Their record of appearances or non-appearances.
They had a misdemeanor? I never caught that before. Okay, so they're talking about them being a flight risk. So they're asking for their $1 million bond to be reduced. I think it was $1 million. And you're going to see Shannon and you're going to see Miriam, which are the two power lawyers, AKA the Objection Sisters.
Objection!
You're going to see them defending why they should, Miriam defends. Shannon just sits there. Defend why they should get out and have their bond reduced. But it says they had a misdemeanor in Florida, that they didn't show up for their bond hearing, or they didn't show up for their hearing or something.
Court proceedings or flight to avoid prosecution, the defendant's history of substance abuse or addiction, the seriousness of the offense charged, the presence or absence of threats, and the probability of conviction.
The substance abuse or addiction? Oh, this judge just handed it. Judge Nicholson. I don't know what happened to her.
And likely sentence. the defendant's employment status and history, and financial history as the factors relate to the ability to post, and facts indicating that the defendant's ties to the community, including family ties and relationships, and lengths of residency. In this case, the court makes the following finding.
Watch your face.
That the defendants in this case have ties to the state of Florida. In fact, they did reside in the state of Florida, and as the prosecutor indicated, they still have family in the state of Florida. After the charges were issued, the defendants did not voluntarily turn themselves in. Instead, they were found in an abandoned building in the city of Detroit. Their vehicle was hidden to the extent that they were trying to avoid anybody being able to see their license plate. They withdrew a substantial amount of money from bank accounts, and they were not answering attorneys' calls. The seriousness of the charges, I think, is self-explanatory. They are each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. So taking all those factors into
Look at her. No, she's not, Lisa.
consideration, the court finds that the bond as set is reasonable and is denying the motion to amend the bond. We will continue to the preliminary examination on February 8th, and at that point, the court will make a determination as to whether or not other days are necessary for purposes of conducting the preliminary examination. Before we disconnect, I do want to have a conversation with all attorneys in a breakout room. So Amy, if you could please put the attorneys in a breakout room with me, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Now watch this. This is where they try to communicate. They went in a breakout room, so she thinks she can do whatever she wants. I love you. He's like, you do? Watch. Hear the cameras clicking?
All right, so right there, they are in a breakout session, but you just heard there that the reduce in bond.
Okay, just keep watching them. Don't even listen to this guy. Watch her. I'm going to mute that, actually. She's a piece of fucking work. Look at her. Oops. And she's shaking her leg. Look, they had a deputy come in.
Officer has now come to make sure that won't happen again, but that is very, very interesting to see there. But what I was saying was during this whole hearing, you were really seeing the face.
Response runs a.
Okay, here's Miriam. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is new details in court, and this is them eye rolling at the new evidence against them.
Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Look at her face. She's such a bitch. She thought she should not be sitting there. Unreal.
Just let me know when you're ready.
I believe we are ready, Judge.
Okay. Calling docket numbers 21006-651, People versus James Crumbley, and docket number 21006-652, People versus Jennifer Crumbley. Can I have appearances on the record, starting with the prosecutor first, please?
Aaron McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James and Jennifer Crumbley.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Today is the date and time set for the defendant's motion to amend bond. The court is hearing this motion by Zoom. Both defendants are at the Oakland County Jail and are appearing by Zoom, as are their attorneys and the prosecutor. Any objection to appearing by Zoom, prosecutor?
No, Your Honor.
Defense counsels?
None, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Again, this is the defendant's motion to amend bond. Keep in mind that
okay, let's fast forward. Here's Miriam Lehman. Miriam Lehman, I think. The judge needs a front light. She's literally a fucking silhouette. So Miriam is going to argue for the Crumbleys.
The court did review.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court is aware, MCS 6.106F provides the criteria for determining an appropriate bond. The defense has filed a motion, which we are aware that the court has reviewed and has read thoroughly. However, there are a number of false, misleading, and irrelevant statements made by the prosecution in its response, which we will address today. First, the information provided by the prosecution related to extramarital relationships is not only clearly irrelevant to the issue of bond or any criminal responsibility, but is also a clear intention by the prosecution to create a conflict between the parties. Your Honor, there is no conflict.
Well, that's one thing that's changed. There's definitely a conflict now because the trials have been severed.
We have explained and discussed the matter of extramarital relationships with our clients, and there are no issues. Finally, any evidence or information obtained about extramarital relationships and subsequently used in the prosecution's response runs afoul of the Michigan Supreme Court's holding in People v. Hughes, which is 506 Mich. 512. In that case, which is an appeal from an Oakland County jury trial, the Michigan Supreme Court held that any evidence of other crimes discovered during the execution of a search warrant falls outside the scope of the search warrant, and use of that information is effectively a warrantless search.
Okay, so basically she doesn't want this affair to come out, okay? So then Karen has her argument, which Karen, looking beautiful as ever, you can tell in 2 years this trial has taken its toll on Karen. Karen is dealing with every victim in this case, every victim's family. After every hearing, they're texting her. She has to deal with their grievances and fight for them. So this looks like it's taken its toll on Karen as well. He looks the same to me. Curious George. But we're going to fast forward here to this part.
Caught by one teacher viewing violent videos that depicted a shooting. Another teacher observed that he drew what's been admitted as an exhibit in Peoples 1 and 2. Those teachers notified the dean of students and the counselor at the school. They took Ethan out of class and met with him. After reviewing the words written on the worksheet, those individuals formed the belief that Ethan was displaying suicidal ideation, and a risk assessment for suicide was performed. A decision was quickly made to notify Ethan's parents, these defendants, and to have an immediate meeting with both of them. When Jennifer Crumbley was called to the school, she first asked if they could call her husband
Watch
instead.
their faces.
When she was informed that they tried to call her husband, but when he picked up, they only heard dead air, she then responded, "Well, I'll see if he can come to the school." Eventually, they both arrived together at the school.
James is disagreeing with them accusing Jennifer of that behavior.
They're given the opportunity to view the worksheet that Ethan Crumbley drew, what's been admitted as Exhibit 1 and 2, and they're told that immediate therapy is needed. Immediate as in that day. They resisted, instead asserting that they couldn't possibly take him out of school because of work. We have since learned...
Look at her. No, 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 Mr. Prosecutor, you're wrong.
...that Jennifer Crumbley's employer would have gladly given her the day off, and she did not have any meeting scheduled until later in the day.
Watch her laugh.
As you've heard Prosecutor McDonald state, Judge...
She thinks this is fucking funny? I mean, this is appalling to me. Her behavior. The fact that she can laugh when she's facing manslaughter charges and her son just offed 4 of his peers and injured 3 and affected everyone that saw it and was touched by a child being there or an adult being there. She's laughing. I mean, this case has been a circus, but that's sick.
We also learned that James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver, giving him ample opportunity, to bring Ethan Crumbley with him. When they were given the drawing, neither one of them bothered to mention that the gun drawn by Ethan bore a striking resemblance to the gun they bought for him 4 days before.
Look at this. Oh, no, we are not responsible. We are not responsible for this. Unreal.
They never bothered to mention they didn't keep that gun in a gun safe, locked and secured. They also never bothered to mention that Ethan had displayed any of the troubling behavior that I had outlined. Instead, they said they couldn't take him home, and Jennifer's words to end the meeting were, "Are we done here?" This caused the council.
Look at her face. Unreal. Right, Brandy? Right, Brandy. She is vile.
There's so much concern that he gave them a 48-hour deadline.
There she is again. There she is again, thinking this is funny. With her nappy ass teeth.
To call therapy, or to begin therapy, or he would call CPS. And that is the evidence that will be admitted when those witnesses testify at the preliminary examination. Judge, the timing is important as well. The defendants left the school at roughly 10:55 a.m. The shooting didn't begin until 12:51 p.m. The Crumbleys lived just down the road from Oxford High School. Even if for some reason they didn't want to tell the school about what they knew, they had ample opportunity to drive home, take 2 minutes to see if the gun was still there. They failed to do so. But when news of the shooting broke, each of them quickly concluded that their son was the one responsible. James went to his house and called 911, telling dispatcher that the gun was missing and his son might have done it. Jennifer texted Ethan and said, "Don't do it." She also texted a coworker that the gun was missing, and she was concerned that Ethan was responsible. Judge, this is a snapshot of the evidence that will be admitted on February the 8th and the ensuing dates for the preliminary examination. Search warrant returns are still coming in. We expect, based upon what we've seen so far, that the additional evidence will be inculpatory as well. I expect at the examination to lay out the facts and they give rise to these 4 charges.
Completely two different demeanors here between the husband and the wife, in my opinion.
I expect this court will find probable cause to move this case on. At this juncture, I don't believe there is any reason why this court should amend the bond that was previously set. This court will have every opportunity to evaluate the facts and the evidence when presented at the appropriate time.
Crazy. She never thought that they would sit in jail for 2 years for this trial. I actually think it's crazy that they were held over, isn't it? I mean, I guess it's not, because they did take off. So that's probably why they fucked themselves by going and hiding in Detroit.
I ask that these defendants' motion denied, Judge.
Did she mouth liar? Let's watch again, Casey. Good
These
catch.
4 charges, I expect this court will find probable cause to move this case on. At this juncture, I don't believe there is any reason why this court should amend the bond that was previously set. This court will have every opportunity to evaluate the facts and the evidence when presented at the appropriate
she
time.
shrugged, yeah.
I ask that these defendants' motion denied, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have a brief rebuttal? Just very
brief, please.
Thank you, Your
Very
Honor.
brief, please.
As the court is aware, shortly after the shooting on November 30th of 2021, the Crumbley's address, home address, was listed on the internet and was also discussed on the record at their arraignment. Prior to being charged and arrested, they had received and been made aware of a plethora of threats to their lives and to their safety, and had to leave their home. The sale of their home has been necessary, as it is no longer a safe location for them to live, but it has not.
No, they had to sell their home to pay you guys. To pay you and Miss Smith. Look at Karen. Karen is like, oh, give me a break. Karen has been over them for 2 years.
Nothing to do with a flight risk. Your Honor, further, and of importance, is the prosecution in this case is trying to avoid the fact that the defense had repeatedly tried to contact them and to connect all day to make plans to turn our clients in on the charges that they had been sworn to at noon that day. So, Your Honor, they were not trying to flee, Your Honor. They are not a flight risk. They were not a flight risk. And we're asking that the court grant our motion to reduce the bond.
Thank you. All right, we are here today for purposes of the defendant's motion to reduce bond. The court has had the opportunity to review the pleadings that were submitted by both parties. along with listening to oral argument today. I want to point out that the court rule that applies to this case is MCR 6.106. That court rule requires that the court set a bond that will assure the reasonably assure appearances of the.
So much for being back in court at quarter two. It's quarter two right now. So that was the bond hearing. And this is where she says, I love you and all this bullshit. But
The court finds that the bond as set is.
look at her. She just found out that she's not getting her bond reduced. Look at her. Look at her.
Reasonable and is denying the motion to amend the bond.
So
You're watching
sorry.
live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you again for.
So sorry, Miss Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, we are here today for.
Hold up. So that's your recap. I'm going to be putting a video together of all kinds of clips from their multiple hearings they had. Let's watch this one of them getting arrested.
So Jen, I'm here at the corner of.
Okay, so watch this. We're going to fast forward to the U.S. Marshals.
I want you to put in 2 perimeters.
The U.S. Marshals were looking for these idiots. So they got a tip that they were parked at this warehouse in Detroit.
The north parking lot, you have the vehicle, it's a black Kia.
Without a second to lose, the Detroit Police Department quickly jumped into action and set up a perimeter as the caller also reported seeing Jennifer Crumbley sitting outside the vehicle.
I want you to put in 2 perimeters, tight one around that building vehicle, then expand it further out. We got other resources coming your way.
From air support to U.S. Marshals, including the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, all were on the scene to comb the area for the fugitives. And at 3 this morning, Detroit Police Chief James.
This is why they didn't get bond. In case you're wondering why these fucks didn't get out. Because they hid.
White broke the news.
You know, they were in a commercial building, in a room. We were able to take them into custody without incident, but however, they were very distressed as they were walking out.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were unarmed at the time of the arrest. Meanwhile, their attorney, Shannon Smith, assured 7 Action News last night that the couple is not on the run.
And quite frankly, they've been out of town. They are making their way back here.
Oh, and quite frankly, they've been out of town.
They will be arraigned. They will be turned in. We would have done it today had we gotten more information.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
In advance.
This is indicative of turning yourself in.
And then the police chief says this is not indicative of turning yourself in. Okay? So if you're wondering why these shitbags are where they are, it's because of this.
We were able to take them into custody without incident, but however, they were very distressed.
As if the Detroit Police Department doesn't have enough to do. Right?
As they were walking out.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were unarmed at the time of the arrest. Meanwhile, their attorney, Shannon Smith, assured 7 Action News last night that the couple is not on the run.
And quite frankly, they've been out of town. They are making their way back here. They will be arraigned. They will be turned in. We would have done it today had we gotten more information in advance.
This is indicative of turning yourself in. Hiding in a warehouse.
Hiding in a warehouse. Right. The cop's like, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. So, yeah, some pretty good clips out there. Let's see where we at. Nope, still not back from lunch. Because Shannon's still standing in line to get her friggin' food, her broth. Let's see, what is this? It's the arraignment. Here's when they were searching for these guys. Watch this.
But we're going to begin with 7 Action News reporter Simon Shaquette with the
attorney telling us that they left town for safety reasons and are not fleeing.
He contacted us this morning, 8 o'clock, 8:15, to indicate that she was their attorney and that if a warrant, the key word here, if a warrant was issued for their arrest, she would make arrangements for us to arrest them. 248-858-4911. That's our dispatch. tell us where they are, and we'll go arrest them. We're currently looking for them with the assistance of the U.S. Marshal's Office.
This is Detroit Channel 7. You can't tell me that they didn't know what was going on.
Earlier at a press conference inside the prosecutor's office, we learned a lot more about the case the prosecutor is building against the Crumbleys. Take a listen.
There was absolute reason to believe this individual was dangerous and disturbed.
Take a close look at these two social media posts. Prosecutor Karen Mc...
Oops.
But we're going to
shit.
begin with 7
absolute reason to.
Hold on. I want to show you guys those posts. So this
post
is
by their
this is evidence here. Okay. So you have Ethan on the left. Just got my new beauty today. 6-hour 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer. On the same day, Jennifer Crumbley, Gen C78, Mom and Sunday, testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. Hit the bullseye.
15-year-old son, accused Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley, shows the handgun used during an act of terrorism causing death. The post on the right from his mother calling the gun a Christmas gift.
The 6-hour 9mm handgun purchased by James Crumbley was stored unlocked in a drawer in James and Jennifer's bedroom. The gun recovered from the shooter at the school after the shooting was the same gun that was purchased by his father.
Today, the prosecutor discussing at length a meeting that took place with Ethan.
So there you go. We're still not back. Unreal. Unreal, guys. This poor jury.
And his parents the same day of the shooting at the school, and revealing the troubling behavior he allegedly showed in the time before the tragedy. A note that caught the attention of a teacher.
Punani, did I miss you gifting? Punani gifted 5 memberships. Did I get those? I can't remember. Thank you, Poon. My brain is mush. Mushes. Look at this comment. All these kids were failed by adults in their lives, even the shooter. Oh, we're back.
I have a couple of burning questions here.
Oh my God, Judge.
When the jury goes to deliberate, are they going to have a hard copy of the exhibits?
Judge.
We'll have an electronic copy.
Why does she not know anything?
I have a hard copy made of the defense exhibits.
So meaning they need a computer with a thumb drive, is that?
Do you want me to make a thumb drive of the defense exhibits? Because I only have them. Well, my office can make the thumb drive. I don't know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it.
Thumb drive of exhibits. You'd have to agree that they're the correct compilation, like whatever should be in or out, because
right.
Like I can't police
They're
that.
what's reflected on the exhibit list, minus those that have been withdrawn or the court's ruled upon.
So you'll be prepared to give them that.
Yes.
I just need to be able to. I will need to be able to review that before.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
No, yeah, okay.
And then, is it okay that I just have hard copies, or would you like me to make a thumb drive?
Either way, I've never really. I don't think we've sent a thumb drive in there before, but we can.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, either way that you want to do it.
Thank you.
I started thinking about that there on the screen, and I don't want to bring them out here every time they want to look at an exhibit. Do you plan, the prosecutor, to respond to the defendant's filing with the attachments,
Yes, just we're filing one today.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if you were doing that or not, so I just wanted to know.
Has the court decided if it's going to have the other lawyers that are attempting to?
I'm probably not. I can't think of a reason to have him here at the moment, but after I read the response, I might feel differently.
I'm only asking because they keep emailing, and I just keep ignoring. So.
Yeah, I at the moment I can't think of another reason. I can't think of a reason to have them here. Who represents the shooter right now? Does Ms. Lofton no longer represent them?
Jacqueline Overy does.
Okay, so Ms. Lofton does not represent him at all anymore. Do you think that's right?
I don't believe she technically represents him, but I do
Okay.
know she's still in touch with him, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
She's
Yeah, I
still in
just-
contact with him frequently.
Okay. All right, so who's the next witness?
Amanda Holland.
Okay, we're gonna bring the jury in, all right?
Do you know who's at the end? Is it one person?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thank you. I know.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. All right, who is the next witness?
Miss Amanda Holland.
Amanda who?
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first name? Gotta speak up.
Amanda Holland, AMANDAHOLLAND.
All right, go ahead, prosecute.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Holland, do you know Jennifer Crumbley? And how do you know her?
We used to work together.
Okay. Is that the same company that Andrew Smith works at?
Yes,
Is Ms. Crumbley in court today?
she is.
Can you point her and describe something she's wearing today?
She has a tan blazer on in process.
Will the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will reflect in-court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
Thank you, Judge. If you can recall, what are the approximate dates that you used to work with the defendant?
Roughly 2017 to 2021.
Okay. Up until November of 2021?
Yes.
And what was your role with this company?
I worked under the operations director, so I was his direct assistant.
And who's his?
Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Make sure you keep your voice nice and loud for us, okay?
Sorry.
That's all right. And what specifically did you do there?
I was the operations assistant, so I helped him with all of his daily calendaring and projects. I assisted other departments, administrative work.
Okay. And what about the defendant? What did she do, if you know?
She was the marketing director at the time.
Did the two of your work overlap?
Occasionally, we had meetings together sometimes and prepared spreadsheets and things that she would receive as well. I'd help with some projects of hers as well.
Okay. Did the both of you work for Andrew Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you reported to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about the physical proximity between your respective workstations, you and the defendant.
She worked directly across the hall from me, so if I was
Proximity
she was
between your
probably
respective
in her
workstations.
office.
So I'm about 7 or 8 feet away, would that be right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And were you in an office or in a cubicle or different?
A cubicle.
Okay.
And her office was directly across the hall.
And the defendant was in an office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about Mr. Smith's office? Where was his at?
The office diagonal from mine. So I was on a corner and he was in the back corner.
Okay. So the three of you, generally speaking, were in the same proximity to each other?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specific to November of 2021, What hours would you generally work?
9 to 5.
Okay. And what about the defendant, if you know?
She got in earlier than me, and she left around 4. I'm not sure what time she came in.
Again, nice and loud, please. Sorry. Pretend I'm at the very back and you're shouting at me. It's okay.
Okay.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
We were friendly coworkers. We talked on a daily basis, worked together.
Did you ever socialize with her outside of work?
No.
When you say you spoke with each other on a daily basis, tell us about that interaction, please.
In the morning, if you work in an office, you say good morning to people, you talk to them, you keep cordial relationships with everyone to keep the professional relationship normal.
Okay. So fair to say that you get in the morning and say hello when you got there?
We'd say good morning, ask about our days or nights, just kind of check in with each other.
Okay. Did you know that she was married?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met her husband?
No.
Did you know that she had a son?
Yes.
Had you ever met him?
No.
Did she ever talk about her son?
Not often, but occasionally.
Okay. And those occasional times that she spoke about her son was in a positive or negative context?
It wasn't either, really. It was kind of just, that he had bowling or he had, they were camping or, so it wasn't necessarily negative.
Okay. Now, in these conversations, would she keep you abreast of certain things that were happening in her life?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also keep you abreast of certain things happening in her son's life?
Not as much, but yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about any of his friends?
One friend.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
When I heard about the friend, it was just that he was leaving, and she was concerned about her son being lonely with his only friend going away. That's really all I knew.
Do you recall, can you give us a time frame when this happened?
My time frame is kind of rough. I'm not sure exactly when. I'm not sure when that happened.
Okay. It was before the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a year before the shooting, a week before the shooting, a month before the shooting? Or
It was that year, maybe in the few months leading up to it, roughly, but I'm not positive on the timeline.
Did she ever tell you anything of a concerning nature about her son?
Just that he was lonely with his friend gone. So that's, always with teens, you always worry that they're going to be sad or lonely with that. They had a couple fights, but other than that, nothing crazy. There was one time where he had fainted at work. She mentioned that before too. But nothing that really stood out to me before the event.
Now, Ms. Holland, before we get into some of the specifics, just so we all understand, tell us sort of some of your job responsibilities as an assistant in operations.
I helped with a lot of claims. Andy was a lawyer, so he did a lot of the subrogation claims that came in through the apartments, so I worked on a lot of the claims. I worked with preparing spreadsheets and documents for other departments and for CFO and for marketing. I would prep his calendar. I worked in other departments and did projects for them as well. So I would kind of do audits of vendors, lots of things. Operations was kind of a catch-all.
Okay.
So I kind of had my hand in a lot of different departments.
And how long did you work for Mr. Smith?
I was with the company for 5 years. I was with Andy probably for 4 of those 5 years. We were in the legal department for 1 year, and then I was his assistant for two or 3.
Okay. And how long did you work with the defendant?
We were close at probably for those 2 years, roughly, when I worked with Andy, and we were in the same corner together.
Okay.
So there's a lot of shifting in the company.
Now, you said you were friendly at work, but you didn't socialize outside of work?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow her on social media?
We were friends on social media, yeah.
Did you keep that public or private?
It was public, like you could see we were friends. A lot of my coworkers, just in any company, I friend everyone that asks, but I don't necessarily follow their feed. It's just something I like to do, so I'm not I don't like to see all of my coworkers' lives
Sure.
all the time. So we were friends on Facebook, but I didn't see her day-to-day posts.
Okay, and that's a setting that you selected?
Yes,
Okay.
for almost everyone I work with.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention now to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes,
Do you recall if Jennifer was also working?
she was.
Okay. Now, do you recall if you had an initial conversation with her in the morning when she got to work?
Yes, we kind of just had the good morning, check in with each other. So we did talk briefly in the morning.
Now, you mentioned that she had talked to you about fights before. Did she tell you about a fight the night before?
It was brief. She just mentioned that they had a fight. I'm not sure who initiated it. I didn't ask questions. It was kind of just, I asked her how her night went, how is she?
Mm-hmm.
She said she had a rough night, that they had a fight.
Did she say who's they?
No, it sounded like it was all of them, but she said that Ethan was out of the house and she locked him.
She locked him out of the house?
Yes.
Did you have a response to that?
No, I kind of I didn't really ask questions. I didn't push it or anything. I just kind of let it go.
Okay.
It was the morning.
Did you give her any indication? Well, let me ask you this. What did you think about that?
I kind of just gave a look and,
What do you mean give a look?
kind of just like surprised,
Okay.
but I didn't really go into detail about
Did
it.
she react to your surprised look?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Did she say anything else about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Now, in the past, the 2 years that you had worked with Jennifer, you said that she would occasionally talk about her son. Is that, you have to say yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was listening.
That's all right. No, that's fine.
But yes.
And you were aware that the defendant was afraid that he would be lonely. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you about things going around in the home that caused her concern, or at least enough concern to talk to you about?
Around the home, the only thing that was concerning, I don't remember when this happened. She just mentioned that he was hearing things in the house, but I didn't hear. She didn't go into detail about it, or I didn't ask questions. But
Now, as far as time frame, are you able to give the jury an idea of a month, a week, a year prior to the shooting, or you're not
it
sure?
was within the year. I want to say within, again, maybe 6 months, 7 months. I don't remember, but it was definitely the year of the shooting.
Okay. Now, in regards to the conversation you had with her on November the 30th about the fight that the defendant had the night before, did the defendant tell you that she had locked him out of the house before?
I thought maybe I don't remember the exact conversation. I tried to think back at it, and I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So what stands out to you the most about that conversation?
Just that was the end of a fight and how it was handled.
And how the defendant handled it?
Yeah, I'm not sure who did it, but they just said that he was locked out. I don't know who did it.
Okay. Now, we know from other evidence that's been admitted already that Jennifer arrived to your place of employment at 9:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021. Does that sound right to you?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember if you arrived before or after?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Usually I arrived after her though, so I would assume that, but
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine.
yeah.
After you had that conversation with the defendant, are you aware if she received a phone call?
I believe so. And she received a phone call in the morning. Yes.
That morning of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you made aware of who called her?
I believe it was from the school. Yes.
Do you know which school?
Oxford.
Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when she received the phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when I say there, in her office, or were you in your own workspace?
I was in my own workspace.
When she received the phone call, was her door to her office open?
Yes.
So if her office was about the distance between me and you, where would she be seated at inside the office?
She was probably a little bit further back, so the first row of seats was probably where she was sitting.
So maybe 15, 20 feet?
Yeah, because she sat a little bit further back in her office, and I was a little pushed back from my wall too, so there was a little bit of distance, but.
Okay. And how were you able to tell who called her?
I just heard the phone call. I didn't know who called her at first, but she mentioned she had a call from the school afterwards.
Okay, so she told you about the phone call afterwards?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation.
She received a call, and there was another call afterwards, so there was a little bit of time in between the call. But she talked to me as she was about to leave because of the call. So she came over and showed me something on her phone and said she had to go.
Do you remember what she showed you?
She showed me the drawing that her son had drawn at school.
Okay. Did she tell you how she got that drawing?
She said the school had sent it to her.
Okay. And how did she show it to you?
It was on her phone, and she just held it up and she said, "This is what I got from school today."
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I looked at it and I thought it was scary. I thought it was intimidating to see the pictures that were on there.
And what was Jennifer's response?
She didn't seem overly worried, but she didn't seem like she was blowing it off. You know, I think she was getting ready to go to the school. She was coming over to let me know she was leaving. I don't think Andy was there yet. So it was more of like a, you know, if you see him, let him know.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that there's surveillance footage that shows her leaving at 10:12 a.m., does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we have an idea of the chronology of November the 30th, and I know you want to be accurate, so I want to make sure that this is all accurate. Jennifer arrived at 9:04 a.m. You don't dispute that.
No.
Okay. You arrived close in time, the same time?
Probably close in time. I was usually, you know, sometimes things happen and I'm a little later, but I was usually there at or around 9.
Okay. And then you had your typical initial check-in conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Okay. And in that conversation is when she shared with you about the fight the night before?
Yes.
And then sometime later, you were aware that she received that phone call and then she left that night?
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she left at 10:12 a.m. and went to the school, before she came back, did you have any conversation with her?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Did you see her again that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see her again back at your employment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any phone calls or texts with her from the time that she was gone to the time she came back?
No.
Okay. So if evidence showed that she arrived back at work at 11:24, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her when she came back to work?
Yes.
Oh, tell me about that, please.
She came in and it was kind of just, she has kind of a sarcastic personality, you know, so when she came in, she kind of visibly slumped and was, you know, said, I feel like a failure as a parent. And she said that there was the meeting at the school and that there were the drawings and they were worried about him and that he needed to get into counseling within 48 hours.
Okay. What was your response?
I just said that was, you know, I said I was sorry. I think I said something along the lines of that, you know, just showing concern and compassion for what was going on. She went into a little more detail about the drawing and talked to me about it. And
did she show you the drawing while she gave you detail about it?
I know I saw it before the meeting, but I don't remember if she showed it to me again, to be honest. So I don't remember if I saw it after too.
Okay.
But we talked about it and I just remember telling her that, you know, it was scary and, you know, maybe she should spend some time with him to make him feel better.
Did she ask you your advice?
She didn't ask for it, no.
Okay. But what was the advice that you gave?
I just said that I think I would have brought my son home if it had happened to me. Something along the lines of that. I just said I would have brought my son home.
Okay. So if she arrived back at 11:24 a.m. and we know that she left at 1:18 p.m., do you recall about what time you had that conversation with her?
No, it was right after she got back. I think when she was coming in, she stopped at my desk and.
Oh, before she even went to her office?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember though, but it was very quick and she did.
Okay. After you had the conversation with her about the drawing and you giving your advice on it, did you speak with her again?
Not until she left for the day.
Okay, and tell me about that, please.
That was when she got the call. I'm not sure who called her, but somehow she got the notification that there was the shooting at the school, and she very abruptly, very, you know, like anyone, jumped up and was nervous, scared, you know, ran out the door.
Did you understand what was happening?
I mean, at first no, but then she went over and told Andy, and I sit. My desk is kind of on two back walls that are full, and then kind of like this, 2 half walls, so I can hear anything that's going on. So she told Andy, and that's how I learned what happened.
Okay. And if I told you it was 1:18 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her after that?
No, I reached out to her just because I didn't know any part of the situation. I didn't know if it was her son. I didn't know if it was someone else. I didn't know. So I reached out to her and just told her I was thinking of her and I hope everything's okay. But we didn't talk. She didn't respond.
She did not respond?
No.
Okay, one more here. Thank you, nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Holland, you have previously testified in a hearing in court about this case, correct?
Yes.
And that hearing took place back in April of 2022. Do you recall that?
Was it April? I thought
Would
it
it be
was
spring?
Yeah, I thought it was maybe February.
Oh, it might have been.
I don't believe it was April though.
I'm sorry, you're correct. February 24th, 2022?
Yes.
And that would be a lot closer in time than obviously now.
Correct.
And in addition to that, when law enforcement was investigating, you cooperated with law enforcement and did interviews with them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on December 10th, 2021, you wrote a statement about anything you knew regarding the Crumbleys, correct?
Yes.
And the law enforcement wanted to know information about Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley and their son. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And on that date, you provided, I don't know, it looks like you typed the statement out on December 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send it to law enforcement that same day?
I sent it to the company attorney. I don't know what they did with it after.
Okay, and if you need to see your statement, let me know. I will have a couple of questions about it. So I just want to make sure I understand you, your involvement in this case, a little bit in the investigation you were involved.
Yes.
You wrote the statement.
Yes.
And you've testified once before.
Yes.
Now, when you testified before, you were directly asked if you were friends with Jennifer Crumbley. Your answer was, no, we are not friends, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley is not someone that you considered to be a friend to you.
Correct.
And you guys were polite enough at work, talking back and forth?
Yes.
And you were polite enough to be friends on Facebook, but didn't really monitor or pay attention to her page.
Correct.
Now, you are aware, obviously, that Mrs. Crumbley had a son named Ethan.
Yes.
And on November 30th, there were a couple of times that day, we can agree, that Mrs. Crumbley was concerned about her son.
Yes.
When she came into work on November 30th, she told you there had been an argument the night before.
Yes.
And it's your testimony, you can't remember any details about the argument, but you remember something about Mrs. Crumbley saying she locked him out.
There was an argument. I didn't ask questions or go into detail. I didn't think it was something I wanted to really engage in. She mentioned there was a fight and she mentioned that he was locked out.
You don't know anything about him being locked out, any details beyond him that there was a claim he was locked out?
Correct.
So you don't know if he was locked out because he made an accident and left keys in the house, or if Jennifer Crumbley intentionally locked him out? You don't know the context around any of that, correct? I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Now, when she was talking to you about going over to this, when she was talking to you about Ethan Crumbley, she expressed that she was concerned specifically about him being lonely, correct?
Yes.
And she also said that she also appeared to be concerned about the drawing when she saw that.
Yes.
And she showed you a picture of the drawing.
Yes.
And ultimately, when she left to go to the school, she appeared to be very nervous and scared. You testified to that.
When she went to the meeting?
When she went to the school the second time.
Responding to the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, she was then.
She was very nervous and scared, and that's when you testified she ran quickly out the door, correct?
Yes.
When she went to the school the first time, there was not any hesitation expressed to you about going over to the school to meet with the counselor, correct?
I felt like there was maybe a little hesitation. I think she called her husband first. So it wasn't an immediate leave to go there.
At that time, there wasn't anything like a shooting going on or something crazy urgent in the same way there was in the afternoon, correct? Yes. So she left the office though, and she did physically go meet with the school, and then she returned back to the office.
Yes.
You and Mrs. Crumbley discussed the time, the appointment she had over with the school and the school counselor.
Yes.
It was your understanding that she planned to get counseling for her son.
I don't know. She said it was a requirement from the school. I don't know what her plans were.
Okay, so she said that the school wanted her to get counseling.
Yes.
And she didn't tell you, I'm not getting him counseling, or I think that's a garbage request, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her some advice, being, I think it would be nice if you spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
And you suggested maybe they go have a mother-son experience, like seeing a movie or taking him out, just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you know Jennifer from work, as you've described, but you don't know Ethan Crumbley at all.
Correct.
It's also fair to say that you don't have teenagers of your own that you parent on a daily basis.
Correct.
So any advice you gave to Mrs. Crumbley about you should spend time with them, go see a movie, you don't have personal experience about a mother-son experience with a teenager, correct?
I'm a parent, but no, not of a teenager. I still feel like I have instincts as a parent to understand how I would handle that situation.
Okay, so you have judgments about how you feel Mrs. Crumbley handled that situation. Fair to say?
I wasn't judging her. I was giving her what I would do.
Okay, well, right now, saying what you have your own personal opinions, that those
Actually,
are
it's an
the,
argument, Judge.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you've never met Ethan Crumbley, and you don't have much awareness of how much time Mrs. Crumbley would spend with him. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, although you guys were Facebook friends, you testified you obviously did not follow her on Facebook and see every single post, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you are aware on Facebook she would post about a variety of topics.
Yeah, I saw a few things, yes.
So some of the things you saw were about her horses.
Yes.
There's definitely pictures she posted, including her son.
I don't think I saw her son.
Pictures of holidays.
I don't think I saw holidays.
Pictures of, and you don't recall seeing any pictures of her son?
I don't recall. No.
Do you recall seeing photographs of the family home?
When she was working on it, but she would show me pictures too, so I don't know if I saw that on Facebook or if she showed it to me.
So one of the interests Mrs. Crumbley would talk to you about is home improvement, doing things, house projects.
Yes.
Were you aware that Mrs. Crumbley went camping with her son and on vacations?
Yes.
Did you ever see the photographs of those things and boating and things along those lines on Facebook?
I don't recall. I don't think so. But they, like I said, they might have been posted, but I didn't follow a lot of my coworkers, so I didn't see a lot of their posts unless I was actually friends with them and hung out with them and interacted with them outside of work. I didn't really see their posts. I didn't follow them. So she may have posted it, but I didn't see it.
It's fair to say you have no personal awareness of any of those things, whether they were on Facebook or happening in her life, correct?
Correct. A lot of the times, unless she showed it to me, I wouldn't see it online.
So it's fair to say that there were certainly topics going on in her life, if those topics are true, like posting pictures on holidays and things like that, activities with her son that you're just not aware of.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you were
alarmed by seeing the math paperwork when you first saw the worksheet, correct?
Yes.
The drawings on the page did not concern you so much that you expected there would be a school shooting later that day, correct?
Without context, yes, correct.
You didn't expect that some major tragedy would unfold based on what you saw in that photograph.
Correct.
And you were aware that Mrs. Crumbley had returned to work and her son had stayed in school.
Correct.
You agree with me that Jennifer Crumbley, and I believe you testified to this on direct, can have a sarcastic personality.
Correct.
So there's oftentimes things where Jennifer will say something, but you can tell because you know her that she's being sarcastic.
Yes.
Now, when she said she's a failure as a parent, you said that seemed sarcastic to you.
Yes.
It's also fair to say that while that may have been partially sarcastic, Jennifer Crumbley was certainly expressing concern to you that day about her son.
Maybe. I don't know if it was concern. She was showing me the photo. She told me a lot of stories. But she showed me in a normal manner. She didn't seem overly upset or concerned about it. But
okay. When you've testified previously, obviously it was closer in time to November 30th of 2021. Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was the question.
Is
Yes.
that okay?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified that day about what Jennifer Crumbley said, you were asked, what did she say? And I'm on page 136 of the transcript. You said they were concerned with his drawing and they were concerned that he may be feeling badly, and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
And so based on her saying that she was concerned, you're saying now that you don't know if she truly was concerned? Is that your point?
I think at the time I was assuming she was concerned, but like I was trying to portray now, I don't know how she felt. I didn't ask her how she felt. She didn't tell me how she felt. She came over and showed it to me and we talked about it, but she didn't say anything specific.
Do you recall being asked by Miss McDonald, I'm on page 137 of the transcript, what was her, meaning Jennifer Crumbley's, demeanor when she was talking to you about this? And you testified, my initial thought was it was a little sarcastic, the way she said she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned.
Okay.
Meaning Mrs. Crumbley was a little concerned.
Okay. Yes.
It's fair to say over time, you're looking back at what happened on November 30th with more information than you had as that day unfolded, correct?
Correct.
What happened on November 30th when kids were killed, people were injured, that was something you never expected in your own head, correct?
Correct.
When there was news that there was an open shooter at the school, it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley appeared to be very surprised and shocked that that was unfolding.
Yes.
And we can agree that looking back at the events of November 30th, you have different information today than you had now, correct?
Correct.
And over these 2 years that have elapsed, you have had zero contact with Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
And you have had contact, however, with the prosecutor's office.
Correct.
You had contact with the prosecutor's office about your testimony today.
Correct.
And about your testimony back at the preliminary exam, some of the testimony I referred to.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I please have one moment?
Sure.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Allen. When we met with you, what did we tell you to do?
To tell the truth.
Is that what you're doing today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to refer you back to the same page that counsel just asked you about. That's page 136, specifically line 19 of the preliminary examination. You were asked, okay, this is starting at line 9. How would you describe the writings on the worksheet? Your answer was disturbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the question, okay, what was your response? Answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, I'm sorry, you said what? Your answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, okay. Answer, that he would draw that. Question, line 18. And what was her response? Line 19, she agreed. So that's, you recall that conversation with Jennifer Crumbley?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the comment that Jennifer Crumbley made to you on the morning of November the 30th, 2021, did she tell you that her son locked himself out or she locked him out?
Your Honor, I would object because I believe the witness has said she doesn't know. Or she answered me that she didn't know.
Well, do you know if do you know?
I don't know. I know that there was a comment made that he was locked out. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, let me ask you, the comment was he was locked out?
Yes.
Okay, but she didn't go into any specifics?
Your Honor, I would object to further questions on this, that the witness has already answered the question.
Well, I guess I would have to say that once he asked the question, you asked the question, I was confused.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you don't know.
I know that there was the comment that he was locked out, but I don't know how that happened.
Her exact words, the best you can recall.
To the best that I can recall was that he was locked out.
Okay, those are the words from Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Right, you can step down. Who's the next witness?
Yeah, Detective Story, she should be here in the hall. I'll just need a few minutes to set this up.
Yeah.
This is like what we're discussing. This one? Yeah, she can't see it, so it's on. Yeah. Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is a true self you got?
I do.
Right, could you step in, have a seat, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Adam Stoyak, ADAMSTOYEK.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Just under 12 years.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Just under 4 years.
Where exactly is your, well, that's a bad question. You're a detective, but what substation?
I'm assigned to the city of Pontiac.
Okay, so you work out of the Pontiac substation?
Correct.
Okay. And so what sort of things do you do there?
Investigate crime reports that come in on a daily basis. We have periods of being on call, investigating anything, homicides, assaults, things like that.
Okay. Now, prior to being a detective, what did you do?
I spent some time in the corrections division. I was in the courthouse, went to road patrol, where I worked in Pontiac, different shifts in Pontiac. I was a school resource officer in Pontiac for a short period, and then I got moved up to the detective bureau about 4 years ago.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working?
I was.
Were you made aware of the shooting at the Oxford High School that day?
I was.
And tell us, please, where were you when you were made aware of that shooting?
I was at the Pontiac substation at my desk.
Okay. And how was it that you came to learn about the shooting?
I had the my computer screen up, which had all the pending and active sheriff's office calls in the county, and I actually saw the call at the school go up on the pending calls on the screen, and I read it.
Okay, what do you mean by that? You saw it up on the pending call on the screen?
So yeah, it has like the active calls going on within the sheriff's department, and then on the bottom it will have like calls that haven't been dispatched yet. And I saw the one at the high school go out, and I read what about the multiple calls that was going on at the high school. When I alerted the rest of the detectives that what was going on at the high school, and we all responded.
Okay, when you say we all responded, tell me what happened, please.
Initially, when we got there, it was still pretty active. So my partner and I kind of linked up with a couple different guys, and we were searching classrooms. Some of the classrooms were still occupied by students, assisted with escorting them out of the school. Eventually, they called everybody to the front of the school, and we were tasked with searching certain classrooms.
Okay.
And we did that.
Now, what specific area of the school did you go to clear?
Initially, we went towards where the gymnasium was, towards the cafeteria and the gymnasium, which I believe was on the southwest corner of the school.
Okay. And you said some of the classrooms were still occupied?
Correct.
Occupied by whom?
Students and teachers.
Okay. So tell us how that process worked to clear these rooms.
Yeah, so in a couple of the classrooms, the teachers were kind of initially hesitant to open the door. Kind of had to go back and forth with them explaining that we were the police, and eventually they did open the door. There wasn't really a whole lot of words exchanged. Everybody just kind of looked at you and didn't really just kind of listen to what you told them to do. They were, escorted out of the school, and we would clear the classroom to make sure there was nobody else in the classroom.
Okay. And you said at some point while you were on scene, you were redirected to the office area of the school?
Yeah, they had like a command post kind of started in the front of the school. And we were directed there.
And tell me what happened next.
Command officers were having us link up in teams, and they would give us specific classrooms to go search just to make sure that the classrooms were unoccupied and there was no one else inside of them.
Okay. And you did that assignment?
Correct.
At some point, were you tasked with going to 112 East Street in Oxford?
Yeah, at some point after we cleared the classrooms, Lieutenant Hicks gathered a few of the Pontiac detectives, and we were told to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence prior to a search warrant being drafted.
So why were you directed to that specific residence?
That was the residence of Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay. And so I take it at that point in time, the school shooter was in custody?
Correct.
And officers had learned his identity, where he resided, and who his parents were?
Correct.
Okay. So did you go there?
I did.
At that point in time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
Okay, so did you have any information if there were going to be other casualties or anything else going on?
No, so at that time we didn't know if the house was going to be occupied or, we didn't really have a clue what we were going into.
Okay. Who did you go there with?
My partner, Detective McPherson.
Any other officers?
Detective Peschke at the time, Detective Steele, Deputy Zajac was there, Deputy Mozak. I think eventually Agent Brandon came too.
Okay. From the ATF?
Correct.
Okay. So you're a detective on that day. Are you wearing plain clothes or uniform?
Plain clothes.
So were some of the officers uniform?
Correct.
Okay. So tell us what you see when you arrive, please.
When I got there, the James and Jennifer were being escorted out of the house by deputies.
Okay. And tell me what's at this location? Is it a single family residence? Is it a multi-unit dwelling?
Yeah, it's a single family residence.
Okay. So you told us that you went there to secure the scene pending the search warrant. What does that mean?
Yeah, so you'll go there just to do an initial sweep of the residence to make sure no one's inside. You don't want anybody coming inside, obviously. It's more of a preservation of evidence thing to make sure that nothing gets taken from the house prior to the search warrant being completed.
Okay, is that something that occurs in every case with a search warrant?
Yeah, generally, right.
Okay. Now, search warrant, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's authorization from a judge or magistrate to enter a person's dwelling and to seize certain items.
Correct.
Okay. And was your understanding that the search warrant was being obtained for that location?
Yes.
So when you enter a dwelling to secure it, do you actually search at that point?
Prior to the search warrant?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing an initial sweep to make sure no one's hiding inside. There's no one inside that's not supposed to be, and just holding the house until you get a search warrant.
Okay, so your focus is looking for other individuals, but not for items.
Yeah, I mean you're looking for individuals, but I mean obviously if there's things in plain sight, you're still observing things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been admitted and judged, so the court is clear as well as defense counsel. Every exhibit we have on here, we've already gone through, and the court has already ruled to be admissible.
That's what we did last night when you guys left.
So this is exhibit 161. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
Okay, so what is this that I'm sorry, this is 162. Thank you. What am I showing you right here?
It looks like that'd be a sketch or a drawing of 112 East Street.
Okay, so this is a sketch of the home if you were looking down on it, would that be right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So would you call this a small home or a large home?
It's a fairly small home.
Okay. I'm gonna move on here to 164. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
There was 3 bedrooms and a bathroom and then a basement as well.
All right, so going back to 162 here.
And these are all admitted, right?
Correct, Jeff.
Yes, pursuant to prior court rulings or stipulation.
Okay. So if you could show us, please, tell us about the layout. So tell us where the front door is. I see that at the top of the drawing there. Is that correct?
Yeah, towards where the sheriff's office emblem, you can kind of see the indentation, which would be the front door.
Okay. And the front door opens to a living room and dining room?
Yep, correct. You walk in, there was a living room to the right. To the left was kind of a smaller dining room. You walk into the kitchen, which is visible there. Just off the kitchen, there's a small hallway, bedroom to the right, bathroom straight ahead, then another bedroom. You walk down that small hallway, it looks like there's I believe it says washer and dryer. That would lead you into the master bedroom. Off the master bedroom, there's the backyard. And then off the master bedroom, near where it says washer and dryer, were the stairs to the basement.
Okay. So when we're saying master bedroom, is this a room that was added onto the home, or was it naturally the master bedroom? What was your impression when we went there?
Yeah, so to me, it was a master bedroom because it looks like it had adult clothing in it. It had a king bed. It had just more stuff in it. It was clear to me that that was the adult's bedroom.
Okay, you obtained information what individual stayed in which rooms prior to entering? Or
correct.
At least prior to executing the search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. So let us know as we go through some of these pictures if you need to refer back to this.
Okay.
So here's 164. So did you learn if the shooter had 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms?
2 bedrooms.
Okay. And so which bedroom is this that we're looking at?
So when you come in off the kitchen, there was the hallway. There was a bedroom to the right. There was a bathroom straight ahead. This would have been the bedroom to the left.
Okay.
Immediate left in the hallway.
So photographs are generally taken when a search warrant is executed. Is that right?
Correct.
Are those photographs taken before or after things are disturbed?
It kind of depends on if someone at the scene is able to take pictures before, if there's an evidence technician.
Okay.
Generally, before we go in and search, there'd be pictures taken.
In this case, there was an evidence tech available. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was Detective Bizio, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, and so these pictures were taken before the search was executed?
Yes.
So for lack of a better term, this is the natural state of the home as you found it November the 30th?
Correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here in this photograph, exhibit 164?
Yeah, so this was, I was made aware this was the shooter's bedroom. The bed was covered with various things. There's some school books on it. There was targets visible on the wall that had what was apparent to be bullet holes in them.
Okay, I'm going to do another angle here. This is 165. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so that was, the shooter had a dresser, it looked like TV. There was things all over the floor. There was things all over the place, really.
Okay, so that boarded up window in the back, that it was adjacent to the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so the picture that we just looked at with the targets on the wall, that would be if you were taking this picture behind you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to tell why that window was boarded up?
Yeah, you know what, I don't know why that was boarded up. I was never made aware why that was boarded up.
And that led to the master bedroom, is correct?
I would believe so.
Okay.
That would lead to the master bedroom.
So this is one.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would have no objection for the prosecutor to just say why that's boarded like that, just so it's clear for the jury, so I don't have to go back to it. We don't.
I don't know if he knows. You know?
I asked the witness because I wasn't there.
You know? You don't know.
Yeah,
That's not our question.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that he could, Mr. Keith could say it if he wanted to.
Okay, he doesn't. The witness doesn't know though. So.
Okay.
So, okay, this is 166. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And 167 is also the same bedroom, the other angle?
Yep.
Okay. And this was identified as one of the shooter's bedrooms.
Correct.
168, same bedroom.
Correct.
And 169, this is the same bedroom as well. It's the closet in that room.
Yes.
And this is 171, just a different angle from that closet.
Correct.
Okay, 172. Are these the targets that we saw initially in Exhibit 164?
Yes.
Okay. And had these targets been used or unused?
Yeah, they appear to be used.
Okay. That's 172. 173, this is just further down the wall with one of the two targets.
Yes.
This is 174. This is another picture. This is of the shooter's bed.
Yep.
Again, 175, same bedroom.
Correct.
Now this is 176. This is the nightstand in that room. Would that be right?
Correct.
Right. And 177. So you had talked about that the shooter was identified to have two bedrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the second of the two bedrooms?
Yep, so that was the bedroom on the right side of the hallway, just across from the bedroom you're just looking at.
Okay. So again, this photograph was taken before the search warrant was actually executed.
Correct.
So it's 177. This is 178. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
179. This is the closet of that bedroom.
Yes.
This is 183. This is on the bed of that bedroom. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay. 184. Same bedroom, different angle.
Correct.
185. Same bedroom. This is the TV in that room.
Correct.
That's right. This is 186. Again, same room.
Yes.
This is 188. There was one bathroom in the home?
Yep, that was when you walk in that hallway, bedroom to the right, the bathroom is straight ahead, and the other bedroom is to the left.
Okay, and this photograph fairly accurately depicts the condition of the bathroom on November the 30th?
It does.
Okay. It's 188. Okay, this is 189. Sir, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, so when you walk out of that hallway, you go down another hallway, and there was what was described to me as the master bedroom. When you walked in, that was the bed that was in the bedroom, and there was an open gun box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed.
Okay. Now, is this the condition that this gun case and empty box of ammunition were found on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And that's on the master bedroom?
Yes.
Bed?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 191. This is the same master bedroom. Another bedroom. This is of the nightstand?
Correct.
This is 192, it's the same room.
Yes.
Again, 193, this is also the same room.
Correct.
And 194, what are we looking at here?
So when you walk into the bedroom, immediately to the right of the doorway.
The master bedroom?
Yeah, the master
Okay.
bedroom was an armoire.
Okay. 195, this is the same armoire with a slightly different perception.
Correct.
196, is this still the room?
Yep, so that would be the door that would lead out to the backyard, and then a TV stand with various drawers and things in it.
Okay. And were these drawers eventually searched?
They were.
197, same TV stand?
Correct.
198, it's the same room, just a different angle.
Yep.
199, again, same master bedroom.
Correct.
Okay, this is Exhibit 200. Sir, just so we're clear, moving back to Exhibit 197. These drawers were searched?
Correct.
Okay. Were you actually directed where to go to?
I was.
Okay. Who directed you?
James Crumbley.
Okay. And so specific to the, if we're looking at this photograph, the right drawer, I'm sorry, not drawer, you tell me, which area did you find what was located here in Exhibit 200?
Yeah, so when you're looking at that picture, to the right door there, you open that up, and there was two shelves on it, and the gun safe was on the top shelf.
And who told you where to look for that?
James Crumbley did.
Okay. And that's already been admitted into evidence, and that has a locking mechanism on it?
It does.
Okay, were you told what the combination is?
I was.
Objection.
Your Honor, just irrelevant to Jennifer's case, unless the information came from her.
Okay, well,
What James would say is hearsay to this officer, so I would object for that reason.
Isn't it?
Judge, it's relevant because the firearm was found in the defendant's home, shared home.
Okay.
And it shows how the officer opened the case and recovered other weapons in the trunk.
Your Honor,
okay, but what he said is hearsay. So you had a conversation with James Crumbley.
Yeah.
And then you found that case and opened it.
Correct.
And Judge, I'm sorry, she also testified, or she also said in her statement to the officer yesterday, Joe Bryan, in an interview that was admitted as evidence, that she knew where the firearm was found. And later on today,
Your Honor, she did not say that.
like,
She did not say that in the video. Or she did not talk about these firearms.
Sergeant Pesky is going to testify later on today. We're going to admit an in-car video with Jennifer's recordings will be admitted as an exhibit, and she's asked specifically about this.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the jury wait until then because I disagree with the prosecution's description of what that evidence will show.
Okay, but he already testified they had a conversation with James Crumbley and then he went to this location and that he then opened that safe.
Yes.
Isn't that sufficient?
How did he open the safe is important. I mean, did you have to crack open the safe?
I did not.
Okay, so you were given the code to open the safe?
Correct.
Okay, and were things recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Okay, so without having to crack open the safe to recover the items, you learned how to open it?
I did.
Okay, and then how did you open the safe?
Your Honor, I object to him saying what the code was because Jennifer Knowledge had no awareness of the code, and that's what the prosecution is hoping to slip in here as hearsay that James told this officer.
He said he had a conversation with James and then he opened the safe. He didn't say that Jennifer gave him the code.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
Right.
true.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so you talked to James Crumbley, and he gave you the code for the safe?
He did.
Okay, and tell us how you got in the safe.
By using the code that he gave me.
And what was it?
It was 000.
Okay, and that's the default code for that case?
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 200, okay. Now this is 201. We're looking at the same drawer here. I keep calling it a drawer, it's better called a shelf, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's
okay.
more of a shelf.
Okay, so we have this case that's been admitted in evidence, and then it looks like an article of clothing. And then underneath that, what did you find?
It was a holster, which is on the right there, and then 2 magazines, and there was a baggie of bullets in the back. I can't really see it there.
Okay. And this is 202. All right. You see 2 magazines and a baggie of bullets. That wasn't on the shelf when you walked into the bedroom, right? So that's what you pulled out of there?
Yeah, so that was at that point it had been removed from the shelf and it was placed into the bag, and the magazine was placed on the top of the TV stand there.
So this is 203. Again, this is the locking case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us what was found in the locking case.
So I located a 22 Kel-Tec handgun and then a 22 Derringer. The Kel-Tec's the black handgun and the Derringer is the silver handgun with the brown handle on it and some ear protection.
So this is what it appeared, and this is what it looked like when you opened the case initially?
Yes.
Okay. Here's 204. What is this?
That's the 22 Derringer.
It's just a closer room. We already have that in evidence. 205 is the same firearm, just from a different angle?
Correct.
Okay, 210, what are we looking at?
That's the 22 Kel-Tec that we recovered from the safe.
At 211, this is a close-up view of the Derringer?
Correct.
Okay, 212, when we're going back to one of the shooter's bedrooms, we saw that Packer's helmet in a different photograph. This is a close-up view of the nightstand?
Correct.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
Those would be spent shell casings from fired from a weapon.
Okay, and that's the condition in which you observed it on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
I'm sorry, is that 212 or 213? 212.
That's 212, Judge. I think we just have a 213 is slightly similar picture. All right, 216. This isn't a real firearm, is it?
No, it was I believe it was a BB or a Pelican. It wasn't a.
But that's where it was found in the shooter's bedroom on November the 30th, 2021.
Yeah, on the computer chair in the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, 217, just a slightly different picture. 218, what are we looking at here?
That would be a drawer from the dresser in one of the shooter's bedrooms.
219, same drawer?
Correct.
Okay. The 220, what's this?
It's an empty bottle of whiskey next to one of the shooter's beds.
Okay. Now, judging by the wall color, would that be the same bedroom that the targets were found?
Correct.
Right, and here's 221. This is the same bottle of whiskey, correct? Or empty bottle?
Just at the end of the bed, just sitting on the floor.
Okay. The 222, what is this?
That was a notebook that was recovered from one of the drawers in the bedroom, dresser drawers in the bedroom.
The 223, what is this?
Those are various knives that were found in the bedroom.
Okay, where were they found?
I believe right on, I think that's on the one of the shelving units in the room.
Okay, so one of the earlier pictures we saw a wall shelving unit. Would this be a close-up view of that?
Correct.
Okay. This is 231. Now, what's this a picture of?
Yes, this would be that door would be the front door if you were exiting the residence. When you're coming into the residence, to your immediate right was the couch. That TV was on the wall, which was facing the front of the house. So that was a view of the living room.
Okay, so the door that we see on the right-hand side there, that's the front entrance door.
Correct.
Okay. So this is what you would, when you walk into the house, this is what you walk into?
Yes.
Okay. That's 231. This is 232. What's this?
Same thing. When you'd immediately walk into the house, that's what you observe. That's the living room area, the couches. The TV would be just in front of that.
233.
Same thing, just a different view. So this angle would show that hallway, which is observed or straight ahead, would lead directly into the kitchen.
234. This is also the living room?
Yeah, it's the TV stand.
Okay. Okay, 235. What are we looking at here?
So that's the kitchen had an island. Underneath the island, there was various drawers that you could open up or shelving units and stuff. That was a box for the 22 Kel-Tec that was recovered in the master bedroom.
Okay, and that's an evidence as well. 236 is just a different angle view of where that Kel-Tec box was found?
Correct.
Okay, was the Kel-Tec box opened?
It was.
Okay, what was found in there?
When I opened the Kel-Tec box, it was a secured cable lock for a firearm.
Okay.
It was in the packaging still.
So 237 is just the side view of that Kel-Tec box you found?
Correct.
And 238, you said it was still in the packaging. Is this how it was found?
That's how it was found.
In fact, there's still keys in that locking mechanism, is that right?
Yeah, there was the keys were at the end there, towards the bottom of the lock.
Like where it looks like a black box there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that's also an evidence. That's 238. 239, what's this a picture of?
I believe that's a PlayStation unit or a gaming system that was recovered from the residence.
So then things from the Crumbley home, such as video games, were seized as well?
Correct.
The gaming system, okay. So here's 242 with some of those.
Correct.
243 with more.
Correct.
And 244 as well.
Correct.
Okay. Were the vehicles searched as well?
They were.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
That was the back of, I believe that was the gray Kia that was searched in the driveway.
Okay. That's 245. 246, this is the same vehicle, just a different angle of that hatchback?
Correct.
This is 248. Okay, so there was no garage in this home, is that right?
No, there was behind the home or adjacent to the home, it was more like a shed that was behind the house.
Okay. Was there like an overhang type area where a barbecue grill is at?
Yeah.
Okay, so 248, does that depict that?
Yeah, correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so those would be BBs for a BB gun.
Which ones are we looking at?
Looks like the plastic container.
Okay.
And then it looks like there's more in the which would be the original plastic container. Some nails. I'm not sure, that looks like that's probably something used to clean the grill next to it.
Okay. So this is now going to be 253. You said there was a shed?
Correct.
Okay, and so the shed was searched as well?
It was.
Okay, so what are we looking at here in Exhibit 253?
So that'd be immediately when you walk into the shed to the right. There was multiple shotgun-style BB guns located.
Okay, 253 depicts one of those?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, here's 254. What is that?
Yeah, same thing. So that was when you walk in, there was in the shed, there was like a tool bench. On the tool bench, visible as another like Uzi style BB gun that was visible on the bench right when you walked in.
Okay. 255, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, same thing. It was another, I believe it was a BB or pellet gun that was also located kind of behind the original picture where the Uzi style gun was, or BB gun was.
256, tell us about this picture.
So that would be when you walk into the shed. It was there were some chairs on the ground. You can see behind it where like the shelving unit is. Yeah, just some chairs where it looks like somebody's been sitting in the shed.
Okay. 268, tell us what we're looking at.
Kind of hard to tell, but you can see the silver in the snow there. It was empty CO2 cartridges.
Were there just one empty CO2 cartridge or multiple?
I believe there's multiple. You can see, it's kind of hard to see, but there's multiple in the snow there.
There's 269, this is a better view.
Yeah, there's multiple in the snow.
Okay. Do you know what those are used for?
Yeah, for the BB guns or the pellet guns at the inside of the shed.
Okay, now, a second search warrant was executed at 112 East, is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so this is, obviously, what we were looking at before, it was at night, that was the evening of November the 30th, 2021. This is the daytime, so anytime you see daylight, that would be the second search warrant.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So is this the front of the house, Exhibit 272?
Yep, correct. That would be the front of the house facing East Street.
Okay. This is 278. This is when you walk into the home, oriented to the left.
Yeah, so you'd walk in to the right of this picture would be where we saw the couches and the TV. This would be to the left. You can see the dining room area. And then kind of straight through that picture would be directly into the kitchen.
Okay. And those boxes, they weren't in the home November the 30th, 2021. Do you know if they were left on the porch or do you not know?
I'm unaware when those were
okay.
put in the house.
So here's 279. Is this standing as you walk in, turn to the left?
Yeah, so you walk into the left, and that was kind of like the dining room area with the table and the various Christmas decorations.
Okay. This is 280. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that would be if you'd be walking through living room with the couches on your right, dining room on the left, and then straight ahead is the kitchen, and where you can see the open door at the end of the very end of the hallway. That's the master bedroom.
Okay, so earlier you testified that the Caltech box was in the kitchen island. Do you see the kitchen island in this picture?
Correct.
Where is it at?
So you can see it with the, it's got like the white board on it, like the white board with the top. It looks like there's a binder. The black binder would be the top of the kitchen island.
Okay, so here's 281. Is that the kitchen island we're referring to?
Correct.
All right. Now this is also the kitchen, 282?
Correct.
Okay. 283, the kitchen as well. This is the refrigerator?
Correct.
284, this is the island as well?
Yeah, so those two open, at the bottom of the island there, you can see the two doors. That's where at the bottom of that was a open area where the Caltech gun box was recovered from.
Okay, so on the bottom right of the screen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. 285, this is also the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay, so the last picture was orange to the left, this would be orange to the right?
Correct, yeah, on the outside of that would be where the driveway was, the side of the house.
286, what are you looking at here?
Yep, so when you were in the kitchen, I kind of described it earlier, you take a right and there's a small hallway. At the end of the hallway was that bathroom. To the right was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and immediately across the hallway to the left was the second bedroom.
No, this is 287, what do we see here?
Yep, so that'd be the first bedroom to the right. It had the bigger bed in it from the earlier pictures.
All right. 288. Now this is after the initial search was executed.
Yeah, this was done the next day, different after the home had already been searched by detectives.
289. This would be identified as the shooter's second bedroom.
Correct.
All right. 290, same bedroom, different view?
Correct.
What do we see to the left of the bed there, the shooter's bedroom?
Are we referring to the stand kind of to the left of the bed there?
On the ground.
Looks like a Gatorade bottle.
Was there a litter box on the ground?
Yeah, a litter box, yeah.
That's 290. 291, this is the same bedroom, now looking towards the closet and the door.
Correct.
There's 293, this is down the hall looking at his, what we refer to as first bedroom.
Yeah, just directly across the hall was the first bedroom.
Okay, 296, this is the room with the boarded window.
Correct.
From the hallway?
Correct.
297, again, this is after the initial search warrant was executed?
Correct.
300, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this would be if you were standing directly in the kitchen and you look down, there was a small hallway, a narrow hallway with a washing machine, drying machine on your left, which you can see. And then walking straight ahead is to the entrance to the master bedroom and the sliding glass door that would lead to the backyard.
In 301, you identified earlier the washer dryer unit, is this what you're referring to?
Correct.
302, what's this?
Yeah, so when you were walking from the original picture, you saw the washer and dryer to the left of the washer, and prior to getting to the washer and dryer to the left was a small little hallway that was filled with various items. And that was, what you're looking at right there is kind of like the landing leading to the basement.
Okay. We just have a few more to get through. 303, what are we looking at here?
That's the entrance to the master bedroom.
To the master bedroom,
Correct.
304, this is taken in the master bedroom. So the TV stand is to the left of this picture?
Correct.
And that's where the Caltech and Derringer were found?
Yep, you're looking at that TV there. It was in one of the open doors. You can kind of see that door open. On the right side of that was where the safe was found with the weapons in it.
Okay. 305, this is also the master bedroom?
Correct. If you came in to the right, it was I believe it was a king size bed and then a couple end tables next to the bed.
And here's 306, what are we looking at here?
Similar view. To the right was that armoire, which you would see when you walk in to your immediate right when you came into the bedroom. Just a different angle of the bed with the armoire.
And here's 307.
So if you were kind of sitting on the bed, you'd be looking at the TV with the TV stand. That door in the bottom right there that's semi-ajar was where the safe was.
Okay.
With the weapons in it.
And here's 308, what are we looking at?
So 308 would be what I referred to. I believe that's to the landing area that leads to the basement.
Okay,
It's a different.
here's 309.
It's a landing area that leads to the basement.
Here's 316. So we had already looked at the picture of the barbecue grill. You identified that there was no garage but a shed. Where would be the shed in this area here?
Yeah, so this would be where that door of the landing was. You walk out and there was this little area with an overhang with a grill that's visible there. If you were to walk straight past that grill into the yard there to your left would be the shed.
Okay. And here's that 317. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's just more of the overhang area there. Kind of adjacent or to the side of the house.
On November the 30th, when you first entered the home to secure the home for the search warrant, were you aware if the stove was on or off?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. That's our other officers are here. Nothing further. Thank you, Jeff.
Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Initially, when you got to the house, you said other officers had already arrived there, correct?
Correct.
What was happening with Jennifer the first time you saw her?
She was being hailed out of the house by another detective. By hailed, I mean being told to come out of the house.
And at the time, oh, sorry.
Yeah, she complied and came out.
She complied and came out. At the time when she was coming out of the house, being hailed out, she was on her cell phone. Is that fair?
So when I got there, I don't recall exactly what she was doing when she came out of the house. I just got there as she was walking out of the house. I don't recall if she was on her cell phone.
While she was walking out of the house, there were guns drawn. Correct?
Correct.
How many police officers had guns drawn towards Jennifer Crumbley as she walked out of the house?
I couldn't say for certain. When I got there, she was already being told to come out of the house. So at the time, I wasn't really focused on who had their guns out. I was focused on watching the house and making sure nobody else came out. So I couldn't say how many people had their weapons drawn.
Would it be fair to say it was more than one gun?
Yeah, correct.
More than three?
Yeah, there was multiple detectives and officers there when I got there. Again, I don't know how many of them had their guns drawn. I know that I had my gun drawn.
You did have yours drawn?
Correct.
And pointed at Mrs. Crumbley?
No, so when I got there, she was already coming out of the house. I was, like I said, I was more focused on, I believe I was near a tree on the side of the house. So at that time, I don't think I had my gun pointed at her now.
After Mrs. Crumbley came out of the house, and she did come out, correct?
Correct.
She was handcuffed.
So I didn't take part in her being taken to the vehicle, so I'm not sure if she was handcuffed.
And that's fine. I'll ask a different witness then. So after you got to the house, you saw her come out, saw the guns drawn. Did you see Jennifer Crumbley any further that day when you were in the house or otherwise?
After we had executed the search warrant, she was brought back into the house with James, and I saw her inside of the house. I didn't have any further communication with her, no.
I just want to be clear about the guns and gun cases, boxes, some of the things we saw on the screen. If you need me to put an exhibit back up, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. So the Sig Sauer 9mm gun, the case for that gun, you saw in the master bedroom, open on the bed, correct?
Correct.
And there was a box of bullets, or an empty box of bullets, next to that empty case, correct?
Correct.
In that case, the gun was not there.
Nope. When I initially came into the house and then we conducted the search warrant, it was an empty box.
And you know, and if you're not the right witness, let me know, that James Crumbley had gone to the house and discovered the Sig Sauer was gone from the house.
Yeah, so when I went to the house, I had no knowledge of anything that had occurred prior to me getting to the house. Like I said, I just observed the box where I saw it initially when I did the search, and then after, I don't know how it was placed there or when it was.
So when you were, I just want to be clear, the Sig Sauer was ultimately not in the Crumbley home.
Correct.
The Kel-Tec and the Derringer were found in the Crumbley home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Correct.
They were found in a gun safe.
Correct.
And they were found in the gun safe that was in the cabinet in their bedroom.
Correct.
And there was not ammunition stored with the Kel-Tec or Derringer.
Yeah, so the safe, which we saw the pictures of, had the two firearms and some ear protection. There was ammunition found in that same dresser area behind it.
Okay, but not in the same, not within the the exact location of the safe, correct?
Yeah, it was behind. So I can show you the picture. You can kind of see it in the picture. The picture has the safe, and then behind the safe, there was some clothing, and underneath the safe there was the two magazines. There was the gun holster. Then behind that, you can kind of see a box that did have ammunition. I don't recall what kind of ammunition or how much, but there was some located in the bedroom.
Okay, and that's ammunition that goes with those two guns, not the Sig Sauer.
Yeah, so the ammunition that was the empty box on the bed was 9mm. I mean, to be honest, I don't recall what ammunition was found behind the safe, but there was ammunition found behind the safe.
Okay, and then I just want to be clear about one other thing. So there was a
a kitchen closet we saw where there was like a blender and some other appliances kind of on the floor. You testified that you found the box to the Kel-Tec in that little kitchen area. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, correct.
And that box was, while that box was in there was no gun in the box or anything along those lines.
Nope, it was the Kel-Tec box just had that cable lock, which was in the bag. That was all that was in there.
So the 3 guns that Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley had in their home, well, the 3 that we've talked about include the Sig Sauer, the Kel-Tec, and the Derringer. It's fair to say there were not any other guns in the home aside from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so I located the 22 Derringer, the 22 Kel-Tec, and then obviously the firearm, the Sig Sauer, was recovered at the school. And I didn't have any part in the recovery of the actual weapon used.
Well, to me, it looks like they've got a lot of guns, but I can't tell the difference between a BB gun and something else. So I just want to be sure, aside from knowing about the Sig Sauer at the school and the Kel-Tec and the Derringer, all the other guns that we saw in the pictures, those were BB guns or pellet guns.
Correct.
And the casings that we saw on the ground in the snow, those were from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so the CO2 would be used to operate some of the BB guns that were found in either the shed or the bedroom.
And in the backyard, you could tell that they had shot BB guns there before because there's also targets up, correct?
I recall the BBs that were located. There was the empty CO2 cartridges, which would indicate that they were used. I don't recall specific targets in the backyard, but I do recall the other things there.
And then when you were testifying, there was very brief testimony that there was a litter box. That was in the second bedroom of the Crumbley son, correct?
Yeah, when you walk to the right and left was bedrooms. That was the bedroom to the immediate right, and right next to that was the bathroom, and across the hall was what I think we described as the first bedroom.
And just very quickly, when you were executing the first warrant, the Crumbleys had a dog in the house.
Yeah, there was a dog in the house. I didn't have any dealings with the dog. I believe the uniformed officers went into the house first, and I think the dog was friendly, so we didn't have any issues with the dog.
And then there was a cat and a kitten. Do you recall that? And if you don't, that's okay.
I don't recall the cat and the kitten.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Just briefly. Detective, why did you approach the home with guns drawn?
Yeah, so I mean, again, we didn't have a whole lot of information about what we were going into. I mean, obviously we had just come from the scene of a shooting. Yeah.
So the information you were given, well, you knew that there was a mass casualty event at Oxford High School.
Correct.
And you found
Your
out.
Honor, I would just object to the leading questions.
Just trying to orient the witness to where he was and why.
Okay, question answers, please.
So you had already been at the Oxford High School?
Correct.
And you knew what had happened there?
Your Honor,
Okay.
I would object to the leading.
Well, it didn't, that was a yes or no. Did he already know what had happened at Oxford High School? That would certainly affect whether or not he'd approach a house with his gun drawn, right?
And the assignment to secure 112 East, you told us that you were given an assignment by Lieutenant Hicks?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
And what information did you have at that point?
That the shooter resided there, and to go to the house and secure the house prior to the search warrant being drafted. There wasn't a whole lot of information given at the time. Everything was kind of quick moving at that moment.
Okay. Well, this is Exhibit 200 on the screen here. You were asked about the 22 ammunition. So in that locking case with the 000 combination, there was no ammunition in that case, correct?
No, there was not.
But you did find ammunition in the same location.
Yeah, so I guess you can't see it, but it was underneath the.
So I'll move
yeah,
to
you can kind of see where the two magazines are. There's a box behind it. It's like
gray, red, and black.
Yeah, yep, that's the box to ammunition. I don't recall what specific caliber was recovered, but it was a box with ammunition. It's right behind the holster right there.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down and you're excused. Thank you. Who is the next witness going to be?
Sgt Testimony.
Okay, short, long, medium?
Long.
Long?
I mean, I don't want to, not short. So if we could take a brief 10-minute break, it might be a good time.
Good.
If the court is so inclined.
Yeah, sure, sure. Okay, so. Okay.
All rise to the jury.
I got a note from the jury during the break.
As long as this jury can be fair and impartial, I think.
Did you just see Shannon look the prosecutor up and down?
I would ask, only because we've had witnesses from Sgt testify, so I'd ask that we inquire into the juror.
Okay, I'm gonna read the question.
May
Okay, a juror says.
Your Honor, we have made a concerted effort to not say any of the places of employment or businesses for any witness, so just.
Yeah, well, someone said it though.
I believe opposing counsel did, but we've made an attempt for all of the witnesses not to identify specific places.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to identify, I didn't even realize that the prosecution, there's no order preventing the release of the name of where Mrs. Crumbley worked. I didn't violate any order.
I'm not suggesting
that. I think that saying the work location triggered number 15 to send us this note. And it sounds like she works indirectly with someone who is with Ms. Crumbley's former employer. She doesn't say that she knows anybody from there. But after the break, I'm going to bring her in and ask her. Okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
She doesn't say she knows anybody, but she just. I actually am appreciative when these jurors say that I maybe know someone. I think they're doing what they're supposed to. So, all right.
I just want to make sure I didn't do anything wrong by saying the name.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
I didn't suggest you did.
Yeah, that's what
I was just trying to give the warning to the court before.
Yeah.
That's daughter, you didn't do anything wrong.
The juror recognized.
Got it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be back.
All right.
Oh my God. Like this is so awful. My literal head is ready to explode. Explode. And I'm not being dramatic, right, meow? Let's go over to Court TV and see if they actually cut this off.
All right.
Please be seated.
I just feel like this is just redonkulous at this point. I'm sorry, Mommy. Mama. Ridiculous. So now they're going to bring this juror in. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it because the judge, she'll bring the juror in and then she'll be like, are we supposed to show her? Talk about washed out. I was trying to be like the court.
Yeah.
My lighting. Hey, let's do lighting like the court. I would want out too. This is awful. I would rewind, but I want to see what's going to happen next. Because this is a mess. I'm ready for a nap. I'm tired. Shannon just drives me crazy. Yeah, I'd be like, I work associated. Yeah, we sell parts to that company or whatever. You know. No, he doesn't get parole. His life in prison, no parole. So how is the studio coming along, guys? I've got partial walls done with the black. I'm going to put the clock right there on that blank black space. I don't know. They're bringing... I don't know what they're doing. I don't know when they're coming back. I don't know what they're doing. This juror might get lucky and get out. I have a headache. I don't know. It's Shannon. It has to be revisited? I didn't think so. You like how the lights are changing? That cool? I don't think he has any possibility for parole. They're not going to ever relook at his sentence. He got life without parole, charged as an adult. He doesn't have any chances, except his appeals. Yay, Myron. I am so excited. I know I can put it behind me on the wall. Yay. I'm so excited, Myron. I know, really. Shh. Yeah, I didn't think so, Siba. Thanks, Anne. So they're coming back in, it sounds like? So I don't know if they're going to bring, like, they did the other time, remember? But that was, the judge didn't know about cameras. They brought that one juror in, the parole guy, the parole officer. We shouldn't even know what the jurors' professions are. It's horrible. It's not a federal case, though. He's tried in the state of Michigan. He has no chance at getting out, except for his appeals. What a boring job to be a deputy. Oh, 10-minute break, then the juror? No, I'm telling you, we watched his sentencing. There's no chance. He is life with no parole. And if you look at the Otis site, it says earliest possible parole, life, in all caps. It's creepy. Scary. I wouldn't want that next to my fucking name. I can tell you that. Nope. Nope, nope. Dude ain't got no chance. Let me show you his docket card thingy. Here, I'll show you it. Right here. Ethan Robert Crumbley. Look. Whose power heels are coming? Ethan Robert Crumbley, white, male brown, blue eyes. I never knew he had blue eyes. I thought they were black. 6'1", 204 pounds. Date of birth, 4/28/06. He's 17. This was taken on December 12th of last year. Earliest release date, life. Maximum discharge, life. He is a prisoner at the Thumb Correctional. And look at these charges. Oh, shit. And he's charged as an adult, so his age does not matter. See all these charges? Kid ain't going nowhere. Ever. 24 charges. Yeah. Ethan Crumbley is in jail, in prison for life. He's housed, random fun fact, he's housed in the same facility as Jack Kevorkian, who was also known as, he is also known as Dr. Death. He was the assisted suicide doctor in Michigan. He was housed at the Thumb Correctional until he got really old and he got cancer. And when he was on his deathbed, they let him out and he passed. Yeah, he's 6'1". He is tall. So there's your random fun facts. I'm out. I'm getting off camera. I'm going to go keep putting these things on the wall. If you want to help me with my studio, I updated the wish list. Thank you in advance. Who's talking right now? Camera guy? That might be Florida law. I don't know about Fucci. I would have to look into that, but I don't think Ethan Crumbley is getting any revisits. We watched Judge Kwame Rowe sentence him, and he was very clear. Because they wanted him to get an appeal or get a parole after like 25 years, and he denied it. The judge said no. Because they specifically asked, his lawyers asked for a review, because in Ethan's statement he said, in 25 years I can prove that I've changed. And then they asked for 25 years and the judge said no, it's life. But that might be what Fucci's judge decided. It's not across the board though. Federal laws don't override in state courts. They don't. All right, let's see which feed we're going to be able to follow here. I bet the courthouse is just combination right signal good. Hot mic. We're quick right now. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, thanks, 5 or 10 more minutes. But we don't really know. She said 10 minutes, but that usually means 15 or 20 minutes. But she said 10. Terrorism? No. He's got assault with intent to commit murder, 7 counts, and then first degree murder premeditated. Terrorism causing death. Is that the terrorism causing death is MCL number 750 dot. Yep, it's on there. And then weapons, felony firearms. Let me see. Aiden Fucci might not have gotten life without parole. What was Aiden's sentence? Oh, I don't want a video.
This is a case that rocked the same.
I don't want a video. He pled guilty to first degree murder. Let's see. That's what I recognize. Like right now, we can do over. First-degree murder. I don't know. I mean, 2 different states. I don't really know. I'm not a lawyer. Oakland County Circuit Court Judge Kwame Rowe sentenced Ethan Crumbley, 17, to life in prison without the possibility of parole. It is a punishment that has become both rare and a point of contention over concerns about sentencing a minor to die in a cell before they reach full maturity. Crumbley, who was 15, became the first minor to receive an original sentence of life without the possibility of parole in more than a decade, since the U.S. Supreme Court in 2012 banned mandatory life sentences for juveniles and ruled courts should consider the circumstances of each defendant and their maturity before punishments are handed down. Before issuing his sentence, Rowe told the families who appeared in court that he knew whatever sentence the court imposes will not bring your loved ones back, da-da-da-da-da. The judge dismissed last-minute pleas, who stated the teen's life was salvageable. Rowe said, "This is nobody's fault but my own." The High Court heard arguments urging them not to give up on juvenile offenders. There's Ethan at his sentencing. Judge Elena Kagan said the court's opinion, it would be wrong for states to ignore the chance, da-da-da-da. Because of the ruling, okay, here's the outcome. Because of the ruling, court hearings are now held before sentencing to determine whether a possible life sentence is appropriate. So that's what the Miller hearings were for. Earlier this year, lawmakers in Michigan introduced bipartisan legislation to ban minors from being sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. At least 26 other states have passed laws prohibiting these sentences. The Supreme Court has made clear that life without parole sentences for young people should be rare. So it's rare, but it still happens, and I guess Kwame Rowe overrode that. Alicia, I'm so sorry. You were spot on. Nope, Alicia. Alicia is the brains of this chat. Alicia, you were 100% right. It was a federal Supreme Court ruling, and it did get adopted by all the states. Yes. Thank you, Alicia. When I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong, and I apologize, honey. You were totally spot on. We have the smartest chat on YouTube. This is me.
What the French call
les incompetents. It was the Miller hearings. That's why they do those Miller hearings. Oh, those were awful, weren't they? Mm-hmm. Oh, look at Shannon. She's wearing fishnets. Yesterday, she was popping in pink. Today, she looks like she's got a funeral.
That's the one I'm going to take
Hey, FYI, guys, I know this isn't a huge giveaway, but I have a giveaway. If we meet both of our goals on the screen, and we're really lacking in the Super Chat department, but if we meet both those goals on Friday, I have a giveaway, and we're going to spin the wheel. Everybody who has Super Chatted or donated memberships or become a member will be on the wheel, and I'm going to be giving away a special surprise. So Friday, wheel spin. Y'all are going to love it. We're going to have fun. But we have to meet those goals, or I'm not doing it. I'm on strike. All right, going on mute. Let's listen in.
Thank you. You're welcome.
He was on camera literally from the minute he left his house to the minute he went to prison on live television, all the way across the country, except for when he was on the airplane. I remember riveted because it's just how, yeah, it was, I just record that, no matter if
Thank you, Schmicky, and welcome, Jean Bellavalone. I hope I said that right. Jeannie Bellavalone. I hope that's it. Jeannie Bellavalone, because I love that name. Thank you so much.
And I took them out of your car and put them in my bag. I just want to make sure I don't get some
I think they're discussing the Amazon order.
We're reading one of the clothes today. Randy went to the office and got an ad for those, so I all like put together. I got it. What do you listen to? I got it. So I was going to just all around and I got a test that my roommate on during this break. So we went
Hi, Miss Hubley. She said, Jennifer, you look wonderful today. Your Amazon stuff is on the way. Jennifer in her blazer. She's like, Jennifer, I ordered you some hot pink and purple tank tops. All right, we're back. Let's find out about the juror. Juror number 15. I think 15 is a, well, isn't that an alternate or no?
Are you waiting for me to tell you you're good to go? Oh, no, this is, I was talking to the camera guy. I don't know if he's
I didn't know if you were going to talk, Your Honor, I didn't know if you were going to talk about the juror. That's what I was waiting at.
oh, yeah, you're waiting for the juror. Okay. All right.
Well, the one particular juror that we talked about before you left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes. I'm going to bring 1543 first. This is prosecutor this way. Just and we're going to go into 1543, okay?
Oh, wait. I thought you had a roll coming in.
No.
Hello, number 15. You can be seated.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of the situation.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you sent me a note indicating that you perhaps have a work relationship with some of the...
Oh, wait. I thought you had a roll coming in.
No.
Hello, number 15. You can be seated.
I guess we got put on mute now. I don't. Did you guys hear someone scream? Myron, I can't even read your comments. I can't read your comments without laughing. What in the hell just happened? Let's watch this again. I heard someone scream, but the judge didn't flinch. Let's watch again. All right. The judge is chewing. Your guys' comments are everything right now.
So this is going to be. Are you waiting for me to tell you you're good to go? Oh no, this is no. I was talking to the camera guy. I don't know if he's
I didn't know if you were talking. Your Honor, I didn't know if you were talking about the juror. That's what I was waiting at.
Oh yeah, you're waiting for the jury to come in. Okay. All right.
Well, the one particular juror that we talked about before you left.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes.
He said we are waiting for the juror, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, that's right, the juror." What?
Yeah, I'm going to bring 15 in briefly as soon as possible. Okay. Okay.
Wait, are they back?
So, several of the jurors, you guys are kind of in two camps.
Hold on.
You know, you got north and south going back there, two different jury rooms. And I've had a request for more menu items for lunch. All right, so I've been working in the courthouse for over 32 years. I can see you all doing the math.
She muted us again. Why does she muted us again? What the fuck?
And we
now we're
to do that
unmuted.
So that we wanted to accommodate you. We know this is a stressful trial and you're taking time out of your private life, and we've asked you not to read a newspaper or to do anything. But we also don't want you going down to the cafeteria because it creates too many opportunities for inappropriate reaction. Not necessarily you with someone else, but someone else with you. We don't expect you to be here with us very long, only about 5 more weeks. In any event, we're going to add a couple of menu items. And the alternative would be to bring your own lunch, which is what a lot of jurors do. But I think we're adding a salad or something. I don't know. Something. Anyway, we're doing our best. Okay. All right. So if you think it's really bad, for some reason you could bring your own things and could approach you and okay. All right. Who's the next witness?
Sergeant Matthew Peschke.
This is, oh God.
Do you swear
Shannon is going to object.
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 Pull the door toward you, have a step up, have a seat.
She was worried about him.
Spell your first and last name.
Matthew Peschke, Matthew Peshke.
Thank you.
I'm not even trying that.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell me or tell the jury how long you've been employed by the Oakland County Sheriff's Department?
For 20 years now.
And you are currently a sergeant, correct? And what's the scope of your assignment and duties at this moment?
My assignment and duties at this moment is I'm a detective sergeant in the Special Investigations Unit at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to November 30th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you recall where you were when you heard about the shooting at the Hoxford High School?
I was at the Pontiac substation.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what you did? How did you hear about it?
My partner at the time, Kevin Thomas, came into my office, told me there was an active shooter at the Oxford High School.
And what did you do?
I grabbed a vest and I got to my car and I left for Oxford High.
Okay. Did you lights and sirens as fast as you could? Did you join the caravan or did you?
I went lights. I didn't have sirens at the time.
Okay. And about how long after that did it take you to arrive at the school?
Maybe 20 minutes.
What did you do when you approached the school?
I went in through the entrance by the pool.
What did you observe when you drove into could you get to the parking lot of the school?
I got into the parking lot. I double parked at that point and I went into the school.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about what time that was, if you know?
I don't know.
Were you aware of whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I had heard on the way over the radio that the shooter was in custody.
Okay. At that point, what did you know about injuries or fatalities?
I knew that there had been 1 or 2 homicides at that point and injuries. I wasn't sure how many.
Okay. So you said, which entrance did you go into?
I went in by the pool.
And what did you do?
At that point, I located other members of the sheriff's office. There was I did a search of that pool area with a couple other deputies. We went back, reported to command, which was being made at that point. We went back and searched a couple hallways in that pool area again, looking for survivors, witnesses, victims, anything like that.
Okay. Did you find any students?
No.
All right. What was your understanding at that point of where they were, where the students were?
From what I had heard is a lot of students had ran away from the high school to the Myers, and other students were being escorted out that were still in classrooms by other deputies.
Okay. What you referenced a minute ago about command. Do you recognize this person sitting next to me?
Yes.
And who's that?
It's Lieutenant Willis.
All right. And what was his role there that day?
He was, he became the officer in charge. He was one of the command, reporting command that we go to.
So when you say command, were you finding Lieutenant Willis at that point? Was he instructing you or was somebody else instructing you?
Captain Hill was also there.
Okay. So after you cleared the pool area and another hallway with officers, what did you do next?
At that point, I was advised by command, the structure, to go to the house and the residence of Ethan and secure it.
We've decided that I've asked that we not say his name, so we refer to him in these proceedings as shooter.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. I should have explained that to you. You were told by command to go to the residence, and first, were you told whose residence it was and who lives there, or anything about the house?
We were told to go to the shooter's residence, secure it, preserve it for evidence, and there was a search warrant being drafted.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Do you know, if you can recall, how long did it take you to get from Oxford High School to the shooter's residence?
Just a couple minutes, I believe.
Okay. Did you go by yourself or with somebody else?
No, I was in my own car, but I went with Deputy Steele, or Detective Steele at the time, Detective Stoyak, and Detective McPherson. Okay. I believe there was a marked unit already at the house.
And you were instructed to do what when you got there?
To get any occupants out, secure it, look for if anybody was injured, destruction of evidence, anything like that.
Okay, you mentioned a search warrant. Were you told that there was a search warrant, or they were attempting to get one? What were you told?
The search warrant was being drafted. It was not signed yet in order for us to begin our search.
Okay, is this something that you've done frequently in your career?
Yes.
All right. And what do you typically do when you arrive at a residence of any kind and you know there's a search warrant they're attempting to get a search warrant? What's the protocol?
The search warrant gives you authorization to enter the house. And to search the house, more or less. So when you arrive on scene, normally as you're entering, the guns are drawn, you don't know what's in there, you don't know about animals, you don't know anything like that. You go in, you clear the house, make sure all occupants are either taken out or preserved in an area with other people, and then from that point, you hold the house and you preserve it. Normally, I make sure nobody's in there, and then we leave and have somebody watch that house, but not leave the area. We stay in the area until the search warrant is done by someone else.
Okay. When you were instructed to go to the house and do this, what did you have knowledge of regarding the shooter, his parents, what led up to it? What was your knowledge at that point?
I had knowledge of the shooter's name. I had knowledge that high school students were killed and injured, and that was pretty much about it.
Okay.
At that point.
Thank you. Did you have any knowledge about who else lived in the house?
No.
Okay, so you knew almost nothing. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew nothing when I went to the house.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I observed a male out walking in an area by it was like an awning, and then I observed a female coming out onto the porch.
All right. Do you see that at some point? Did you learn that female's name?
Yes.
What was her name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing?
She has on a tan sports coat.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. What did you do when you drove up to the house?
I drove up to the house. I put on a vest, and we lined up at the door and we went in.
Talk to me about why you put on a vest.
This is an active shooter scenario. This is I'm protecting myself with my vest. I don't know what I'm walking into.
Okay. And when you say we, who else was with you at the time?
It was McPherson, Detective Stoyak, and Detective Steele.
All right. Did anyone have their guns drawn?
Yes.
Who?
I did, and I'm almost positive everybody else did.
Why are you positive of that?
That's normal.
When you say normal, what do you mean? Is that protocol, or is that, because I think for a lot of us, that's not normal. So I'm trying to get you to understand, to make the jury understand why you would do something like that.
Well, like I explained, we didn't know what we were going into, so we were just making sure we were protecting ourselves.
Is that something you do frequently when you approach a house to execute a search warrant or to clear the house?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
We cleared the house, and at that point, we came back outside.
Okay. At that point, did you know whether or not the defendant and her husband had been at a substation, or did you know anything about any statement they'd made?
No.
Okay. Did you know that they had seen their son or not?
No.
Okay. So what did you do with or ask the defendant to do, if anything?
Can you rephrase?
Yes. At some point, you had an opportunity to interact with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened?
She was seated in the back of a patrol car in front of the house.
Whose patrol car?
Weingart's.
Okay. And at some point, was she in the back of another patrol car?
I never saw her in the back of another patrol car.
Okay.
Deputy Zajac was also on scene in a marked car.
Okay. So what was the first interaction you had with her?
When she was in the back of Deputy is it Weingart's? I believe it's Weingart's, yeah.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything?
I advised her she wasn't in custody, and I originally jumped in the driver's seat, but then I walked around to the back seat and I opened her door.
Why did you do that?
She's not in custody. I just wanted to have a conversation with her.
Okay. Did you leave the door open or closed?
I opened it.
Okay. Did she express a preference about whether it was opened or closed?
She liked it open.
All right. This conversation takes place for about 49 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking the entire time?
No.
What else were you doing while you were talking with her? Were you doing anything else? Were there breaks in that conversation?
There may have been breaks near the end of it where I was looking for further instruction.
Okay, were you always standing right beside the car?
No.
Okay, and did she have any requests?
A cigarette or her phone.
Did you accommodate those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'm going to play what's been marked as People's Proposed 342. It's the in-car video that Sergeant Peschke just introduced.
Your Honor, I have no objection.
Okay, 342 is admitted.
I do have a really quick question if we can approach very, very, very quickly.
Hold on, we're not on bench. Sorry. This is my
Okay. So I do want to just put on the record that while this is a lengthy video, it is 49 minutes, it's a critical, we believe, and so I just am asking for the jurors' patience and viewing it.
There might be some boring parts, is that what you're saying?
I don't
Some
believe,
lulls,
I do
some
not believe
lulls.
there are any boring parts, but
Lulls.
that's me.
Lulls.
I think even the reason for the entire video is even during the period where there's absolutely no conversation, it's an opportunity to view and observe the defendant. So I just want to put on the record why I'm playing the whole thing.
And Your Honor, we have no objection. We stipulate to the exhibit.
Well, in the interest of completion too, it's good to play the whole thing, so.
Okay. All right.
We're just down at the substation.
Sergeant Peschke, do you know about what time this starts? I mean, actually not about what time. Do you know what time that she gets in the car?
Not exactly. I'm sorry, I was.
Okay, that's okay. So what, can you tell us what the time says?
It's 14:57 and right now.
I mean, I know my son was the one that shot the school, so I'm not quite sure why I brought back to the cop car.
Well, right now,
Not quite sure why I brought it back to the cop car.
well, right now, Until investigators can get things figured out.
Is there like some air back here?
Nothing else backing up to do.
I left the stove on.
I think they got shut off. don't know if I can tell you that. I'm a detective for Oakland County. So, what's your date of birth?
4178.
Okay. Were you handcuffed when they brought you out of the house?
Not, well, they handcuffed me at the front door.
Okay. Well, so being that, fine, hold on. There wasn't there. We're ready to break off. Jennifer, has anybody told you what's going on?
I was at the substation and I saw my son and answered questions. I know what he did.
Okay. All right, so you understand, you're not in custody, you're just, right now, we need to check your house for evidence. Okay. Would you be willing to sign a form for us to check, we can go to your house? Okay. Is his room far in the back? Ethan, is your son's name Ethan? Yeah. Okay. Is his room all the way in the back?
No, he's got, there's 2 pits on the other side of that.
So he has 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, because his bedroom got so out of control, he moved to the guest room, and that got out of control, and I haven't got a chance to put it yet.
Whose room's all the way in the back?
Those are mine. Me and my husband.
Okay. What's your name?
James.
Is that Ethan's dad? Yeah. Biological?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he own a firearm?
Yes.
Ethan does?
No.
James?
James does.
Did you see that box that was on your bed in the back bedroom?
I haven't had a chance to go back there yet.
Okay. What's a good phone number for you?
248-760-7502.
Did Ethan have a phone?
He did.
What's that?
It's stored in my phone. I don't know off the top of my head. My phone's in the bumper of that police vehicle. If I can get it.
Okay. And your husband's name is James?
Yes.
James, same line?
Yes.
Who's Hazel?
Who?
Hazel? No. Okay.
James said we got in a fight last night that looked just great and it was bad. We got on to him and took stuff away from him, and this morning and the way to school, they said he seemed fine, he apologized, and normal, there was nothing abnormal. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Just like normal? Did you walk?
No, James don't.
Oh, okay. Did James hear?
He's in the back of my head. The minute he told me there was an active shooter at high school, I couldn't get a hold of Ethan, I left, I'm kind of, I don't know what time it is right now.
Okay.
We went right to the substation.
All right, so you were gone this morning before Ethan left.
Yeah.
James, what time did you leave?
Well, wait a minute. Jane took him first, I woke up late this morning, I left after.
Okay, were you sleeping in?
Stay in the back bedroom? I mean, that's where I sleep, that's where I woke up.
Right, but, so I guess it's kind of hard for me to ask you if there's a gun box on your.
Yeah, that's probably, that when we found out there was an active shooter, we were at school early this morning, but the counselor found some drawings on the paper that didn't seem a concern to stay at school. And then we found an active shooter, James came home, and he looked open the gun box, had the guns gone, and we had the bullets hidden in 2 separate spots, and the bullets were gone, and instantly it's like, oh shit.
Okay.
I think that's what he did. And I drove him straight, because we called Oakland County and told them what we thought, and they called us at the substation.
So
we just got back from there. No. Didn't know about it until we heard there was an active shooter.
Okay.
And we were just at the counselor office because Ethan was drawing some weird images on some paper. And then all of a sudden there's an active shooter, and James flew home, and he's like, I had the gun hidden, and I told him where I hid the bullets, and they were both missing. So sometime, I don't know.
Well, it had to be sometime today, 'cause you guys, did you sleep in that back bed?
Yeah.
So.
And I woke up in there and there was nothing abnormal.
Right, if the box wasn't on your bed, did you make your bed?
No.
Okay, so if the box is on your bed, so what I'm just trying to get a time span on it, you could have picked up the gun.
I don't think he could have. Not this morning.
Unless, do you think, is it possible that James maybe, like, checked the box for the handgun and put it on the bed?
Well, yeah, I told you.
Okay.
Yeah, after we found out.
That's the part that I was.
Yeah, when we, after we heard there was an active shooter and after we talked to the counselor at the school today, he came here during this whole time this was going on. And that's when he noticed the gun was gone. That's when he called you guys.
Okay. What kind of images was he drawing?
On my phone. I didn't look at that closely because it's on the bumper of that.
It's on the bumper of that car. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, are they?
Well, now that when I was at the substation, I looked at them more closely, they're a little disturbing. Well, they're very disturbing because look what he just fucking did.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking. I'm kind of in shock. Like, he's never been in trouble. He's never done anything. Like, he's never done anything wrong. He's a good kid.
Right. Well, we are too, and I mean, this is kind of like a mental.
This is fucked up.
Yeah. So.
Like, my son just ruined his life. I'll probably never see him again. Like, what the fuck?
Right. How old is he?
15.
I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't. The green one?
Yeah.
Well, what time do you think you were up at the school today to see the counselor? Do you know which counselor it was?
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
And now that I look at him closely, and this was just, we literally left the school. I went back to work and then this started happening.
I'm gonna take a picture of this, okay? Is this on my homework?
It was on a math assignment that they were supposed to turn in.
What did he say when you stopped talking to him today with the counselor?
He said he was sorry that we lost a dog. His best friend got sent to an OCD facility treatment thing, and my mother-in-law passed away, and he said he was dealing with a lot of stress, and he was just putting thoughts on paper. It's the first time we've ever seen anything like this, or he's ever been
I've never seen anything like this before.
No, and he's never like, he's, I don't know.
Do you know that he knows how to like handle a firearm?
Yeah, because we take him to the gun range.
Okay. So you teach him how to
That's our hobby, that we go to the gun range, and that's what we do.
Is that the only gun you have in the house?
Well, the one, aside from the one that he took to the school, yes. There's like BB guns, but.
There's BB guns, and then I think it was a .45 caliber that was at the school.
That was a 9mm.
A 9?
It should have been.
But you don't have it, like, what is it, Glock?
No, it's a SIG something.
Okay, a SIG.
Which we just got on fucking Sunday. Friday. And we took him to the gun range so they can.
Oh, you just bought it?
Yeah, I mean, we've had another one for a long time.
Okay. What's the other one?
It's my husband knows. I don't know. It's a 22, I think.
Oh, okay.
We went out and we.
Has he been, talking to you about it? I mean, so he had bad grades, but I mean.
They weren't horrible. We just had to notice his geometry got to an E. I mean, I'm not a math person. I just told him to get a D-. I'm happy.
Right.
And then, I looked at his power school last night and I saw an E and I said, so you're great, get brought back up. There's no gun range, there's no phone, there's no nothing. Those are two trigger points. And then he was mad last night, this morning he seemed fine.
Okay.
It's not the first time he's been in trouble for his grades.
Right. Okay.
I mean, he was a good kid.
Right.
Like, he just doesn't do anything. He like stays at the house, and I don't know. He loves his animals, and I never would have.
Well, I'm not, I mean, this is I don't think he's a bad kid. I think he might have just been upset about something today.
I mean, I never even, like, his body would have any mental issues, like, he's never exerted any type of anger, he's never exerted anything, like, he's just like one of those mellow, laid-back kids, like, we've always had an open and he'll talk about stuff, like, I don't get it. I don't get what happened.
Okay. Alright. Well, I mean, like you said, what grade was he in there?
They're not gonna release his name on the news, are they?
This probably, it won't be for a while, but, I mean, this is, I'm sure your neighbors are already talking.
Right, I know.
You know, I mean,
The fact that I got handcuffed outside my front door, that was great.
Yeah. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. You guys own or?
Are there any fatalities?
Cool. And then there's 7 injured. I believe one of them was a teacher. Yeah, the teacher was critical. Do you know which teacher he was having? Do you know who he was having a problem with? Well, I mean, like his grades.
Spanish? Yeah, we've been complaining about it.
Who hasn't?
So like, what was like a teacher last year? I don't even remember her name.
Was it the same school even?
Yeah.
Jennifer. If I could have you, when you take a second, why don't you take a second? Did you ever complain about anybody in school? They're being bullied?
I asked him for everybody's nice to school, he said, yeah.
Did he have friends?
Yeah, no, the one best friend he had was sent on Halloween to an OCD treatment facility in Wisconsin out of the blue, and that was like his best friend. And so he didn't really have anybody outside of that, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. If you could sign this for your house, just gonna go in, and I would like to do that unbox. Just see if any other weapons are missing.
My husband knows what
Does he? Okay. I'll get talking to him.
I have a cigarette.
We got him one.
No, my husband's got it.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
We'll get that.
And maybe a jacket.
Yes. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll this one up and get you.
No, I don't want the key, I possible. Okay. I just really want a cigarette. Okay. I don't even really smoke.
You're trying to get a hold of the man. What do you have for on the radio talking about coming back out?
I work just on a relay code that we're doing, and then we gotta do a weather check for, Floor is clear. We're coming back to the main lobby. Okay, you get your, people over there, Roger. You going up? Yeah. It's gonna stay right there. If anybody. I didn't want to smoke with her. No, it. Go ahead, actually just have. Yeah, thank you. Yep. He's gonna. No, just keep it open. I'm gonna go give him back and I have to show it. So, I'll keep the open. I can't talk here about anyway. It's under national news. Yeah. I'll shoot you a message. I'm sorry? No, I'll talk to you later. Can you repeat that? Hey, Mom. I'm in the tower, so on OS, northeast, please put TVs and taken out. I'm in the seeing for on the road, so on OS, please put TVs radio at 32. Just because we have our first crew top and all that. That's a good thing, sir. Keep that mind in control. Channel 1 to be advised, there was a pass for more east for you that was taken out. There's an alternate ride for first east. I'm good with that, thank you. That's 100, thank you. Radio phone 1411, 1412. Contact United Packages. You don't talk about it.
1521. Perimeter car is 1521. The fire department is going to be coming in with a large vehicle. They're going to come in off the Ring Road where 411 posted, and they're going to come in where 1521 is posted. Let them through, midnight when they come through. I'm good.
Sorry?
I had to put this out.
What's going on?
Sorry, I had to smell.
Oh, well. It's all good.
Yeah, my biggest fear was that he was gonna turn the gun myself.
Any units that have personal cars and large cars next to the main entrance, we get those moved for the command vehicle to come in.
Clear for remote going on the line.
Children Village, 5990, 5990.
Good, how are you? For a little bit. You live down here?
You're bringing back the house, please.
Yes, and there's no other way to get out? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. So this is a house around here is a place of interest. So. Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
I think that the drainage is advised that the bomb squad is actually been activated, it's gonna be on the way here, but they'll do the notification from the COmin. Small change, can you call MSP plus bomb squad, which will lock her MSP dog handler?
That's more just confirm we're looking at the bomb squad, we will let her know handlers.
I am giving you my phone number.
That's more, go ahead.
They're coming in on U Street here. Have a look here. 10-1, I have residents at 135. You will be letting them get down there. Yeah, that's why it's make sure you get there. 10-1.
Hey, Director, the number is 21-249-546, repeating 249-546.
Good, Advent. You guys are required to get that thing. Thank you. who's over there, Lieutenant Jenny, Lieutenant Glover? Yeah, give me a few minutes looking back to you. Who's it? No. Give me the vehicle. Are you on, Third and East Street?
Hang on.
That's all right. So, this might take a little while. So what I'm gonna do, I didn't realize you'd already talked to a sergeant earlier. So with all the chaos going on, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding on everybody's part. So what I'm gonna do is, I can't technically let you go back in the house because they wanna do a search warrant. So what I can do is if you guys wanna go get a cup of coffee, go get a drink, leave. Sergeant Brian said he will call you as soon as the search warrant is done on your house. But I can't let you go back in right now. Well, I don't know, that's what Detective Stoyak's also calling your husband. I don't know, do you have your car keys? No? You don't keep guns in the car? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to think about it for a second, or wait until your husband, or, I mean, what do you?
I need to get my car keys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole fucking neighborhood probably thinks like we're monsters and.
Oh, that's why I'm gonna kind of get you out of here instead of just having to sit out here.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Is that okay? Alright, so give us just a minute.
I need
a jacket. Yeah.
I don't care about jackets. I got hoodies in my car. I need like a charger from batteries.
Okay. Do you have a charger in the car?
I don't know if I took it in with me or not. It'd be plugged in if I didn't. Okay.
So we'll just have a guy who go in with you, to make sure that everything's cool, and then Sergeant Brown will call you with the house and stuff.
Let me just make sure the one cat, there's two cats, but they don't get out.
I didn't see a cat.
Well, you're not gonna see one. One's kind of a kitten, and that's my son's cat.
Okay.
So one being asked me to take care of it.
Okay.
But I'm obviously not gonna be seeing him. I don't even know.
Well, he's at Children's Village, so.
Yeah,
I know, but.
I think he's responsible for family's worst nightmare, and that ultimately looks back on us because here we are.
See, I didn't know that you had asked for an attorney either.
Yeah.
Do you want an attorney just for your son, or?
I just don't, I work for a company that has attorneys and was there when I rushed out, and he said, don't talk to anybody without an attorney present, so he texted me and I was there, so I don't even know, this is something you plan on.
Alright. Yeah, why don't you come out and I'm gonna let you make the decision.
Yeah, I think.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
The defense has no questions.
Thank you, Sergeant. Sergeant?
Yes.
You may step down.
Thanks, Judge.
Who's the next witness?
Thank you, Judge. I think we can get through one more witness, but we do need to address a matter outside the presence of the jury first.
Okay. I'm going to give you a 5 or 10 minute break. We're going to see how the rest of the interesting.
All right, for the jury. Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right, you may be seated.
Judge, we have Robert Catalis here from the crime lab.
Robert Catalis?
Yes. So it's my understanding defense counsel is objecting to exhibits 13 and 22. So we need to have a ruling on those. I would ask that the court instruct the media not to film those two photographs because it does have imaging of a minor.
Okay.
So we could go through on the screen, but I don't want to broadcast.
They've been very cooperative. If you can just give them a heads up right beforehand, because.
Just wait one, please.
Yes.
Did you say 13?
And 22.
And Your Honor, the defense is objecting based on relevance and that they are too prejudicial. The prosecution knows these are too prejudicial based on the fact that they're telling witnesses in the courtroom that these are about to be put on the screen. They're so prejudicial.
Telling the father of a murdered victim.
I think that would be appropriate.
Your Honor, so the first photo, number 13, shows a deceased child in the photo. It's just not necessary. This jury has heard horrific evidence, seen horrific evidence, and to see more photos with dead children we believe is unnecessary and prejudicial. And the second exhibit that's at issue is number 22. There's a very large pool of blood, and there's just, again, no reason that it needs to be shown to this jury. It's way prejudicial.
I guess I would have to say that this would seem to be a pretrial issue. I didn't think that there were issues like this remaining, but I haven't seen these pictures, so that doesn't help.
The prosecution
I can show you right now. I'd like to respond to the objection.
Well, I'm going to let you respond to the objection, but this feels like not a mid-trial type of issue. But
Your Honor, the exhibits were identified for me mid-trial. So when I saw this, I notified Mr. Keese the first day of trial when I saw this that I was objecting to these two.
Okay, I just didn't know. It would seem like something that would be subject to a motion in limine.
Yes, Judge.
Motions in limine with regard to some other exhibits. That being said, here we are. So I haven't seen the pictures, so.
Sure.
There are so many thousands of pages that if I filed a motion in limine and the thousands of pages I got, this court, that's all you would have done for 3 years is hear motions every week.
What do you think I did do?
I know that, but I'm saying it's impossible for the defense to file motion in limines on every single piece of evidence we got. 99% of what they gave me, they're not even using because it's not relevant.
Okay, so despite the fact that I don't want to, can I please see the pictures?
May I, Jeff?
Yeah, okay. Are you putting them on?
I can show you the printout.
But I want to make sure they're not streamed. I want to make sure.
Well, then, just to be sure.
Whatever the best way is.
I'm focused on the seal up of what you're not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's hard to rule if I haven't seen them. The family's seen them before, right?
And Judge, we have spoken with the victim's family before the trial, before the Miller hearing, before the exam.
I have no doubt.
This is proposed exhibit 13. This is the view of the 200 hallway. Robert Catalis is the crime scene investigator. He's the supervisor of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office crime scene laboratory, or crime scene unit rather. He will testify that this is the path that the shooter took.
Is that tape?
That's Hannah, St. Juliana, and further up is Madison, Baldwin, Judge. Just so the court is aware, we have literally hundreds, if not thousands of photographs to draw upon. There's only one. There's no close-up photographs. There's no autopsy photographs being sought to admit. This is a homicide case. The shooting is relevant to this case. Death is an element that the people must prove, and we must prove that the end result of gross negligence is what happened on November the 30th. This is People's 13.
Are there two children in this video?
Yes, Judge, and we intentionally didn't have a close-up photograph of Ms.
Okay,
Ball.
well, this doesn't seem to be exceptionally gruesome or anything like that.
We did so intentionally.
Okay.
So that's 13. That's admitted, Judge?
Well, I'm going to hear what else you might have to say.
Okay.
Wait, 13?
And 13, it also shows proficiency in which the shooter had with the firearm because the placards indicate defects in the wall and shell casings. Testimony will come out of the number of shell casings that were recovered from this portion of the hallway. The video has already been admitted in the previous ruling. The video, Judge, it moves through this portion of the hallway very quickly. So, again, 13, we intentionally did not choose unduly gruesome, prejudicial photographs. We choose only one photograph that is necessary to show the element involved. So that's 13.
This is not gruesome. It doesn't show an actual injury. It does show the path of the shooter, and death is an element causing death. It shows a number. Do those show the various shots, or are those spots?
Shell casings as well as defects. Another way to put it is bullet holes in the lockers and walls.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to admit that.
Thank you, Judge. That's 13. Exhibit 22. Judge, this is the bathroom in which Justin Schilling was executed. Well, we have the video. There's no video of the bathroom itself. We don't have a photograph of Mr. Schilling, Judge. This shows the relation to number 49 there, if the court can see that in the placard there, as well as 50. There's a bullet defect in the wall in the bathroom as well. That table that you see is the top of the trash can. That's where the shooter put the firearm. That, in fact, was a murder weapon. This is relevant to show the eventual path and where the shooter ended up. And again, it is a homicide case. We intentionally chose only the photographs necessary. There was a drone that was flown through the Oxford High School, so we could have potentially extracted thousands of photographs, but we didn't.
What's your response, Ms.
I think I've already made my record.
All right. I again think this is relevant. This is a case about causing death. That's one of the elements, and I don't think it's excessively gruesome.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'm going to make that picture as well.
And we called Mr. Callison last minute. Let me just make sure that he's ready in the hallway. He'll be ready.
Okay, he'll be the last witness today,
yes,
right?
Yes, Judge.
Should we bring the jury back in?
Yes. We're ready in there for the court this time.
Let me ask you, last night I let them all go, and then because I thought we were going through pictures, Ms. Williams called them all back and told them to come an hour earlier. It ended up being a good thing because of the weather, but are there any, aside from the issue with regard to what you filed and they're going to respond to, that we've already discussed some on the record, are there any issues before, because after this witness I'm going to tell the jury to leave, and certainly if they had been here at 8:30 this morning they would have sat for 2 hours before they saw a witness, which is not good. So
I believe after going through the email that Ms. Smith sent to our office, I don't think there are any other objections.
Okay.
But of course Ms. Smith could.
Are there any other issues aside from what you filed and they're going to respond to that we've already made a partial record about?
Not at this point.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to know before
Your Honor, I'm saying that, but I also don't know what I know somewhat what their plan is, but I don't want to have you yell at me later when I'm bringing up an issue.
I'm not going to yell at you. I just want to get the jury on their way. I'm trying to manage the situation, and they would have sat here for 2 hours this morning.
Judge, I think the question is the exhibit list that we provided. Is there any objection to any of the exhibits on the exhibit list?
Yeah, I just want you to.
Yes, there is, but not. There's an objection, and I've already let you know this with respect to the way that the prosecution has redacted the journal, which in part has been deemed admissible by the court. So I believe that's an objection.
Portions of it.
Portions of it. Mm-hmm. I am just making sure that I will be able to impeach and cross-examine on portions that are redacted by the prosecution currently right now. The prosecution.
Who are you impeaching though?
The journal. The people have certain statements coming in, but the journal itself impeaches those statements even within the journal. So for impeachment, I'd like to be able to ask about other writings in the journal, even if they're not admitted as substantive evidence.
Okay, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
That's in our last witness, Judge.
And then,
so-
Your Honor, let me just double check the witness list, or I'm sorry, the exhibit list, see if there's anything else. I think we have. Are you guys still skipping exhibits?
All I wanted to know is if there's any major issues, because, last night at 5:30, there was maybe a plan to go through 55 pictures. So if something like that were to come up again, I'd want to have the jury come in later.
I don't think so, Judge. If we can get started, we can have our last witness today.
Okay.
And then...
All right. I'm just checking. I don't like them sitting around. I don't like them sitting around changing my lunch menu. So.
Your Honor, aside from that, the one issue I put on the record, which you said we'll get to later, I don't believe there's any other objections.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back in.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
Judge, I'll notify the court when it's these specific photographs, and I'll ask the court at that point to request the media.
Yeah, please.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
All right, you may be seated. We're going to hear our last witness today. All right, and who would that be, prosecutor?
Excuse me, Robert Cortellis.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please step up, have a seat, and state your name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Robert F. Cortellis Jr., ROBERTKOTELES.
Go ahead, prosecute.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you been there?
I'm in my 17th year.
Okay. In total, how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
In my 17th year, so
Total 17 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us, please, what is your specific title with the Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory?
I'm a Forensic Laboratory Investigator Leader. That's my HR name, if you will, but I'm the crime scene supervisor and the latent print supervisor.
Okay. When we say crime scene supervisor, what does that mean?
I have a team of 6 people that are on my team, and I supervise those 6 when it comes to any crime scenes that needs processing. Sometimes they may happen during the day. I would say that's usually my night job because I do latent prints during the day. But I lead that team to do crime scene investigations when called upon.
Now tell us, please, what's your background?
I have a forensic science degree from Michigan State University.
Okay. Now, how often would you say that you get called out to do a crime scene analysis?
It depends on what year it was or what time frame of my career. Currently, I'd probably say we average about 2 crime scenes a month. But you have to keep in mind that we only do major crime scenes. I have other teams that I send out to do I would say, lesser crimes that are already on the road. So as far as the major crime scenes, we'd probably do 2 to 3 a month.
Okay, when you say major crime scenes, what exactly does that mean?
Typically, they're going to be homicides or officer-involved shootings or criminal sexual conduct cases.
I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working then?
I was actually in the lab working on my latent print work.
Okay. 12:51 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Do you recall what happened?
Yes, I do.
All right. And were you notified of the attack at the Oxford High School?
Yes, I received notification at 1:15 p.m. on that day to respond to the school.
Okay. What was your purpose for responding to the school?
I was the on-call crime scene investigator for that day. So it was me to lead my team up to the Oxford High School for crime scene processing.
You said your team, is that you and the 6 individuals?
Yes, and at that time there was 8. I had recruited a biologist to assist us and also a laboratory technician.
Okay, so what sort of specialties are these individuals involved in that are on your crime scene team?
They're members of our forensic laboratory in the firearms unit, in the latent print unit, along with the biology unit.
So is it fair to say then you were called to the Oxford High School to process the scene?
That is correct.
What's the first thing you do when you arrive on scene to process?
Well, we were pretty much on standby because it was still an active scene. They were still getting intel, meaning my cohorts at the sheriff's office, of what had happened in there, clearing rooms, clearing the entire building. I didn't actually get in the building. I shouldn't say. I got in the building while it was still daylight to collect a firearm that was asked upon me. But as far as crime scene processing, it was well into the night when I actually got to walk through the scene to see what I was dealing with.
Okay, now the firearm, that would have been the 6-hour 9mm?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I believe we have a stipulation. I'm just going to, for the record, that's Exhibit 403, Forensic Laboratory Report, request number 6, confirming that was in fact the murder weapon from November the 30th.
No objection. Yes.
Yes. Is it previously admitted?
Not previously admitted.
But stipulated to.
Yes,
correct.
that's 403. Thank you.
403.
Okay, so sir, after you went inside the school to collect the firearm, what happened next?
Pretty much sat in my vehicle waiting on the A-OK to go into the school, meaning that it was safe for us to go in and process the crime scene.
Okay, so once you're given that green light, what do you do first?
I met with Sergeant Zadrowski, and we went through, there was me and one other individual, Rachel Grace, and members of the Special Investigation Unit that went through the crime scene itself to see what kind of evidence and what we were looking at within the crime scene.
Okay, so would you call this sort of an initial walkthrough?
That would be a good terminology.
Okay, so once you do the initial walkthrough, what's your process then?
To go and report back to my team, to construct that team of what kind of services I needed from each one of them, kind of delegated out each of their jobs that they needed to do, and the chronological order that we were going to complete those tasks.
Okay, so what was your decision then on that day?
As far as for each person?
Well, you walked through the crime scene, you had a feel for what you were looking at as far as crime scene process. So what steps did you take next?
After the initial walkthrough, photographs were taken. After photographs were taken, then what we have, what we call a 3D scanner. So it takes a 3D scan of the crime scene itself to document exactly where items of evidence and the bodies were located within the scene.
Okay, so sir, why is it important to you as a professional in this subset of law enforcement to document things as you see them?
So that we can keep the integrity of where they were located when I actually saw them at that time.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through just a small portion of the photographs with you. In some of these photographs, we'll see yellow numbers or yellow placards on the ground with numbers. What are those?
They signify pieces of evidence that were found within the crime scene.
Okay. And when you process a crime scene, do you write a report afterwards?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach witness? Sure. Just confirm, sir, this is People's Proposal 11. Confirm that is in fact the report that you have authored in this particular case.
Yes, it is.
Okay. People move to mid 11.
No objection.
11's admitted.
And sir, when is it that you write this report?
At a later date, after I had cleared the crime scene, after all the documentation was done, at the crime scene and then back at the laboratory, and then taking my notes and then constructing a formal report at that time.
Okay, and why do you do so? Why is it important to do so?
To kind of paint a picture of what I saw that day so that other people can hear and see what I experienced and saw that day.
Okay. And you mentioned photographs are taken and the evidence placards are put on the ground next to pieces of evidence. Do you also draw a sketch?
Yes, a sketch was not prepared, but what we used was a schematic blueprint of the school because of the vast nature of the school. Trying to get several rooms within one 8.5 by 11 piece of paper was virtually impossible. So we used a schematic to designate where the items of evidence were found within that school.
Okay, sir. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen here. This is People's 10. I don't believe there's an objection to the admission of this exhibit.
No objection.
This wasn't admitted already?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
This is People's
Do you have
10.
no objection?
No objection.
10 is admitted.
Okay, so this is the blueprint, at least of the portion of the 200 hallway where the shooting occurred. Is that right?
Yes, it's the entire school, the lower level there, but you can see the blue markings, our pen marks, they were signifying the items of evidence that were found within this crime scene.
So these pen marks, these are actually your pen marks, your notations.
Not me personally. Some of them are, but I worked with Rob Charlton, who was my, he took measurements and then he prepared the schematic along with me of where the items of evidence were found outside the classrooms.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Oxford High School has numbered hallways, and each classroom has a number associated to it. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in the course of your reconstruction of this crime scene, were you able to reconstruct the path that the shooter took during the shooting?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So first, this is still People's 10. This is a zoomed-in portion. This depicts the 200 hallway, and we see rooms 258 and 256 with a bathroom adjacent to 258. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So tell us, sir, why is this portion of 200 hallway significant to you as a crime scene investigator?
There were two victims that were found between rooms 258 and 256, along with a vast number of pieces of evidence.
Okay. And then this is still People's 10. This is just a zoomed in portion of the remainder of the 200 hallway after the hallway turns. And I take it that pieces of evidence were recovered in this hallway as well?
That is correct, along with one of the other additional victims was found in a patrol car that was found just outside of the school.
Okay. Well, sir, were you able to tell, or did you subsequently find out where the shooter was directly before he began the shooting?
Yes, I was given information that he was in the bathroom found just west of 258 in the 200 wing.
So that would be the bathroom at the top of the screen there?
Yes, if you can see the numbers, it's by 6 and 7 depicted at the top of the zoomed in portion of the photograph.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 12. I don't believe there's an objection to this.
No objection.
12 is admitted.
And sir, what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the inside of the bathroom, inside of one of the stalls. Of the bathroom we're talking about near 258 were a backpack, electronic devices, a journal, I believe there's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
Okay. It was later confirmed that these were the belongings of the shooter in this case?
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 13. I asked the court instructed me not to film.
I'm going to request that the media not film this picture.
Audio too?
I don't think there's not a problem with audio.
No, Judge.
No, just video, please. And still, no still or audio, video, okay? Thank you.
Now, in the course of your crime scene investigation, the photographs, you've seen these photographs before, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And these photographs fairly depict the path that the shooter took during the attack in Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is the bathroom adjacent to 258. People's 13, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom, showing down the hallway where 258 and 256 would be found on the left-hand side of this photograph. And you can start to see the evidence placards on the right-hand side, with one of the victims lying on the ground on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Okay, so for the record, that's Hannah St. Juliana, and she's on the ground to the right side of the hallway, is that right?
That is correct.
And further up in the photograph, there's another victim, and that's Madison Baldwin.
That is correct.
Now, sir, tell us please what you recovered of evidentiary value in crime scene analysis in this portion of the 200 hallway.
They're what we call fired cartridge cases, and also fired bullets. So the fired cartridge cases will hold the actual unfired bullet in a semi-automatic weapon. The fired cartridge case is ejected out of the side of the weapon, which is typically out of the right side of the weapon. The bullet is expelled out of the barrel or the end of the weapon in the direction where that firearm was pointed.
So sometimes I refer to them as shell casings. Is that an appropriate term, or should I not use that?
I mean, I think it can be used interchangeably. A fired shell casing or a fired cartridge case.
Okay. And how many of those fired shell casings did you recover in this portion of the 200 hallway?
There were 14.
So every time that someone pulls the trigger of a loaded semi-automatic weapon, it ejects a fired shell casing?
That is correct.
Okay. So with 14 fired shell casings in this portion of the hallway, what does that indicate to you as the number of shots fired?
That there would have been 14 within this area.
This is Exhibit 14. This is still a portion of the 200 hallway before it turns, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in the screen?
You can see a few more of the yellow placards that are indicating the evidence that was found in that area before we get to the turn, heading back away from 258 and 256.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 15. Is this continuing down the path? So we saw on the map that the 200 hallway turns right outside 256?
That is correct. And it would move to the left, or I believe it's north at that point in time.
Okay, so is this picture then oriented down the long hallway of 200?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do we see here?
Once again, it's fired. There's evidence that's marked by the yellow placards indicating the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, along with a firearm magazine or a gun magazine that was located in this area of the hallway.
Okay. This is Exhibit 16. Now I want to direct you specifically to placard 35 there, the lower middle portion of the screen. You mentioned a magazine. What is that?
So a semi-automatic weapon, a gun magazine will hold those cartridges or the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are put together in typically the bottom of the weapon, and that loads the gun to be chambered, to have a round chamber to actually use that weapon.
Okay. Now, how many fired shell casings did you recover from the long portion here of the 200 hallway?
There were 18 fired cartridge cases.
Okay. Now, did you also uncover evidence that the shooter fired into classrooms as well?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 17. This is a picture of what?
This is from the outside of room 247, and if you see it's in the middle of the picture, there's a pink rod we call trajectory rod, and that is to indicate where the shot was fired from and into. So this shot was fired from the exterior of 247 to the interior of room 247.
Okay. This is People's 18. What are we looking at here?
Another photograph from the outside of this is room 244. Once again, you can see a pink trajectory rod indicating that this bullet had traveled through the glass along with the 244 placard of this classroom 244.
Okay. Not already, people moved to 16, 17, 18, Judge.
No objection.
16 and 17 and 18 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if 14 and 15 were, but I have no objection.
Thank you.
14 and 15 are admitted.
This is People's 8. This has already been admitted. This is room 224, and Molly Darnell had already testified in this trial that this was the classroom she was in. But what do we see in this photograph here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of room 224. And in this picture, you can see that there are 3 trajectory rods that were into the door of this room, indicating that the bullets were fired from outside of the classroom to the inside.
Okay. And this is People's 6, again, already admitted. This is the same classroom, 224. What do we see in this particular photograph?
On the left-hand side, you can see it's the inside of the door with the same 3 trajectory rods just from the inside. And then in the back of the room, there's what we call a perforation in the window. So a bullet more than likely traveled through that window, perforated the window, and we were never able to locate that bullet.
Okay.
But that was one of them. And
what about the placard right here in the middle?
There is a fired bullet that was found in the bookcase. It was found lodged in one of the books on that bookcase.
Okay, and then we see this defect in the file cabinet here.
That is correct. That would be a ricochet or a defect that was more than likely caused by a firearms projectile or a fired bullet.
This is People's 19. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of, from the outside of room 223. But you can see that there is a ricochet or a defect that's found in the door. And this is what we call a bullet that was in flight and it was tumbling. And it had come into contact with something else because it's not a circular pattern like we saw on the other ones.
Okay, people move to Exhibit 19.
No objection.
19's exhibit.
This is Exhibit 20. This is room 220. What do we see here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of the classroom 220. You can see that there's one trajectory rod in the door of the room.
This is Exhibit 21. People move to Exhibit 20.
No objection.
20 is admitted.
And this is People's 21. What do we see here, sir?
Photograph taken from the outside of room 215. And you can see there's the trajectory rods. They have to be orange in color this time. Into the window, found right below the number 215, showing the path of travel of the bullets that were fired into that classroom.
Okay, so the fact that they're orange instead of pink, does that have any significance?
No, we just ran out of pink.
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct the camera not to film the next photograph.
Yeah, we're going to be putting exhibit number 22 on the screen. I'm going to ask that it not be videotaped and also that there not be any still pictures taken. Right? Or is it off right now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. People move to Exhibit 21.
21's admitted.
Okay. This is People's 22, sir. This has already been admitted. What are we looking at here?
The photograph taken from the outside of a bathroom that was found across from room 231, classroom 231. In this photograph, you can see that there is a large amount of blood, along with a backpack on the floor that's found just inside of the bathroom, along with some other evidence that was marked. I believe it's a cartridge that was found outside of the bathroom that was marked 49.
Okay. And sir, this is the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed?
That is correct.
This is People's 23. What do we see here?
22 was previously admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
This is a photograph of the firearm that was collected by the deputies on scene.
Okay. And may I approach the witness? Sure. This has already been admitted as 403. Sir, just to confirm, that's the firearm that you were called into the school to recover and to take back to the Oakland County Forensic Laboratory? The report of hand is authored by Mr. Charlton.
Correct, yes. Okay. Yep, I just want to make sure, yeah. So yeah, it looks like there is two fired bullets that were asked to be compared against the firearm.
Okay, and according to that report, the firearm depicted here in People's 23 was the firearm used in the Oxford High School attack November the 30th, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Sir, in your crime scene processing of the Oxford High School, how many times was that gun shot inside the high school?
32 times.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure 32 is, or I'm sorry, 23 is admitted.
Yeah, 23.
I have no objection to it.
Okay. That has to be admitted. It's shown, right? 23 is admitted.
23 is admitted?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
You have nothing further?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Cross?
We have no questions. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. All right. I'm going to release you until 8:30 tomorrow morning. It's not supposed to snow, is it? I think we're moving pretty well. So I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule? Everybody okay? Okay, we'll see you at 8:30. Everybody stay healthy and have a good evening.
All rise for the jury.
Be seated. Anybody, anything?
I think so, Judge.
Your Honor, I would just like to ask again with the prosecutor tonight, let me know who they're calling tomorrow. And I'm also asking if they are going to be done before the end of the week or by the end of the week, only because I have witnesses subpoenaed. I need to give them some idea. I have one witness who would need an interpreter that I've arranged, and so I want to make sure.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you for watching today on J is for Justice.
Language.
I'm going to be ending the stream when they end.
No,
I just say goodbye and thank you.
Oh, okay.
But I need to be able to coordinate to get the interpreter here.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Okay, can I have the deputies bring her downstairs, because now I'm going to release the jury. I want to do one or the other. Is this something that we need to make a record of?
No,
with her?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so can you take her down? They're holding the door, right? Thank you.
They might just be talking off the record then to the judge. So yeah, I think we might be done, but we'll wait. Jennifer's gone, but I don't think they're going to be talking in the mics. It doesn't look like. Well, today went, it was a shit show. It was, but it went better. We got through, I think. Is someone still on the stand? Yeah. So this is, I think the prosecution said this was their last witness. This is, I think, the prosecution's last witness. I'm not going off until the cameraman goes off, so I'm here. I'm here for the duration. But yeah, it's 4:34. She's got to let the deputies go home at 4:30. She's a little more on it today with the schedule, right? It was a little bit better. But she did tell the jury to bring their lunch, I guess, because she doesn't want them in the cafeteria. Yeah, apparently she's going by the rules and sticking with the time frame. Let me show you guys the studio. I was busy while we watched trial today. Let's check it out. Oops. Ooh, I look really, really white. Hold on. I look like Shannon. Let's turn that back on. Maybe just not so bright. Okay. Thank you, Global. Y'all entertain me. Are you kidding? All right. Oh, Cheryl ended the meeting. So the Zoom just ended. So I imagine Court TV is packing up. Look at he's getting his cords. His cordies. Okay. So check out the walls. I'm not done with this side. Like where you see the blinds. Ooh. Might want to move that. Okay, so let's try this again. So check it. It's coming along. It's coming along. This is my desk right here. I got to fix the angle, but check out in the background, right? So if I go like this and go like that. So far, so good. I'm liking it so far. I'm liking the black. It's uniform. It's looking. Cheryl? Well, they're not gone yet. Court TV is still here, so I guess he's probably waiting to see if anything else is going to happen. Yeah, the ambiance is coming along. It'll be better. I mean, this is a work in progress, so. Yeah, she asked them to bring their lunch. And if you missed this morning, Shannon said the only thing she could have is soup because nothing else will go down her esophagus. This guy cannot wait to get out and have a smoke. Just saying. I don't blame him. Shannon is totally disengaged right now. I don't know who's the silver fox talking. He's really animated. Who is that guy? Have you ever heard this judge say overruled or sustained? Once? Maybe once I've heard sustained.
All right.
What does my second say? It says Romeo football, state champions, 2015, Division I or Division 1. They should be catering to the jury. Yeah, I swear to God, she said, can you bring your lunch? Because we're having a problem in the cafeteria. No, it doesn't say Yeah, I swear to God, it said, that's what it said. Crazy. Shannon should have brought her own soup. She was like, Judge, by the way, she goes, yesterday we stood in line for 15 minutes, or no, 25 minutes just to get our food. Cheryl T says, well, Shannon should have brought her own damn soup. She can drink it from a cup or as she is listening to arguments. Exactly. Weird, huh? We stood in line for like 25 minutes just to get broth. Oh my God. I mean, you would think if all you could eat was broth, you'd bring a fucking thermos. And if you also missed this morning, Shannon completely showing off her mothering skills. She got a call and she was like, I can't be taking Molly to school if she's going to be crying. This morning she was bawling her eyes out and I can't deal with her if during this trial. And also, I told her she was crying her eyes out because her cousin won't sit by her. And I told her, tell your cousin I'm not buying gifts anymore. That's what she said. She told her daughter to tell her cousin, my mom's not going to buy you Christmas and birthday gifts if you don't sit by me. Grow up. Are you kidding me? So we've got Mothers of the Year sitting at the same table. Can't make it up. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great evening. I'll see you guys bright and early. We will convene here at 8:15, and we will start the stream somewhere between 8:15 and 8:30, but feel free to chat away. Thank you for your support. Thank you for becoming members. Thank you for your gifting. And we are going to get out of here with the credits. Where's Myron? Credits. And then we're going to do our Patreon outro and then outro. Then we're going to dance this mofo out, and I'll see you in the morning. Bye, bananas.
Pretty
think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn.
Not right down there.
I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn.
Psychopathy?
You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Another one. My own shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. But I'll never call you back. I ain't got time.
Bye, Jennifer.